Hey there, my incredible time-traveling pals. It's your buddy, Chronos, and guess what? We've reached a milestone, the final part of our mind-bending series. What if Deku became Saitama? Can you believe it? Get ready to dive into an epic conclusion that'll leave you on the edge of your seat. So grab your snacks, take a deep breath, and let's unravel the thrilling finale of this alternate universe together. Chapter 34: Troubles and Pleasantries. Shigaraki had met with Overhaul to talk about his plan and easily assimilate the League into the organization. They spoke about the quirk erasing bullets, and though Overhaul didn't give him all the detail, it was clear the League could benefit from this partnership. Though unbeknownst to the Yakuza, it was very much one way. Shihasakai main base. Twice and Toga stood before Overhaul and several of his expendable bullets. "Hi, I'm Toga and I was told to come here." The villainess introduced herself dryly. Twice stared down the group, the death of Magna still very much on his mind. He had to mentally restrain himself from trying to eviscerate Overhaul right now, Shigaraki's words still fresh in his mind, them being the only reason he was here. "And I will never forgive you guys." His body language became more excited. "Happy to join the team." Rappa pumped his fist, an excited smile behind his mask. "The League of Villains, huh? Let's fight." "I'll kill you," Twice happily exclaimed. "Yeah, no thanks," Toga said. Overhaul tapped his head with a finger, eyeing the two as he spoke to them. "Sorry about the whole Magna thing. It's unfortunate, I didn't mean to kill him." Both villains' temperament shifted at that last word. "You mean her," Twice corrected. "Don't make that mistake again," Toga added with venom. "Fine. But why don't you give us a rundown of your quirks, starting with you, Twice?" A member in a black clock plague mask and bowl hat asked. "My quirk is called Double. I can make a duplicate of myself and that duplicate can make a duplicate. I can also make doubles of other people, but I'm gonna need your exact looks and measurements, or they won't turn out right," he exclaimed in his eccentric way before realizing he didn't mean to say any of that. He quickly covered his mouth in shock. "What just happened? It's like I couldn't stop the words from coming." "Wow, that was pretty stupid," Toga said with a tone and look of disappointment. "It wasn't me, Toga, I swear." "That's handy information. Now how about you, Toga?" the bowler-hatted Yakuza asked. "My quirk is Transform. When I drink someone's blood, I can turn into them. How much blood I get determines how long I can stay transformed." She started fumbling with her clothes. "But when I turn into them, I get their clothes too, so I have to get naked first, which can be a little embarrassing." Toga stopped what she was doing once the words finished leaving her lips against her will, shock riding across her face. She turned to her masked teammate who was looking at her, arms crossed. The look in her eyes showed she now knew what he just went through. "Told ya." Overhaul was pleased with this information, Nemoto continued. "One more thing. Did Shigaraki say anything about betraying the Hasaikai?" he asked, his confession quirk fired on the villains. Twice and Toga faced the group. "Nope," they answered with casual honesty, surprising both the villains as the plan was to betray them. Though Tamura didn't directly express it, he did say they would pay for Magna's death. This hinted at a noticeable flaw in the Yakuza's quirk. "Alright, that settles that. Now let's get down to business." The Yakuza boss stared down the two villains. He slid a picture of Eri as well as a map on the table that separated them. It led to one of several hideouts across the prefecture. "This girl is very important to the organization. Her name is Eri. She ran away and has been missing for about 3 months. Consider this a test of trust. I want you to go to Muzurafu and look around. You can stay at our hideout in the city. Both of you are very recognizable, so make sure to keep a low profile and stay incognito. Use your quirks to make the search as vast as you can." Twice picked up the picture. "Cute kid. Stupid brat." He eccentrically switched from excited to angry. Toga took the picture from Twice. She noted the sad look in Eri's eyes. It was one she knew all too well. "Why did she run away anyway?" "That doesn't matter. She's my daughter, and she's missing. As her father, it's only natural I'd want her back. His words may have convinced most, but the look in his eyes as he said this told another story, and Toga wasn't fooled. Twice saluted the boss. You can count on us, Overhaul. We'll have your kid back in no time. I'll do my best. Toga answered dryly before her eyes sharpened, locked on Overhaul specifically. But you should know I still don't like you people. They left the room, leaving the Yakuza to speak. Think we can trust them, boss? Mimic asked. Like I said, this is a test of trust. Finding Eri is our top priority at the moment, and the more heads we have to search, the better our chances. The product is selling great, but we're spread thin. That naughty girl will turn up soon. Call in intuition. Nemoto turned to him. His face was one of concern behind his plague mask. Boss, you know I'll go with any plan you have, but… Yellow eyes locked on the black-clothed man. What is it, Nemoto? I'm just worried about Muzutafu. That's one's territory after all, along with Endeavor. As long as those two keep a low profile, they should be fine. They'll be back in a week. Either they'll find Eri or they won't. In that same time, I should have perfected the finished product. At this point, all we need is time, and we have to keep business flowing as usual. Nemoto nodded his head. I understand. Subarashi, Japan's leading shoe company. Today was the day that one was doing the design for his signature shoe. 2 different pairs would be on sale to the public in a few months, and he was enjoying the process. It was agreed upon that one would be a basketball shoe while the other would be a lifestyle shoe. Since he first heard about this deal, both he and Taku had spent hours making several shoe designs, and now was the day to make the final decisions. He was going to make 50 million yen on a 2-year deal, with a 25% sales kicker, entitling him to 25% of sales every month. He was surrounded by corporate representatives, workers, and a cameraman capturing all the footage for his documentary, while Intech was at his left and his right. We're really looking forward to working with you, one. You have so many lanes of marketability that we haven't seen in a long time, the lead designer told him. Well, this may only be a 2-year deal, but I'm hoping this can be the start of a beautiful partnership, he replied with a smile. I swear, this is going to do wonders for you. I really like your designs, they're really in tune with your costume design, and I can see the commercials now. Well, basketball is my favorite sport, so I hope we can center the commercial for those shoes around that, preferably me helping some kids find a love for the game. I'll run that by the execs and see what we can do. Never thought I'd have my own signature shoe, it still feels a bit surreal. I hear what you mean, most heroes tend to go the fashion route as opposed to having their own shoes. Taku added, he was here under the guise of representing one for his father, keeping his identity as a sidekick safe. Just know I'm fully aware that every opportunity isn't the right opportunity, one said, eyeing the lead designer. Like All Might's big bouncing balls, Taku said slyly. One couldn't help but laugh at that. Oh man, I was thinking exactly that when I said that just now. Taku chuckled. That's what happens when you've got too many yes men around you. The symbol of peace clearly didn't think that one through. Obviously, one stated. He actually wanted one when he was a kid and was very much grateful in hindsight that his mom said no. Well, we're trying to get a lot of business done today, with your shoes, finalizing your designs. By the way, did you get those shoes we sent you? The company had sent him half a dozen shoes as a show of good faith. They sent them to Taku's dad, who gave them to Taku, who gave them to him. Yes, I got them. I played ball in the Stingers just the other day. The black and yellow design is really cool, plus they're comfortable with a great grip on the court. It's a really sweet high-top shoe. I appreciate all the hard work you all are putting in. That's good to hear. You're not just someone to do business with and get free stuff, consider yourself part of a family now, one. The hero nodded his head. And along with that, we've got over 100 people working on just your business. He gestured to everyone moving around and working. These are just some of them. That should speak volumes to how dedicated we are to this. I appreciate it. He was approached by 3 workers, a blonde-haired woman, a black-haired man, and a brown-skinned wolf-looking man. They all introduced themselves and had him put his feet into 2 clear plastic containers. They had a large white bucket full with a white liquid. That looks weird, he said as they poured the white substance on his feet. It's actually a seaweed-based product. This will make your shoe unique to you. We just need this on until it hardens, the woman worker assured him. Kind of feels like my feet are in oatmeal, the hero joked. That looks like tofu. Try not to get your feet stuck, Taku joked. We're tagging another $1 million onto the deal if my feet get stuck, one joked. Once the material had hardened, he was able to take his feet out. Now they had 2 imprints of his feet, and they could design his shoe around that. This was the biggest shoe company for athletics in Japan, which means they have plenty of training facilities. Several football and baseball fields along with several basketball and tennis courts along with weight rooms. It was still early in the afternoon, and as they left the building they were in, one couldn't help but look around. He spotted multiple football players playing on one of the fields. Each of them were going back and forth on the pitch, intensely battling to score. He recognized a few of the players. He wasn't the biggest soccer fan, but most people knew Yoichi Iseijai. Hey, Iseijai. The black-haired player turned to him, genuinely surprised to see a hero call him. Hey, one. What's up? Nothing much. Can I take a selfie with you? Sure. I thought you were a basketball fan. I am. But come on, everyone in Japan knows who Yoichi Iseijai is. The hero raised his phone and took a photo of their smiling faces. One looked at the picture. Sweet, now I can always say I met you. Cool. Heard you were getting a deal. Is that finally coming full circle? Signed it and had my designs approved today. In a couple months I'll have my own signature shoe. Happy to hear it. He turned to the guys behind him. I'm just out here trying to get these guys ready for next week's game. I'll be watching. I'm eager to see one of the world's best strikers. You're the best in my opinion. I appreciate that. Iseijai thought for a moment. Mind helping us out? I'm not against it, but I'm not the best football player. My realm is on the court, not the pitch. I know, but you're strong. And facing someone like you would help me out a lot. One shrugged. Okay. Let's do this. He lightly sprinted past Iseijai, who passed him the ball. He hadn't played much football since junior high, but he had some skills. He showed off an impressive dribble as if he were dancing with the ball. You're doing it wrong, bro, came the voice of Taku, close behind him. One was so engrossed in what he was doing he didn't sense his best friend had followed him onto the field, and just as he turned he stole the ball from him. Football was Taku's sport. Izuku's seen him dominate on multiple occasions. It's all about footwork, he commented as he showed off his mastery-level dribbling. He ripped the ball behind him and spun into a kick only for it to be taken by Iseijai. You've got the instincts of a pure striker. He readied a shot to the goal. That's what I like to see, young blood. Iseijai fired, the ball rocketing towards the goal. As it reached the goalie box there was a flash of movement before one brought an axe kick down on the ball, making it bounce high in the air. Before the others on the field could fully register this, the hero jumped, spinning and meeting the ball at its apex. Before it began to fall, one landed a spin kick on the ball. It rocketed downward towards the ground with a perfect curve, causing a sonic boom, and with the grace of a bird soared over 8 meters into the goal on the other end of the field. The ball was smoking as it nearly tore through the net. One landed, shooting his fist in the air. Goal! Taku merely smiled, shaking his head lightly while Iseijai and the other players looked at him completely shocked. Iseijai was at a loss for words as he's never seen a move like that, and one made it look simple. Iseijai looked at the hero, his expression a mix of shocked and impressed. Nice shot, one, a basketball player, he said with a sly smile. Basketball may be my favorite sport, but that doesn't mean I'm not good at others. Well, you definitely got what it takes to be a striker. You're pretty awesome, Isajai complimented. Thanks, I do my best. Hey Isajai, do other pro athletes come here to train often? That's a trick question. This is the top athletic shoe company in the country. The top pros from every major sport are a part of the family here. Isajai pointed in the distance. I spoke to Ryoma Ekizan and Taiga Kagami when I first got here. If I know those two, they should still be working out. One's eyes light up behind his mask. Taiga Kagami and the Prince of Tennis. He turned in the direction Isajai pointed. I'm gonna have to go say hi. Taku looked at the pro footballer. Hey Isajai, you're my favorite player. Any chance you can hook me up with some tickets for your game next week? The Yokohama game? Sure, no problem. I'm always willing to show my fans some love. What's your name? Takumi Fujiwara, sir. Alright. Players can scoop about 4 to 5 tickets practically wherever we go. When you show up at the arena, pick them up at will call. Taku bowed his head gratefully. Thank you so much. Come on Fujiwara, we still have plenty of daylight left, and these guys need to be ready for the world stage, so let's give them a hand with that, one said, facing the other players. One, while I'm having fun and all, you should know we still have a meeting with Hammond, you know. You are the one who wanted us to set that up, Taku stated. One smirked. And I appreciate it, but come on Fujiwara, we've got at least 2 hours to kill, so let's have fun, he said with a smile. Taku's competitive spark was lit as he smiled with determination. Can't argue with that. Isajai was intrigued by this. Wait, you're trying to do business with Hammond? One looked the older man in the eyes. My sister gave me vitamin water the other day. I liked it so much it got me interested in the company. Isajai played with the ball. Well, good luck with that. I've got an endorsement deal with them and they pay me pretty well. Good to know a pro like you swears by them. His aura shifted, becoming serious. Now let's get you guys into shape. Isajai smiled back at him, competitive fire burning in his eyes. Bring it on, one. The next day. It was Saturday at the Midoriya residence. Today was the day of the summer festival here in town, and the whole family was making preparations to attend. Mizudafu was famous for this every year. There were rides, games, and all kinds of events that made a special occasion to wrap up the summer. There was also the cultural aspect of it. They loved dressing in yukata for these things. It would also be the first time in a long time they'd be able to go as a family, and on top of that Izuku was inviting Momo to join them. Over the years Izuku has built up quite the reputation at the festival. He was known to win a bunch of prizes at the festival games and hand them out to any kid who wanted one. The stand workers came to hate him just as much as they were impressed with him. Izuku was in Eri's room, helping her get dressed. He was wearing black yukata with whirlpool designs on it with a black obi. He was wrapping Eri's obi for her to complete her look. She was wearing a light blue yukata with pink floral designs on it with a pink obi. She was wearing her green hair wig with a flower hair ornament in the left side of her hair. And we're all done, Izuku said, smiling at having finished. Eri went to the mirror on the corner of the room to look at herself. She smiled brightly as she did a turn, very happy with how she looked. Thank you so much, Izumi. You're welcome, Eri. Let's go have a good time. You look really cute. Are Kanna and Saikawa coming to the festival? Kanna said she was going to. And my new friend said she was gonna be there. I wanna see what yukata she'll wear. I bet she'll be really cute. I didn't know you made a new friend. What's her name? Her name's Carol and she's really cute, Eri answered excitedly. Well, I hope I get to meet her. He turned just as his dad entered the room. He was wearing brown haori over a black yukata with a light brown obi with black socks and brown sandals. You kids ready? Time to go. He spotted Eri in her yukata. Hisashi brought a hand to his chest. What is this? The cutest, most adorable girl I've ever seen. Strike a pose for me, Eri. He pulled out his phone and began taking pictures. Eri smiled beautifully as she struck a few poses. This cuteness knows no bounds. Eri stopped posing, making a cute face, pulling at his heartstrings. Papa! I'm just stating facts. He turned to his son. You're gonna grab Momo, right? She said she'd meet us there along with some of her friends. How are things with you two anyway? We're doing great. She just started a work-study at Ryukyu's agency, and we have a date for tomorrow. Oh, where are you going to go? We're going to spend the day together before we go to the opening of that new restaurant in town. Baratai, Hisashi said. That's the one. Apparently the owner will be there opening night for the Japan restaurant, and Momo is very familiar with him from her trips to France, so I want to take her out and enjoy that same food right here at home the day it opens. Smooth move, son. I wish you the best with that. He spotted Inko coming down the hall. She was wearing a yellow yukata, with flower designs, a black obi with red floral designs with white socks and light brown sandals. Well, come on, we're about to head out. Alright, Mom. Come on, Eri. He gestured to the girl to go ahead of him. Inko left the apartment followed by Eri, then Izuku with Hisashi, who locked the door. The family of four headed towards the festival. It was easier to walk when they could have driven, as traffic would have been backed up. Saving themselves the hassle, they went on their way. They arrived at the festival grounds and the place was lively. Game stands were exciting patrons. People were all around eating various festival foods. Kids were having fun at the rides that were set up. Couples were enjoying each other's company and performers were performing. The area was full of lanterns that would soon light up the night. Some were wearing masks and everyone looked so happy, enjoying themselves. Eri was starry-eyed. This being her first festival, she was in awe at all that was happening around her. Wow! Izuku crouched down to her level. See, I told you festivals were fun. Eri looked around, an adorable look on her face, her eyes a mix of excitement and curiosity. I don't know what to do first, Izumi. Inko looked at his phone after receiving a text. Izuku took Eri's hand in his after having spotted a yo-yo fishing stand, a classic game at every festival. How about we try here first? They walked over to the stand, with the keeper recognizing Izuku. What's this? Eri asked, curiously, as she looked over the game. It was a tub filled with water and balloons of varying colors. This is yo-yo fishing. He picked up a strand of paper. You put this in the yo-yo, and use the hook to fish for a balloon. Wanna try? Yeah, she answered excitedly. Izuku paid for 3 attempts with Eri playing the game. This was more challenging than she thought. The string wasn't waterproof, so the wetter it got the quicker it broke. Plus the balloons were filled with a little water, making them a little heavy. If her string broke, she lost, and after 3 attempts she failed to get a balloon. Izuku paid for 1 more attempt. He had done this many times since he was a kid. He had a natural knack for games and with 1 try got a blue balloon for Eri. Her eyes widened, mouth agape when seeing this. How did you do that, Izumi? It's all about technique, Eri. Keizo had taught him the trick to many of these games when he was little, and he's used that advice many times since then. He raised a hand, eyeing the stand keeper. You have a good one, sir. The stand keeper nodded his head, pulling out his phone to inform the other stand workers that the Corkless Wonder was back. But maybe he's learned some tact since last year. The two left the stand. Izuku noticed his parents had walked off. Looking in the distance, he saw them sitting together and sharing takoyaki. This way, Eri. He began to bring the girl along when he heard a voice. Eri, Mary! Turning to his right, he saw a blonde-haired girl heading towards them. Eri turned in time to be hugged by the girl. Eri was shocked at first, but upon realizing who it was, she happily returned the hug. I found you, Eri, the little girl said adorably. She was a little blonde-haired girl with her hair styled in pigtails, with solid green eyes, wearing a pink yukata with flower designs on it. She clearly wasn't Japanese. Izuku figured she was of British descent, and she had a true doll face with how cute she was. He could sense the pleasant surge of emotions coming from the girl as she hugged Eri. Eri felt warm and happy at not just finding her new friend but hugging her. Hi Carol, I'm so happy to see you! The two girls continued to hug, their cheeks touching as they rocked each other. Izuku couldn't help but smile as this was the cutest thing he had seen in a long time. The two stopped hugging and held hands. The girl named Carol smiled cutely as she looked at him. "Hi Carol, my name's Izuku. Aries told me a bit about you." He bowed his head upon his first introduction to the girl. "I know who you are. You're just like me." Her eyes had a look of nostalgia and hope, and he knew what she meant by "just like me." He decided to feign ignorance. "What do you mean, just like you?" "Aries said you don't have a quirk?" "Just like me." Though the cute smile stayed on her face, her voice lowered slightly, as if afraid she was wrong. Izuku understood why the two became such fast friends. Aries didn't care she didn't have a quirk, because her brother didn't either. Izuku smiled back at her. He closed his eyes while pointing a finger at himself. "Yeah, I guess you are just like me." He stuck out his right foot. "I've got a double-joint pinky toe too." He waggled his toe, to the amusement of the young girl. "Carol?" A woman called out to the girl. She was wearing an orange yukata. She was beautiful, had long, wavy blonde hair and the same solid green eyes as Carol. It didn't take a genius to know that this was her mother. She saw her daughter holding hands with a green-haired girl while interacting with a green-haired young man. "Oh, hello, young man. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. I take it you're Carol's mom." He bowed his head. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. I've heard the girls have become fast friends." The woman returned a bow of her own. "Hello, Midoriya, I'm Ferris Olston. And it makes me happy to see the girls getting along so well. I actually met your mother a few days ago. She gave me wonderful advice." Izuku smiled back at her. "My mom is the best. I'm so thankful for her." "So Miss Ferris, how are you enjoying the festival?" "It's quite fun actually. But I'm happy just knowing Carol is happy." Izuku turned to the two girls. "She definitely looks like a happy kid." They started walking towards his parents. Aries and Carol were walking ahead of them hand in hand. Inko playfully fed Hisashi some takoyaki. It was a loving moment between the two as he happily ate the food. Though they'd been together for almost 2 decades, they looked more like a young couple in love, rather than the seasoned married couple that they were. Aries and Carol faced the two, their cuteness overloading. Hisashi smiled at the two. "I take it this is Carol. Right, Aries?" Aries turned to her friend. "Yeah, Papa, this is my friend Carol. I told you she was cute." "She definitely is. Look at you two, the epitome of adorable in your yukata," he said, smiling pleasantly at the scene. Inko turned to her left to see her son walking with Carol's mother. "Mrs. Olston, it's good to see you again," she said, standing up and greeting the woman. "It's a pleasure to see you again as well, Midoriya," she responded with a bow. Hisashi introduced himself to the woman. It had been a few days since she and his wife had known each other. The other day Inko had taken Aries down to the park to play when Carol walked up to her and asked if she would be her friend. Aries said yes, took her hand, and the two were inseparable for the rest of the day. As the girls got to know each other, so did Inko and Ferris. Both were happy at the girls' friendship, with the other welcome to come over for playdates and sleepovers. Inko and Ferris spoke about the trials of raising a quirkless child in this quirk-centered world. Inko told the other woman the best thing she could do was to be there and support Carol in any goals she desired. Ferris took note of how happily she spoke about Izuku, her quirkless son, and the relief it gave her that a hero like one was quirkless, changing the stigma surrounding that demographic. Aries looked in the distance and saw a ride. "Carol, let's go ride that." Carol looked in the direction of the other girl. "That looks like fun." The two took off in the direction of the ride. "Don't go too far ahead, you two," Hisashi warned, not wanting to lose them in the crowd. "I don't think they heard you," Ferris stated, smiling casually as the girls went along. The whole group got up and followed after the two girls. Izuku sensed a familiar presence, which was difficult, considering all the people in one place. He turned in the direction to see Kaizo in a navy blue yukata, instructing his student, Rin Okamura, who was at a shooting game. "Focus, Rin. I'm trying, the young student lowly muttered. Keizo heard that. No, you're not. You're trying to shoot as many as quickly as possible because you think it will placate me. Focus solely on what you're doing and it will all work out. Yes, master, Rin said as he started shooting again, with his mother to his side. Izuku broke off from his group. Hello, master, you're looking well. I am. He did a quick inspection of his student, noting his aura is much brighter than usual. Izuku, you look like you're enjoying the festival. He shrugged. It's been pretty good so far. He looked down at the black-haired boy, struggling to concentrate and still missing a shot. Rin, I know it looks cool, but it's easier to aim and hit a target when you use both eyes. All right, he said, opening his right eye. But try as he might, he was still proving to be a terrible shot. Rin had run out of shots and couldn't win a prize. The boy lowered his head, slightly sulking at his failure. I'm sorry, master. Keizo's face gave no sign of disappointment. It's fine, Rin. It's just a game after all. He gripped his chin as his eyes then became mischievous. Then again, I don't think one would have missed a single shot. Rin's blue eyes widened at these words. He quickly turned to his mother Yuri. Mom, can I please go one more time? His mom smiled down at him, happy at his determination. I'll see you later, Rin, Keizo said as he walked off with Izuku following. Good to know he actually listens to you, Izuku said, casting a quick glance back at Rin. The boy's a hard head, but he's got potential. Mention one and his attitude really changes. How's his training going anyway? Fairly good, actually. He wants to be a hero very badly. He'll swing his sword until he can't move his arms, and pushes himself harder than anyone else in his karate class. He shot a sly smile at Izuku. It's quite familiar, actually. Izuku chuckled lightly. Well, when one says he believes in you, he means it. I don't doubt that. By the way, did any of the others come down here with you? I came here alone. Michiko had plans and the girls said something about going to that new go-kart track in Tokyo with some classmates. I bumped into Rin and his mom. I'm sure the festival will be more enjoyable from here. I actually got a text from Kiyuki about that the other day, but I wanted to hang with my family. Izuku pointed a thumb in the direction of his family and the Olstons. Well, I came here with my family. You're welcome to hang with us, master. I wouldn't mind that. Your father came home from overseas, correct? Yes, sir. This is a fine opportunity. I've only ever spoken to him sparingly at the dojo. Well, you are like a second father to me. My dad may not be the Renaissance man you are, but you two are alike in many ways. Keizo gripped his chin. I see. Izuku and Keizo joined the group, with Inko and Hisashi paying their respect to the master. He introduced himself to Ferris, with the woman's personality seeming very calm. Keizo and Hisashi got to talking and began a good back and forth. Hisashi went so far as thanking the master for being the present, positive male role model for his son that he couldn't be. The group ran into Kobayashi and her maid Toru, Kana and Riko Saikawa along with her sister, who were all wearing yukata. Eri and Carol got together with Kana and Riko. Kana decided to be Carol's friend because she was Eri's friend, and Saikawa was blown away with how cute she was, and the four girls began to explore the festival together. The adults were talking amongst themselves while Izuku watched over the girls. They all wanted to try their luck at goldfish scooping. This game is usually a must for most kids who come to the festival. The problem is the fish tend to die after a couple days. But Izuku wasn't gonna tell Eri that. All in all, the festival was shaping into a pleasantly enjoyable event. Wow, you're really good at that, Carol, Riko said, admiring the girl's ability to easily catch the fish. Izuku leaned over the girl and saw her bowl was filled with at least 10 fish. You sure did get a lot. Do you really want so many? Carol turned to him with a seemingly permanent angelic smile. Yeah. Fish swim in schools, so the more fish I have, the more friends they can have. Izuku was surprised by her response. Well, I guess you're right. There's no greater gift than friendship. Carol closed her eyes and smiled even more beautifully at these words. Izumi! Eri called to him. What's up, Eri? I'm not good at this like Carol. How do I get one? Izuku got down on her level. It's all about technique, Eri. He was behind her, getting a new scooper. He held Eri's hand as the scooper was firmly in hers. Don't try to get too many at once, and be quick about the ones you want to get. He quickly guided her hand and picked up 2 fish in one go. They placed it in her bowl and went back for 1 more, ending with 3 before her paper broke. Eri was happy now and that warmed his heart. He turned to his right to see Kana had caught her own fish, but instead of putting it in her bowl she just looked at it. He's seen that look before. It wasn't too discernible from her usual expression, but the last time he saw this she ate both a dragonfly and a very much still alive sand crab on the beach. Kana! His voice was slightly stern, but her blue eyes met his. She could tell he caught her before she could do what she intended on doing. Put it back! Kana didn't argue and dropped the fish back in the water, with Riko being confused as to why she did so. Izuku was so focused with the girls he didn't notice a familiar presence inching closer behind him. Once he noticed it, he felt hands coming at him from behind. The next moment both his eyes were covered. Guess who? A feminine voice asked. Ms. Sakakibara! Does this mean I'll finally be featured in weekly basketball? I know I've never played organized ball before, but I assure you it'll be a great article. Momo began to giggle. You've officially lost me, love. Izuku stood and turned to face her, mesmerized by her beauty and her red yukata with a black obi. Lost you? Seems to me you found me beautiful. And I'm so happy I finally did, she answered with a beautiful smile. Momo! Eri happily squealed as she hugged the older girl. Momo gladly reciprocated. Hello, Eri. Are you enjoying the festival? Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I get to hang out with my friends. Mama and Saikawa gave me this festival food and it was really good. Izumi showed me how to catch fish. Look, she said, gesturing to the bag filled with 3 goldfish behind her. Momo's heart was warmed by the girl's excitement. She smiled down at her like a loving big sister. I'm happy you're having a good time. Izuku looked past Momo and saw several of her classmates came with her, namely Jiro, Ashido, Siro, and Kaminari. Momo was the only one wearing a yukata and the others were dressed casually. Hey everyone, glad to see you could make it out. What's up, Midori? You're really rocking that yukata. Now I'm kinda wishing I'd worn one. My family loves to embrace the cultural aspect of these festivals, so we tend to dress up for the important ones. Jiro played with her right earlobe. Well, it really does look good on you. Thanks. He spotted the boys staring into the crowd, clearly checking out the pretty girls in the area. Enjoying the scenery, you too? Kaminari turned to him with a sly smile. It's kinda hard not to, Midoriya. They picked a really good day for this, Siro commented. Momo took Izuku's hand into hers. Do you want to explore the festival together? Definitely, he answered with a charming smile. As he said this, he sensed a surprising emotion coming from Eri. Turning back to look at her, he saw that she was pouting at him. As cute as it was still threw him off. Eri, don't be mad at me. I'm just gonna hang out with Momo for a while and I'll be right back, I promise. Momo came to his defense, smiling gently. Don't worry, Eri, I promise to have him back when it gets dark. Even with these assurances, her expression didn't change. But you said you'd be with me for the festival, Izumi. I did, and I meant it. But I'm just gonna go with Momo for a little bit, and I'll be right back. She then began to hit him with her red puppy dog eyes, and Izuku's resolve began to quickly waver. Inko and Hisashi were watching this, both amused and interested in how it would play out, hence why they hadn't stepped in. Oh! Little sister eyes, there's no defense for that Midoriya, Kaminari joked. Momo found it cute how easily Eri was able to pull on Izuku's heartstrings. She herself was willing to stay with the group, but her resolve was slightly stronger than Izuku's at the moment. Eri, how about this? Momo began as she got on her level, turning and pointing to her right. You see over there? When the sun goes down, everyone will be over there dancing and celebrating to music in that circle. When that happens, we'll be back in time to dance together, that's a promise. Izuku turned away from his pouting sister for a moment to regain his mental fortitude. She's only been with them 3 months, and she's able to charm him like this. He was almost embarrassed. His eyes widened when he spotted a stand that gave him an out. Momo had got Eri to agree, but Izuku wanted to satiate her more. Hey Eri? Come here, I've got a surprise for you. Eri gave her water bag of fish to Inko, with Izuku scooping her up and inviting the other girls to come along. He then led the group of girls to a stand that was serving festival sweets, and Eri's red eyes widened when they locked on something in particular. Izumi, what's that? She asked with a mix of wonder and curiosity. Izuku smiled slyly at her question. Those, Eri, are candy apples. They're really good. Want one? Eri loved apples. This was a well-known fact to those who actually knew her, but she had no idea there was such a thing as candy apples. She was practically starry-eyed. Yes, please. Izuku chuckled a little at her amazement. Can I get 5 candy apples, sir? He asked the stand keeper. After paying, the group receives their apples. Momo, Kana and Riko didn't hesitate because they'd had them before and knew what to expect, but this was a first for Eri and Carol. He specifically wanted to see Eri's reaction. She took her first bite of her candy apple, chewing and swallowing it before licking the candy on her lips. It's the best thing ever, she declared with the cutest, happiest smile he's ever seen spread across her lips. He smiled down at her, gently patting her head, satisfied with his plan. I knew you'd like it. These are so good, Carol declared. And another first-timer is left amazed, Izuku said. Saikawa enjoyed her apple, so did Kana. The brunette watched the 2 awestruck girls. Eri, Carol, is this your first time having a candy apple? Both girls just nodded happily in response, smiling with their eyes closed. There's always a lot of good food at festivals, Kana stated. That is a true statement, Momo agreed before taking another bite of her candy apple. Some of it you can only get at festivals, Izuku added. Thank you so much, Izumi, Eri said warmly. He gently rubbed her head. Not a problem, kiddo. The candy apples had done their job and Eri was willing to depart from Izuku during the festival for a while. They caught up with Momo's classmates and began to explore the festival together. In another section of the festival. You have no aim at all, Jean, Toga remarked as her partner missed a throw at a target game. Once they were settled into the Shai Hasaikai safe house, Twice made 50 doubles, 25 of him and 25 of Toga to spread throughout Musadafu to look for Eri. The Twice doubles weren't in costume, while the Toga doubles were in various colored shirts with hairstyles differing from her typical messy buns. They had no idea a festival was going on in town, so they decided to head over. Toga was wearing a red t-shirt with her typical skirt, socks and shoes with her hair in a ponytail. Jean was wearing a black t-shirt with dark blue jeans and black shoes. Cut me so slack, okay? He picked up the ball, readying his last throw. Okay, for real this time, Jean said before throwing the ball and hitting his target. Yeah, baby! The man celebrated before picking out a cat and dog mask as a prize. He gave the cat mask to Toga while putting the dog mask on his forehead. This place is way more lively than I thought it'd be, Jean said as he admired the festivities. Yeah, plenty of people, she said in a low tone, barely audible. It's too bad not many of them are cute. Are you having fun? You're the one who wanted to come here, so why does it feel like you're only halfway here? Toga was quiet for a moment. I guess I'm feeling nostalgic. I used to have a friend I would go to festivals with all the time. Jin's known about Toga's past for a while now, so he knew or at least had an idea what she was thinking. Oh, do you wish that friend was here with you? She was a good person, but I doubt she'd want to go to a festival with the real me. But I admit the fake me had so much fun with her. Being here just reminds me of my past life, I guess. Jean scratched the side of his head. I know all about that, but I don't want those reminders of a past life. Myself, and I get bored and sad after a while. Toga chuckled lightly. You get tired of yourself? That's kinda weird, Jean. Hey, come on, you've met me. And you should know there should only be one of me for prolonged periods of time. Any more than that and we're looking at there can be only one type situation. This joke made Toga actually laugh. You really are insane. Jean raised his eyes while shrugging. Well, you joined the same club I did, sir. Toga smiled a genuinely happy smile. Don't ever change, Jean. Jean smiled happily back at her. You think we'll actually find that kid Overhaul is looking for? Probably not. Plus, I'm positive she ran away for a reason. If she's as important as he said she is, we can take this as an opportunity, assuming we do find her. I'm not gonna lie, Toga. I'm on edge. Those bastards deliberately sent us into one's territory. If we so much as cough in this city, he'll be on us in an instant. Toga seemed to register his words. I've never been caught in my life. Yeah, I don't blame your confidence. But you weren't the one who got burned to death and cut to pieces, and that was just by his cyborg sidekick. I don't even want to think about what one might have done. I still have nightmares of that day he stopped my doubles and made me blow my engine. He said, dropping to the ground, covering his head, truly fearful of the thought of having to fight one. He groaned lightly. I really liked that truck too. He closed eyes and bumped his fist to his chest. You'll never be forgotten, Truckwin. Jean shook as he felt someone bump into him. Turning to see what hit him, he saw a little green-haired girl with red eyes and a horn holding hands with a blonde-haired, green-eyed girl. Both were wearing yukata, both were cute, and both were enjoying candy apples. Sorry, sir, the green-haired girl said apologetically. Jean grabbed his shoulder. That hurt, you brat. His body language shifted. You're both so freaking cute. Eri was a little thrown off by this man's antics while Carol just kept smiling, either of them responding. As this was happening, Toga was looking at the green-haired girl. She had to admit both of these girls were really cute, especially the blonde. Sensing the awkwardness, she decided to step in. Don't worry about my friend, girls. He's just a bit of a weirdo, she said with a smile. Go have fun. She gave a small wave with both girls smiling back at her and leaving. Slow down, you two, a male voice said to the girls. Both villains turned to see a group of adults following the girls. They're trying to catch up to their friends, a blonde woman said, who was clearly the blonde girl's mother. Sorry for that, a man with black curly hair and red eyes said as the group passed them. As they passed them, Jean locked eyes with a black-haired man whose purple eyes were looking at him suspiciously. The group went on their way, leaving the two. Jean stood up, staring to the back of the black-haired man. I think I've seen that guy before, he thought aloud. Toga's eyes narrowed. Same. She quickly shrugged it off. Whatever, let's go check out some of these paintings. She walked off with her blonde partner behind her. The sun had gone down, and in an hour it would be time for the fireworks to pop off, and everyone was enjoying the festival to its fullest. Celebration was going on in the main circle of the festival. All around people were dancing to music. Music played as the people danced in celebration of the summer. Izuku and Eri held hands as they danced together amongst the crowd. The little girl had the brightest smile as she danced with her brother. Her life has changed so much since the day she met him, and she couldn't describe how thankful she was. Her Izumi was amazing, and she understood that better than anyone else. She ran away to freedom, away from pain and to something better, and she found it, and then some. She couldn't remember a time where she was this happy. Every day was a true joy compared to her old life that was slowly becoming a bad memory. The crowd continued to dance to the music. Eri noted Momo shifted closer to them out of the corner of her eye. Izuku let go of her hand and took Momo's into his. Izuku caught her look of disappointment. You'll always be my sister, Eri, he said with a smile before he started to dance with Momo. Eri gave him a smile and a nod of acknowledgement. She quickly took Carol's hand into hers, which created a chain from Eri pulling Carol to Carol pulling Kana, who pulled Riko. It ended in a square of 4 girls dancing together. Much to Riko's delight, as she was able to hold hands with both Carol and Eri, causing her to become flabbergasted with hearts in her eyes from the cuteness of both girls. Izuku and Momo danced with each other, eyes met like star-crossed lovers. Izuku raised her hand and Momo spun like a princess. Izuku cuffed his hands around hers. "I can't describe it, but if home is where the heart is, I guess home is wherever you are." Momo's eyes widened slightly. "What do you mean?" "It means I want to stay with you." They continued to dance. "I wasn't so much afraid of being in love, but for a quirkless person like me, I guess I never expected to fall in love. Home is with the ones you love the most." Momo smiled as Izuku tugged on her heartstrings. "You're in my heart too, Izuku. There's more to you than quirk analysis, fist and fury." She looked at him in his emerald green eyes. "You've got the kindest heart of anyone I've ever met. And if they couldn't understand that, and they couldn't understand a certain hero." Izuku took her hand into his. Momo could feel his warm aura as he leaned into a kiss, which she gladly reciprocated. They kissed lovingly before lovingly pressing their foreheads against the other. It was a moment only the two of them understood. They weren't the only ones. Hisashi and Inko had joined the dance, so did Toru and Kobayashi along with Ferris and Keizo. Ashido had Jiro and the boys dancing. All around there were smiling faces of people enjoying the festival. An hour had passed and Izuku, after looking at his phone, knew what time it was. He promised to catch up with his family and friends later, but before that he took Momo by the hand. They headed up several flights of stairs before ending up on a platform. All the while Momo had asked Izuku where they were going, but he told her it was for the best experience. They arrived at the back of a building overlooking the festival. They were the only ones there when the fireworks started. One after another, celebration lights filled the sky, the two holding hands as they watched the show. The sky shattered with sounds and light as fireworks lit up the sky. One after another fireworks were going off, the eyes of both teens lit up by the show. Looking beneath them, all around people were engrossed in the final moments of the festival. Izuku glanced at Momo, a small smile on her face. She noticed him looking at her. She turned to him, meeting his gaze and smiling beautifully at him. He could never get over how gorgeous she is. She was the most beautiful person he's ever met. Growing up, he'd never imagined he'd have someone like her in his life, let alone love him as much as he loved her. Unspoken words were shared between them as the sky was illuminated by a firework. Still holding hands, the two leaned in, connecting at the lips and intertwining their hearts in intimacy. Their beautiful moment lasted until the final firework was let off and the sky became quiet. The two separated, eyes locked as they basked in their intimate embrace. "Hey Momo, let's do this again next year," he said with the charming smile that never fails to tug on her heartstrings. Momo's heart was aflutter, eagerly looking forward to more adventures and making memories with him. This was a fun day, even more so as she got to spend it with him. Most people would consider this time as insignificant, but to her they were everything. Both of them had their individual lives and goals, but since the day they met they've always made time for each other. She never had many male friends growing up, and once her body began to develop, most male interactions were typically shallow and on the surface. Her looks and her family name often attracted unpleasant males to her, but Izuku, he was different. He was the first person outside of her family and master to see her as she truly was, and he accepted her for who she was. She quickly realized he was attracted to her, but he never once tried to take advantage or exploit her for her body or money. He was just a kind boy who was happy to have a friend. They started with a friendship. That friendship turned into a bond, one that she deeply cherished, and before she knew it she had fallen for him. He more than just shared her dream, he was stronger than anyone she knew. She had no idea what the future held, but at this particular moment in time she was certain she wanted to stay with him. Her gorgeous face shined as she registered her boyfriend's words. "I look forward to it, Izuku." The two teens returned to the group. They made their way outside the festival grounds. The Udata students decided to head back to school as it was almost time for their curfew. Momo decided to go with the Midoriyas and catch up later. Keizo went on his way, pleased with the evening with the group. Ferris and Carol left, welcoming the girls to come over for playdates, and true to form, Carol gave hugs and a kiss to each of her new friends. Both Eri and Kana were surprised but pleased in their own ways at this, while Riko was on the verge of passing out. The antics of the kids was mildly entertaining to the adults. Everyone went their own ways, the Midoriya family plus Momo making their way home. This was a good day. I can't remember the last time we were all able to enjoy a festival together like this, Hisashi said as they walked. I remember, it was my last year of elementary school, Izuka answered, holding Eri in his arms as they walked. Oh yeah. I'm just glad we were all able to be together this year, Inko gently said. This was a special one this time around, definitely one worth remembering. She turned to Eri. How did you like your first festival, Eri? She asked in a warm, motherly tone. Eri smiled brightly. It was so much fun. I really liked the games, and the food, and playing with my friends, she happily exclaimed. Inko smiled lovingly at her. That's good. I'm so happy you had a good time. So Eri, what was your favorite part of the festival? Izuka asked. Eri's expression became cute with thought. My favorite part was dancing with Carol, Kana, and Riko, she answered happily. Izuka smiled, nodding his head at her response. All right. You looked like you were having a lot of fun dancing with your friends. Momo met eyes with the younger girl. You're a lucky girl, Eri. There's no greater treasure than friends that you love and love you back. It was so much fun. She looked at the back of Inko's head. Mama, can I really go to Carol's house? Inko turned her head. After you finish your studies, she answered, not minding taking her as she and Ferris had the makings of a friendship as well. Hisashi turned to Momo. Momo, are you sure you want to hang with us? Udate has you all on a curfew, right? Yes, sir, they do. But I've quite enjoyed this evening and I'm not ready to depart yet. They're not that strict on weekends, plus if I'm quick about it I can always make it back on time. It's fine, Dad, I was gonna walk her home after this anyway. Hisashi took in the kid's words. Ah, to be young and in love again, he thought. Alright, don't let me stop you then. He paused for a moment as he continued to walk. By the way, your parents invited us to a soccer game in Yokohama next week. Izuka raised a brow. Wait, you guys are going to the game? Are you? Hisashi responded. Yeah, Taku and I met Iseijai the other day and he hooked us up with a few tickets. Hopefully they're close to the field. Well, we'll definitely be in AV.I.P box. Let's enjoy a good game, son. Izuka playfully sighed. Momo glanced behind her, not turning her head. Izuku, you've noticed, haven't you? She said in a whisper, clearly audible to Izuku and only him. Yeah, they've been following us since we left the festival. Not only that, they've been watching us since the dance. Plus, he sensed multiple identical presences closing in on them. Who are those two? Momo whispered. They're with the League. This answer caused Momo's eyes to widen. Twice and Toga were following the group after making their way from the festival. They had kept a safe distance away from the as to not look suspicious. The Midoriyas rounded a corner with the villains still on their trail. Toga, are you sure about this? Jean asked. I know what I heard, Jean. Several people definitely called that girl Eri. She's probably wearing a wig or something. Okay, but even if it is true, we can't just snatch her. We do that, they'll call for help, and before we get anywhere one is smashing both our faces in, he explained fearfully. Stop being so scary. Plus, look at the girl with them. I'm positive she was on Tamura's kill list for that training camp. I remember, but one of us still remembers where we are. So what's your plan? The blonde-haired man put both his index and middle fingers to his head, thinking of a plan. Hey Dad, I just remembered there's something I have to do. He put Eri down after the family rounded a corner. They were close to home. What's this about, Izuku? Inko asked, surprised by his sudden announcement. Izuku got in between his parents, wrapping an arm around both of them and pulling them close. Two villains are following us. We're about to be surrounded by duplicates, so don't go back home yet. He whispered with both of his parents, completely surprised by this news. He began to lightly run past them. This surprised Eri. Where's he going? Inko looked at her unworriedly. He's gonna meet us at the restaurant. He just has something he needs to take care of. But I thought we were going home? Eri asked. We are, but aren't you hungry? Festival food isn't filling, you know. So let's go get something to eat before we head home. Okay, Eri said, taking Hisashi's hand into hers as they walked, completely oblivious to the deception. Twice and Toga rounded the corner. Man, how far do these people live anyway? Toga complained. My other doubles are closing in, and we'll be waiting at the hideout when they bring the girl to us. I get that, but that cute girl's a student at UA. Do you think she'll go down that easily? 25 of me, 25 of you, I'm pretty confident. Jean answered confidently. Let's go, he said before they both charged after the group. The two villains sped towards the family. Toga blitzed at Momo when a glow came from her left hand. Momo quickly dodged her swipe, grabbing her arm before quickly slamming her hard and pinning her down. It all happened so fast, Jean didn't have time to dodge the kick to his stomach that took all the air out of his lungs. Momo sent him 10 feet in the air with that kick before he landed hard on his back. Jean rolled on the ground, pain coursing through him and trying to get some air back in his lungs with a stomach that was on fire. You too, protect Eri. I can handle this. She released a wave of power aura that terrified the villains. One jerk and you have one broken arm, Himiko Toga. And you, Jean Babaigawara aka Twice. Why did you try to ambush me like this? Her tone demanded an answer. Jean noted how Toga was pinned on the ground, how serious this girl was. Look, just relax, okay? I assure you I'm very calm. Momo answered calmly. You villains have caused enough trouble for me, my school, and my classmates, don't you think? Eri hid behind Inko and Hisashi, who formed a protective wall in front of her. Jean put his hands up to ease the situation. Not really. I'll be honest, we just want that girl behind you. Momo tightened her lock on Toga's arm, making her grimace with pain. Momo turned to Eri for a moment. What exactly do you want with her? I swear we're not going to hurt her. We just didn't want those Yakuza bastards to have her. Yakuza? Momo thought, connecting that this was related to Eri's past. As her thoughts came together, she sensed an attack with Toga trying to slit her right Achilles. She was able to avoid the attack in time, but the villain was able to get up and regroup with her partner. Are you okay, Toga? I'm fine, Jean, she said, breathing heavily. The two sides were at a standstill. Momo was confident she could take them down when she suddenly sensed she was surrounded. Coming from the shadows were pairs of Twice and Toga, all staring down at the black-haired hero in training. Hisashi and Inko felt overwhelmed by these numbers. Still think you can stop us? Momo looked at him nonchalantly. I don't have to. She pointed diagonally to the right. Because he is. The doubles of Twice and Toga splattered into brown mush, leaving only the two left. The hero appeared behind them in a flash of speed. Toga and Twice, it's been a minute, hasn't it? Like 2 weeks and some change. Jean joked before his throat was grabbed by one. Toga tried to save him only to receive a kick to the stomach that sent her into a wall, knocking her out. He raised up Jean with one hand, still gripping his throat. It's a pretty safe bet you're the real ones. He pulled them closer, their faces almost touching and terrifying the villain. But even if you are or not, I know you made contact with Shiha Saikai. What is your end goal? His hero voice was threatening. One, I swear I don't know what their plan is. All I know is that it has something to do with that girl. One cocked back a fist, strengthening his interrogation. That I already knew. I suggest you enlighten me with some new information. Okay. They told us about one of the entrances to their secret tunnels. He squealed. One's expression lightened a bit. Go on. In Kashyyyk they have secret tunnels under the city that lead to their main base. One of them is in an alley on Shiki Street between Merchi Drive. That's new information. But why are you telling me this? You said you wanted new info, right? Plus I want that bastard Overhaul to pay for what he did to Magni. One thought back to the night he found their former hideout, the legs he found on the floor. He noted that the villain was grieving for his friend and seeking to avenge them. I'm sorry for your loss, he said empathetically. At least he went painlessly. You mean SHE, you bastard? I apologize, he said as he looked the villain in his eyes. With one gentle punch he broke 2 of his ribs, his body becoming brown goop between his hands before ending up as a puddle on the sidewalk. He walked up to the unconscious Toga, stepping on her hand and breaking it, causing her to also become a puddle. He analyzed this situation in his head. Of course. Sending only doubles to do their dirty work and telling me all this as a ploy to stall for time. He probably thought I'd arrest 2 of them, and use that time of pointless interrogations the real villains would escape. Overhaul sent them here to find Eri. I'll have to check if what he said about that secret passage was true. He turned to his family and girlfriend, an assuring smile on his face. Nice instincts, Yaorosa. Are you folks okay? Hisashi picked up Eri. We're just fine. Thank you so much, one. He gave a knowing smile to his son. Eri looked at the hero. His smile and his aura were so comforting and familiar. It reminded her so much of Izuku. This was her first time meeting the hero and could tell he really was one of the good guys. Thank you so much, Eri said cutely. One walked up to the little girl, a familiar smile on his face as he gently patted Eri on the head with his clean right hand. You're very welcome. Eri couldn't help but smile and feel warm from his touch. She felt a familiarity in this hero that she's only ever felt with Izuku, and it made her happy. Those villains were after her, Momo stated. I know. Do you think those villains will try something like this again? Inko asked. Doubtful. Now that they know I know they're in the city, they'll either stay in hiding or make a break for it. He answered his mother, his hero voice making him seem like a different person. One turned from his family. I have to go. You folks have a good night, he said before leaping into the air. As he disappeared into the night sky, Eri couldn't help but look up at him, almost transfixed on the hero. Hisashi shook her, snapping her out of her funk. You okay, Eri? Eri met the matching red eyes of her father figure. I'm okay. He was just like Izumi, she said in a warm tone. He was? Hisashi asked, ignorantly. Eri nodded, a pleasant smile on her face. He was really warm. The 3 were pleased by these words and went on their way, knowing they'd bump into Izuku soon. Shai Hasakai Mizurufu hideout. We gotta go! We gotta go! We gotta go! We gotta go! Jean quickly exclaimed, tucked on the floor and gripping his head. What are you going on about now? Toga asked, her hair down, wearing a towel, having just taken a bath. He knows we're here, Toga. We gotta get out of here. One? But don't we still have to find that girl? Oh, my doubles found her. But one showed up and took them out before they could do anything. I thought maybe he'd arrest 2 of them and waste enough time interrogating them so we could escape. But no, he saw right through me. Stop yelling. Toga puffed her left cheek slightly. This was her thinking face. Her eyes widened as a smile spread across her lips. I have a plan. Jean looked up at her. Huh? Bartai, Japan location. It was the grand opening of the Bartai here in Mizurufu. Izuku was able to get reservations for 2 and they both were looking forward to enjoying dinner. A delicious meal while spending it together. They had spent most of the day together and only separated to get ready for tonight's dinner. Izuku was wearing a black blazer over a short-sleeved white dress shirt under a red vest with a red tie, black skinny jeans and black dress shoes. He gets a car to give them a ride as he waits for her outside the Udata barrier. He senses her presence behind him and his mind is blown when he sees her. She's wearing a gorgeous red dress with her hair down, a flower ornament in the left side of her hair, a golden charm necklace he gave her with the Libra sign and black heels. She was absolutely beautiful. They get in the car and talk as they make their way to the restaurant. Momo tells him of how Ishido actually picked the dress out. Izuku joked of needing to thank her when he saw her next. They arrived at the restaurant, and it was a surprisingly bigger deal than he thought. They had set up a red carpet, with paparazzi taking photos of influential people of the culinary world, heroes, businessmen and their wives, to actors and their partners. Several of them recognized Momo from the sport festival and wanted to take shots of her. Momo spotted the owner Zeph, who gave her a look of acceptance, though most wouldn't have caught it. She took Izuku's hand and the cameramen were eager to get photos before they entered the restaurant. They too held each other and posed together for several photos. "This is actually bigger than I expected," Izuku said. "This is a fairly popular restaurant. Trust me, if we were in Paris it would be even more hectic." Momo answered as she smiled for another photo as she held hands and pressed herself against her boyfriend, who welcomed her. The ribbon was cut and the restaurant was open for business. Izuku and Momo went in and were led to a table in the center of the restaurant. The interior was very similar to the Paris restaurant. A fancy interior with art lining the walls with red painted walls, around 30 tables, most for seating 4, others for seating 2 and several combined for large parties. It soon became lively from customers having conversations at their respective tables. "I'm really liking the interior here," Izuku stated. "The atmosphere is very pleasant. It's very reminiscent of the decor of the French restaurant." "You've really been boasting about this place," Izuku said with a smile. "A meal at the bar tai is an experience you will never forget, Izuku." "I'm sure." Izuku turned as their waitress came to them. She was an attractive woman with black hair wearing a waitress outfit. "Hello, welcome to the bar tai. Can I start you two off with something to drink?" "Yes, ma'am, we'd like a bottle of non-alcoholic Kunigami wine," Izuku said, menu in hand. "I'll get that right for you, sir. Are you two ready for an appetizer? Or I can take your full order now." Both teens scanned the menu for a moment. "I'll take your haramaki as an appetizer, the seafood fried rice and 2 chocolate lava cakes for dessert, just the ice cream with no chocolate shell," Izuku responded. "I'll have the potato pail for appetizer, Zeph's famous seafood risotto. Tell Chef Sanji or Zeph to make it the way Yayorosa likes it. They'll know." The waitress was slightly surprised by that. "Yes, ma'am. I'll be back with you two shortly." Izuku chuckled. "The V.I.P treatment must be nice." Momo smiled beautifully. "It has its perks here and there." Izuku looked at her, a charming smile on his face. "So, what have you been up to? I hope Ryukyu's been good to you." "Ryukyu has been great. She is a phenomenal teacher, though I admit I'm becoming a bit impatient with her." "How so?" "She wants to slowly etch us into the life of a hero. Taking down that drug operation is the most exciting thing we've done so far." "Well, you at least got a chance to fight." "Only because the villain had such a dangerous quirk," Momo responded with closed eyes. "Still, it was an experience." "Your day will come, Momo. The situation may not always be ideal, but I assure you you're ready. You're still a student, so Ryukyu has to take all the responsibility for you students." "I understand that, but even during my internship all I've done is train and train. I want to handle a real case. Like a hero. And in the near future you will. Just give it some time," he said in a warm tone. He decided to change the subject, seeing this was turning slightly unpleasant. "I told you about the football game, right?" "You did. Unfortunately, I won't be able to attend." "I figured you'd say that. You made a commitment, and I'm proud you're sticking to it." Maybe I should team up with the agency a little more often, he joked. I would like that. I actually asked Mr. Aizawa if I could reach out to one for a work study, sarcastically of course. I can only imagine his reaction to that question, though I doubt one would have minded, he said with closed eyes, a charming smile and a shrug. Momo rested a hand on her cheek, smiling beautifully at him. Did you ever find them? Izuku knew what she meant. Unfortunately, no. I informed the police of what was happening and to be on the lookout, but they didn't turn up. You know there was no way I was letting them touch Eri, right? Of course, that goes without question. But I'm curious, did you ever tell your teachers about that fiasco? No, I kept it to myself. If they knew I had a run-in with the league, even if they knew I wasn't a target, they would have cracked down on my classmates and the other students at UA. Momo looked at him, her fingers intersecting. There's already a lot of animosity thrown our way. The last thing I want is to make the dorm experience more hectic for everyone. Consider it as usual, Izuku said as their waitress came back. She poured each of them a glass of non-alcoholic wine before bowing and leaving the bottle on the table. Izuku took a sip of the wine and his eyes widened. This is really good. I told you, Momo said back to him charmingly before taking a sip of her own. So sweet and fruity, I might need to invest in this company. You said you were interested in business deals. How did everything go the other day? It went great. I really loved the energy and their acceptance of my vision and their desire to make it happen. I just hope everything goes well when the shoes finally come out, Izuku said. I've seen some of your designs, so I'm sure they'll be busy for a long time. What about Hammond? Izuku chuckled lightly, remembering his meeting from the other day. Love, that was a very interesting meeting. Momo smiled at him curiously. Now I'm curious. Was it bad at all? Not so much bad. I just threw them for a loop. As all. They were expecting a simple endorsement deal but were understandably taken aback when I told them I wanted equity in the company. Momo's eyes widened. You did what? She asked in surprise. Izuku chuckled, closing his eyes and rubbing the back of his head. I guess in hindsight it was a pretty aggressive ask. Thankfully, they weren't completely against the idea. They were just concerned about getting into business with me on that level. From their perspective, they just see me as a current hot topic, but they did say I have potential to be a good partner. I presented myself as someone who saw a lucrative business opportunity, believed in their brand, and would work hard for all of us to thrive. They wanted to think about it, but I think I was able to help them get past their apprehension. Now we're just waiting to hear back. That is interesting. Hammond is a water company, correct? That's right, perfect name for one too. Taku was surprised when I told him I wanted to sell water. What brought that up? Momo asked. Surprisingly, it was Eri. She and Dad joined me for my morning workout a few days ago. She packed the water, and instead of bringing typical alkaline, she packed something called Bitmean water. I had seen it in supermarkets and convenience stores but wasn't interested enough to try it. Long story short, after trying it I liked it so much I not only bought a bunch of them, I also decided that was a company I should invest in. That's an interesting avenue. Most heroes tend to promote energy drinks, soda or juice. I can't recall one who promoted water. Izuku smiled with charming confidence. Not yet. But there is a method to my madness. I know from personal experience people don't always drink soda, juice or alcohol. Water can be bland, but given the taste of flavor water and how you market it, it's the most popular and healthier option wherever you go. Their waitress came with their appetizers. She placed the food on the table and both teens were pleased by both the appearance and smells of their food. She turned to Momo. Chef Zeph wanted me to tell you. Cuisines à la perfection, comme vous l'aimez, she said in perfect French. Momo met her eyes. Dites lui que je dit merci et lui souhaite rien d'autre que du succès. The waitress bowed. Oui, dame. Izuku watched the woman leave, turning to his confidently smiling girlfriend. I've got to learn French. I wouldn't mind teaching you if you want, Izuku. I know, I just need to make the time. Don't know if I'll ever go to France, but I wouldn't mind learning another language. Father used to say there are many people around the world, full of different languages and cultures. It's important to gain knowledge from several places, because if it only came from one place, knowledge would become rugged and stale. That's why he wanted me to learn so many languages, so I could gain tools and knowledge from people of different cultures. Not to mention it makes you feel special being so bilingual? Izuku joked with a smile. Momo blushed slightly. I'm just grateful for my privileged upbringing, she said, slightly defensive before the two took a bite of their food, and an explosion of flavor burst in Izuku's mouth. He has had harumaki several times, but not like this. Every ingredient was cooked and prepared to absolute perfection. It felt as if he were in food heaven, and this was only the appetizer. The two continued to talk and eat as they enjoyed their meal. This truly was food heaven. They enjoyed their main courses and desserts. The food was truly wonderful, as Momo said it would be. Izuku asked for the check as well as wanting to pay his compliments to the chefs. The waitress took his debit cards and went to pay their bill. As she did this, she went into the kitchen to inform the chefs. After a few minutes, out came a blonde-haired man with a weird twisted mustache, beard and a long chef's hat and uniform, while also having a peg leg to replace his right leg. And to Izuku's surprise was the yellow-eyed, spiky, dark red-headed boy from the Japanese eatery Yukihira, Soma Yukihira. Soma? Izuku said in a surprised tone at seeing the other boy. Soma's eyes widened at seeing a familiar customer at his family's restaurant. Midoriya? I had no idea you were the chef making my food tonight. I'm a little embarrassed I didn't notice, he said, gently scratching his cheek. Soma chuckled lightly. Not a problem, Midoriya. If I knew you were my customer, I would have put my own spin on it. He turned to the older man, but Chef Zeph wouldn't let me. You're damn right I wouldn't, he said to the younger chef, clearly scaring him. He turned back to Momo. Mademoiselle Yayorozu, how have you enjoyed yourself? I hope the food was to your liking. It was excellent as always, Chef Zeph. I'll be sure to inform Mother and Father that they should definitely pay this location a visit. I appreciate that. I see that this restaurant has more of a female presence than the French restaurant. Is that a sign of progress? That brat Sanji's in charge here, so he can hire at his leisure. Zeph sighed with crossed arms. I see, Momo replied. Izuku eyed the chef. Wait, do you not hire female chefs? It's not from a lack of skill. I just can't punish female workers in the same way I can male workers. Izuku raised a brow. What does that mean? Chef Zeph might not look it, but he's quite the gentleman, Izuku. Meaning, no matter the situation, he won't hit a woman, Momo answered. Soma rubbed the back of his head. Thank heaven for that, this old man hits hard. Zeph was irked by that comment. Who are you calling old, you brat? He exclaimed, kicking Soma in the face with his prosthetic leg, sending him to the floor. Oh, I see. So you're a fan of physical discipline? Izuku commented casually, completely ignoring the heavy hit Soma just took. Zeph looked him in the eyes, a serious yet calm expression on his face. It's a habit from my hero days, some things you just can't change, he answered casually. Wait, you used to be a hero, sir? Izuku asked, surprised. I was in France's top 10 for almost 2 decades. I retired and became a cook after I lost my leg saving a brat. I'm the former Redfoot hero Zeph, at your service. Izuku's quirk nerd flared at this information. Redfoot? Does that have something to do with your quirk? The black boots I wore were always soaked deeply with the blood of villains, which was my goal every time I entered a fight. Izuku went starry-eyed. If you don't mind, do you mind telling me what your quirk is, chef? Zeph waved his hand. Don't have one. Izuku was in utter shock to hear this. Someone like him, who was also quirkless, reached the echelons of heroism without a quirk. Wait, you were a quirkless pro-hero? Yes. It was brutal work, but I made it happen." As he said this, Izuku shot a glance at Momo, who was giving him a knowing look. "A quirkless hero. I never would have guessed." Zeph shrugs it off. That was a long time ago. I'm happy you two enjoyed the meal. Feel free to come back anytime." The waitress brought Izuku's card back. After signing it and giving her a generous tip, he put it in his wallet, and the two were ready to leave. Momo bowed her head. "We certainly will. You all take care." Izuku said as he saluted with 2 fingers. Izuku wrapped an arm around Momo as the two exited the restaurant. As they walked away, they heard Zeph reprimand Soma for a slight mistake on some soup. They heard him kick him but didn't see it. "Good luck, Soma," Izuku thought. Izuku had already called a cab to take Momo back to U.A. He didn't mind as he was going to patrol tonight, as he still hadn't found Stain. He had tipped Endeavor and the police he was in the city, and most likely after the Flame Hero. Momo got in the car. Izuku held the door open, smiling as he looked at her with eyes full of love. "I'd call this date night a huge success. I told you this restaurant would be good," Momo answered with a sexy smile. Izuku gave her a charming look. "That'll teach me to always trust your judgment. I'll see you soon, love." "I look forward to it," he said as he leaned in and the two shared a kiss. After breaking apart, Izuku closed the door and allowed the taxi to drive her home. Izuku watched the car drive off before he headed off in the opposite direction. He decided to take a walk to work off the food before getting into costume. As he began to make his way, he suddenly heard a loud blast coupled with a burst of flames in the distance, followed by an iceberg rising into the sky. Izuku ran in the direction of the action before dipping into an alley and getting into costume. One headed over, ending up in an alley. The scent of blood hit his nostrils, and as he looked at what was before him, he saw an alley lined with fire, with ice blocking the back of it along with broken ice all over, clearly having been cut. He sensed 3 familiar presences when he got close, one of which made it clear he needed to hurry. He saw Shoto Todoroki, on the ground and blood pouring from his missing left arm, his crimson life flowing into 2 others. Stain was standing before Endeavor, who was leaned up against a wall, a sword shoved into the hero's left shoulder, and the killer having a look of utter malice. A terrifying expression that seemed as if he was doing honorable work, given the enjoyment one sensed from the villain. Stain seemed to notice he'd been spotted. The murderous eyes that locked on one became full of shock when he saw him. "One," was all he was able to state before the hero blitzed towards him with a kick. Stain brought his sword out of Endeavor to block, only for the blade to shatter, and the hero's foot connecting with his chest, breaking several ribs and sending him crashing into the wall of ice. Stain groaned from the pain. Several of his ribs were broken, and he was standing before the strongest hero he could ever face. This was the worst situation in every way. He should have just finished Endeavor instead of talking. He's spoken with Dabi, and he's seen enough to know that Endeavor is a fake hero who must be culled. The killer swallowed his pain. "One, don't get involved in this," he said as he slowly picked himself up. "If I did that, I wouldn't be much of a hero, would I?" A wave of power aura spread through the alley. "Your reign of terror ends right here, right now, Stain." His words had strong determination, and his will scared the killer at his core. The killer slowly stood up, clearly still in pain from the hit. "We've done this before, haven't we, One?" he said as he fully stood up. "I've been following your exploits. You've been motivating the fakers in your own way. Well, I'm doing it in my way. These two are frauds who don't deserve the title. Hero. He said with suffocating bloodlust. Endeavor, who was covered in cuts, couldn't move. He just kept his eyes on Shoto. "One. Be careful," he said as he spat up a little blood. "Please. Save Shoto." Stain pointed his broken sword at the man. "Oh, suddenly a loving father, are you? You're only dedicated to making him a fraud just like you. I take that back, you want him to be a bigger and better one. That's why you both have to die tonight. What about the people who needed more than just their bodies saved? Not once have you been a true hero to anyone. Your fruitless obsession with surpassing all might has only led to suffering. Stop it! One bellowed, shaking the villain to his core. He crouched down to attend to Shoto. The young hero was paralyzed by the villain's quirk, so one quickly tore a piece of the teen costume to make a tourniquet, quickly tying it tight to stop the bleeding. Thanks, one. The dual-haired teen groaned with gratitude. Endeavor looked at him worriedly. Stain tried to take this opportunity to stab Endeavor in the neck with his broken blade, only for one to intercept him. He kicked the villain away. Using the wall of ice, Stain leaped to the roof in an attempt to escape. Before he could go anywhere, he was met by a palm strike to his chin. The blow was heavy before he took several punches to his chest, stomach, shoulder, and face. One ended his assault with a punch to the face that sent Stan sprawling. He was barely able to push past the pain and tried to stand before he fell on bended knee. Stain coughed, trying to recuperate. Raising his eyes, he saw one standing confidently before him. You're not getting away this time. Who knows how many people I let down when I allowed you to escape. Even though I tipped him off that he was your target, Endeavor couldn't escape you. I swore Iwabami would be the last person I'd let you hurt. Stain grimaced, his eyes meeting the hero's. You care so much about that fraud? I'm disappointed. She wasn't a hero, just a celebrity who capitalized on the title, Stain exclaimed. When people I couldn't sense were trapped and injured in Kaminio, it was Iwabami who told me where to find them. You killed the rescued hero, you fool. Sure, she may have indulged the celebrity aspect a little too much, but that doesn't change the fact that many lives were saved because of her. These words seemed to hit Stain like a sucker punch. His one-track mind doesn't allow him to have a broad perspective, to take a moment and see the good the hero has done and could do, just whether or not they fit his standard of a hero. That fraud cared more about posing for the camera than helping people just because it was the right thing to do, Stain said, almost growling. I've told you before, the term hero is an occupation. But that doesn't mean everyone has the physical power to handle every situation. There's nothing wrong with having a side job, because to me, Iwabami was very committed to saving as many people as she could. And you come along and snuff that out. In a sense, you endangered more people by doing that. Stain lowered his head. One could sense his mental strife. What he said had clearly gotten to the killer. Stain quickly raised his head. You're wrong. I'm wrong, huh? Every pro can't beat the bad guy, but every pro can save lives. How am I wrong? Because it's not just one hero. He began to shake with frustration. It's this society, the system. Right down to the bottom of how this shit works. It pumps out fraudulent heroes. Every year dozens of bastards are pumped out into the populace to make people feel safe and secure. His eyes met once. But you want to know what I see? I see nothing but fraudulent, incompetent, self-righteous shit. And it's not until I get in a room by myself I can't get the smell out of my nose. It's not just about you, Stain. HI's words hit the villain. It's not just about you. Not your pain, your disappointment, your standards. It's about the lives that need to be preserved, protected, and the lesson that needs to be taught. Stain gripped his broken sword. And that lesson is what? One met his gaze. Using your abilities to save every life you can, even if it costs you your life. That is the true test of a hero. And come what may, most are honored that they could leave that type of legacy. Stain took in the hero's words, and they truly racked his brain. He's killed so many. Even if one was right, those fakes weren't like that, were they? This society was too far gone in worshipping the negative aspect of heroes. He wasn't wrong, his mission was just, but as he stared down someone he saw as a true hero, his resolve and his ideal wavered, even if only slightly. Stain gripped his broken sword. Maybe in another life I could have taught that lesson. But in this life, he tossed the broken sword at the hero. The fakes need to be culled. Kicking off the ground, he blitzed towards the hero. He was faster than before, but not too fast for one's eyes to follow. Stain pulled out a knife, attempting to stab the hero. The hero blocked the knife with his right back fist, shattering the blade. In that same moment, the hero gripped the killer's arm, holding him in place before bringing up his left foot, kicking Stain in the face and launching him 2 rooftops over. Stain landed on his back, quickly rolling into a better position, the pain of that last attack still reeling. Stain was crouched down, drawing a knife and ready to fight one. Damn, that hurt, he thought as he went on edge, waiting for one to strike. As he readied to face his enemy, he felt a mix of fear and relief. Despite his newfound fame since their last meeting, one was still the true hero he recognized. He hasn't met a single one since, and if he was going to die, he was thankful he'd go at the hands of a hero he's acknowledged. In a flash, one appeared before him. The aura coming off of him intimidated the killer to his soul. There was no denying how serious he was about stopping him. Tachibana had warned him to stay away from Muzurifu, but he couldn't do that. His mission required equal endeavor. His bloodlust was palpable as his eyes narrowed at one who appeared before him. Stain took a battle stance, his aura taking the shape of red demonic power that would have paralyzed most people where they stood with absolute fear. This was a technique he himself invented, bloodless binding. He seldom used this, as in many ways this was his ultimate technique. Even Endeavor couldn't withstand such killing intent, allowing Stain to cut him multiple times and cut off Shoto's arm. Either of them ever stood a chance. One released a wave of power aura, overwhelming Stain's fearful bloodlust. Stain found it hard to breathe for a moment. Such power, such an indomitable will, he thought as the heroes stared him down. Reading each other perfectly, the two lunged at each other in bursts of speed. Stain tried to slash one with his knife. The hero read his moves with perfect precision, swatting the arm away with his left. One quickly brought his right under Stain's arm, hyperextending it before dislocating it. Before Stain could register the pain, one landed a palm strike to his chin. Stain staggers back from the blow. In a flash, one drops below Stain and lands a lotus kick to his stomach, launching him into the air. One rises up. Dragon Gale! The hero did a high spin kick, creating a massive tornado with the head of a dragon. The attack swallowed up Stain, cutting him with razor-sharp wind, all while hammering him. The dragon rose into the air before slamming back down to the ground before dissipating, revealing a beaten, blood-soaked Stain. One looked over the edge. Seeing his enemy was defeated, he pulled out his phone to call this in. Stain was knocked out, so he left him to check on Endeavor and Shoto. The pro's body was riddled with cuts, while Shoto had few injuries, the biggest of which was his severed left arm. With today's technology and enough timing, they should be able to reattach it. After a few minutes, EMS as well as the police came and collected the heroes and the injured villain. One assisted in the process, and as he watched them leave, he was thankful that that was one thing off his list. However, he still needed to interrogate Stain and find out what Tachibana's plans were. The hero killer had claimed so many lives, and now it was over. The city was relevantly peaceful, but there were still things he needed to handle. He's enjoyed the day he spent with his family. There weren't any requests on the app, so he chose to personally oversee the ambulance transporting Stain. After seeing the villain was delivered to the villain hospital, he finally left it alone. He decided to hop around the region looking for crime and decide to call it a night based on what happens by midnight. He knew the next day would be filled with interrogating Stain and finding answers to what was going on in the shadows of hero society. A lot was going on in his life and the world of heroes, and he would face it all with his best judgment, a clear mind and unclouded eyes. Chapter 35 Choices. Izuka got up early the next morning. Eri had snuck into his bed, and so he had to get out swiftly so as to not disturb her peaceful sleeping. The sun had just come up, and all through his morning workout all he could think about was his confrontation with Stain last night. He was sure everyone had gotten where they needed to, along with getting the medical attention they all needed, and before going to school he'd be sure to check on all of them. Inside he knew this was only the beginning. Stain was the first piece in discovering Tachibana's plan. There were still so many mysteries surrounding his former senpai, fueling his desire to uncover them, find her, and stop her. Because just from what he's seen so far, her actions have done nothing but concern him. Helping the League of Villains, attacking U.A, not only rescuing but clearly training Stain, and orchestrating a prison break at Tartarus and freeing an inmate. He knew there had to be a reason for all of this. The Taki Tachibana he knew would have never done any of this. He should have tried harder to confront her in Yamanashi, but he allowed her to escape, leaving nothing but a destroyed train station to show for it. Then he found out she knew his identity, because of course she was someone who could figure it out, and to his surprise she hadn't told a soul. All for One would have definitely brought it up if he knew. He got the impression that maybe she was protecting him in her own way, or maybe she wanted him to find her, or that she was possibly testing him. He calmed his mind and allowed the crashing of the waves on the shore to clear his mind. He opened his eyes before slowly standing up. He took a cool, crisp breath as he basked in the sun's rays. He had class in an hour and a half, giving him a window of work to do. Izuku ran towards the hospital in a light sprint before finding a secluded spot and getting into costume. One entered the hospital, and the receptionist told him where to find Endeavor and Todoroki. He headed to the half-and-half team first. His severed arm looked like a clean cut, making it relatively easily reattachable, but he was still concerned. As he made his way, he passed a familiar woman. She was short, wearing scrubs with messy pink hair and a ponytail and blue eyes. She had a petite figure with a relatively cute face and a natural bland expression. One knew who she was. He had arrested her and several of her friends half a year ago. He smiled at her as she walked towards him. "Good morning, Maki. How are you doing?" "Patiently waiting to end another day of work release." "That's how I'm doing," she answered calmly as she walked past him. One kept his smile. "Come on. I think this is a good work release program, all things considered." Maki turned from him. "I guess it could be worse. They dragged me in here late last night to reattach a kid's arm." "Well, if it was your handiwork, I'm sure he's doing fine. I'm actually here to see him. Is he doing well?" "I made him hold his own damn arm while I reattached bones, blood vessels, nerves, and muscles. But yeah, he was fine last time I saw him." "Your quirk is really fascinating. I'm a little disappointed I didn't get to see it." She turned and walked away. "My power's not your show." One watched her go. "When she's not trying to kill or rob you, she actually seems pretty nice," he thought before continuing to head to Todoroki's room. He gently knocked, hearing a light response before entering. He met eyes with the dual-powered teen. He was propped up in his bed, the TV showing the news at a low volume. Todoroki had a look of surprise at seeing the hero. "One?" "Hey Todoroki, how are you feeling?" he warmly asked as he entered. He raised his left arm. "My arm is a bit numb from the treatment, but I was told that's a good thing." He flexed his hand and wiggled his fingers. There was still a clear thin mark across his arm where it had been severed, but he was told that would fade with time. "They said it would take at least a week before I tried doing anything strenuous. My doctor actually made me hold it while she sewed everything back together." Her quirk was amazing, but her bedside manner was terrible. One chuckled lightly at his last remark. "That's because she wasn't a doctor, but a villain on work release." "They allow villains to work in hospitals?" "It's not so much that. Certain work release programs allow prisoners with different quirks and skill sets to give back to the community and help in suitable ways in exchange for lesser jail time or straight-up release. The point of this is to reform and allow current felons to gain skills to become productive members of society. That woman, Maki, is particularly good at stitching up wounds, both internal and external, and as you've seen, reattaching limbs is fairly simple for her." Todoroki looked at his arm. "I never would have guessed a villain would be the one who helped me." "The world is full of unexpected surprises, Todoroki." The other teen made a sigh of agreement. "I'm glad you and Endeavor are okay. I actually came for more than just to check on you too. How exactly did you both end up beaten by Stain anyway?" "I told Endeavor he was his target. I figured he'd be more careful," one said, arms crossed while eyeing the dual-haired teen. Todoroki's expression became solemn. "Endeavor didn't take him seriously enough. He came out of nowhere and injured the flaming sidekicker's forcing us to chase him. Now that I think about it, his plan was to separate Endeavor from us. The hero killer and Endeavor got ahead of me. I'm not sure what happened, but by the time I caught up, he had already cut up Endeavor and had him on the ground. He told me to leave, but there was no way I could leave Endeavor to die. I was able to get off a wave of ice, but he dodged it. And the next thing I knew, my arm was gone and my body was paralyzed by his quirk. I underestimate him as well. He looked the hero in the eyes. Thank you for rescuing us, one. It's fine, Todoroki, you did the right thing. But I hope you take this as a learning experience. Stain lured you into an obvious trap and a fight on his terms. In the future you should try to see through that kind of deception and act accordingly. Todoroki clenched his left fist, the mark on his arm. I'll work harder. I haven't forgotten what you said to me that day. You said that my power was mine, not my old man's. I went to his agency for my work study to become the hero and person I want to be. So you're just using Endeavor? All he is to me is a hero, that's all he's ever wanted to be. I guess to him I'm doing what he's always wanted, but I don't care. One saw the flash of coldness in his eyes. He had hoped he had gotten past this, but resentment still remains. Todoroki? I'm not asking you to forgive your I mean Endeavor. But speaking from personal experience, the longer you spend angry at someone, even if the reason is warranted, in a meta way, they rob you of another moment of happiness. It may be ignorant of me to say because I don't know your full situation, but be happy and continue to strive to be what you want to be. I guess overall what I'm trying to say is, you can move forward with your dad and be the hero you want to be. He turned to leave the room. Rest up. He left the room and went to check on Endeavor. Todoroki sat in his bed, eyeing his reattached limb. He had lost it trying to save him. He didn't even think about it. When he saw Endeavor down, his body just moved, and though it cost him, he doesn't regret a thing. What one said reminded him of a conversation he had with his mom when he visited her a while back. One made his way to Endeavor's room when he heard a cry of Shoto. Quickly entering, he saw that the flame hero had just woken up, breathing heavily. You okay, Endeavor? Turning to the voice, he was surprised to see one standing there. One? The hero entered. Hello, sir, lovely morning. He stepped closer to his bed. Happy to see you're doing better, all your cuts look to be stitched up. Endeavor did a light inspection of himself. I guess so. I just finished checking on Shoto. I told you Stain was after you, Endeavor. How did you fumble this badly? His glare flared. I'm not in the mood, one. Oh, I see, cranky when you first wake up. I'll ask you later. I'm going to interrogate Stain after this, but something he said got me thinking. You were genuinely worried about Shoto as I tried to help him, and Stain questioned your fatherly instincts. Does that mean you see Shoto as a person and not just an item you created? Or your masterpiece, as you've put it? The hero was quiet for a moment. You don't know anything about having a child, one. Maybe not. But the father you've been is the furthest thing from mine, and the kind I guarantee I will never be. I don't know, was Stain wrong? Are you done trying to make Shoto the hero you could never be? There was once again silence. That goal has lost any and all meaning. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Good to see you're still among the living, he playfully commented. I still don't know how to move forward and be a father. Shoto made it clear he only came to my agency to better himself as a hero, essentially using me for own purposes. I suppose I was a fool to think he would easily warm up to me, given everything I've done. He paused for a moment. But still, he lost an arm trying to save me, and I couldn't do a damn thing to help him. He grit his teeth, shame and anger prevalent in his expression. I want to ask you something, and it may come across as a bit personal. What is it? Endeavor answered with bland aggression. Did you want to be a father? At the time I kinda agreed with Stain. I couldn't tell if you were more worried about your son or your masterpiece. Endeavor's expression deepened with mixed emotions. once words hitting him at his core. His decisions were the result of all of this. It was only about what he wanted, his ambition, and he ruined his family because of it. Tuya died because of him, Natsuo hates his guts, and Fuyumi tries because she has Rei's kind heart. Same with Shoto, how he's treated him, how he's trained him, and the person he is nothing less than a miracle. He lowered his head. I didn't want any of this. All I wanted was to surpass All Might. I couldn't see the downsides of my endeavor. About that, since Shoto told me about it, I've racked my brain thinking about your family's situation. But try as I might, I still can't figure out why that was so important. It's common knowledge you've resolved more cases than All Might, and arguably saved more people. If you just wanted the rank of number 1, power wasn't the reason you never got it. The best hero doesn't necessarily mean the strongest hero. Endeavor was silent for a moment, meeting the hero's eyes before taking a breath and finding his words. When I was younger, I watched a man burn to death trying to save his daughter only for both of them to die. It was during my first year at U.A, and at that moment I decided to become a hero. I thought if I was the number 1 hero, the strongest hero, I could prevent anything like that from happening again. I was too obsessed with strength. I figured it was all that mattered. When I realized I could never be the strongest because of my quirk's drawbacks, I decided a child of mine without that drawback could fulfill my ambition for me. In a meta way, it only made sense to me. I've saved a lot of people throughout my career, but the hero killer was right about me. I was never able to be a true hero to anyone, especially to those who needed one. Good to know you cared so much at one point. That's really the only thing that kept you from passing All Might. The best heroes and leaders are the ones who care the most, and it's that care that kept All Might in the top spot. You allowed your ambition to corrupt the qualities that could have led to many positive endeavors. You never answered my question, did you want to be a father? Because it sounds to me you wanted a successor who happened to share your blood, and anything like fatherly love wasn't part of the deal. The older man's expression told him all he needed to hear. Surely a quirk doctor told you designing children was taboo and pretty messed up. You wanted children but not to be a father. I didn't want any of this, one. I just didn't think things would end up this way. I didn't want my children to die or hate me. I just couldn't give them anything but the world of heroes. I didn't know how to be anything but that. That's all I knew. I had nothing else to offer them. One read him perfectly. Who died? The hero thought. You may not have wanted it to be like this endeavor, but your actions led to this. You made a choice, and like every other choice any other human being has made, it has a consequence. From what I've seen, most of your kids hold animosity towards you, understandably so, but it's never too late to make things right with those you've wronged. For some people it's not easy to say, I'm sorry, or admit they're wrong, but that's the first step and it goes a long way in the path to atonement. He could sense the hero's conflicting feelings. Endeavor was done with this topic. You said you spoke to Shoto, is he doing well? He's fine. Arm's been reattached but he'll need some time away from the field. So his work study is on hold for the time being. Endeavor inwardly sighed in relief, thankful Shoto was okay. That's a relief. One sighed, though he understands Endeavor a bit more, he still can't wrap his head around the actions he took with regards to his family, as if that was even the word to use for it. It made him empathize with Todoroki and his siblings, unable to imagine how they must have felt growing up because of Endeavor. Well, I came to check on you and make sure you were okay. Rest up. I'll ask you about those stain details later. He turned to leave them room. One? He turned back to the older hero. Yes? Thank you. One was shocked by this, never expecting Endeavor of all people to thank him. This was even more surprising than when he complimented him that day they raced to stop crime. Still, a good sign. You're welcome. He almost left the room when he suddenly turned back. Endeavor? The hero met his gaze, the words, I love you. While not always needing to be said and can be conveyed through action, Just saying, and meaning it does mean a lot to the people in your life who matter," were his last words before leaving the hero's hospital room. One left the hospital and made his way to P.D. There was a hospital ward where injured villains were treated before being taken to prison. He made his way to the front desk. A woman with brown eyes and a blonde bob cut sat behind it. Her brown eyes met his. "Hello, one." She raised a hand to quiet him from speaking. "I'm sure you're here to see the hero killer, but you'll have to wait before he's processed and moved to holding before you can interrogate him." One's mouth was slightly opened. "But," he began, "we are greatly appreciative of everything you did last night. But he still needs to be checked out and cleared to be transported and tried. Plus, I'm sure there are questions he needs to answer. It would be wiser for you to come back this afternoon to continue your business." One deadpanned, slumping his shoulder. "Okay," he sighed. Shihasakai main base. Overhaul was busy working on a bullet. His creative juices have been firing all morning as he finally finished the final product. He finally had the cure to completely annihilate a quirk. He could barely contain his excitement as his plans were entering the final stages. And once they had Eri back, everything would be perfect. In a matter of time, the Shihasakai would be ruling over Japan from the shadows. He could only imagine the look on the boss's face once this was a reality. "Overhaul?" He continued working on a bullet and not turning from what he was doing. "What is it, Chrono?" "We just got a call from Toga and Twice. Apparently they saw Eri last night." The Yakuza boss quickly stopped what he was doing and turned to his henchman. "That was quick, you're sure?" Desperation and hope were clear in his words. "They said they were sure it was her. They think she was wearing a wig, but everyone around her called her Eri. So she's in Mizudafu. Who has her?" "They don't know that. All they said was that it was some family. They said they tried to take her, but one showed up and stopped them. Luckily it was just a bunch of Twice doubles. I knew it was a risk sending them to the city, but I didn't expect them to find Eri so quickly." "Did they say anything else?" "No, only that they spotted Eri at a festival in town and tried to take her. If I had to guess, one was in the right place at the right time to stop them. He's that last person we need finding out about our operation. Let's assume for the moment he doesn't know anything about Eri. Even the police in town don't know why we need her. The hero probably just thought he was saving a random kid." He paused for a moment. "We have to move quickly. Get Toga and Twice on the phone. We're going to Mizudafu." "Yes, sir." The white-cloaked Yakuza pulled out his phone and called the hideout. The school day came and went. Izuka stayed with his friends until they made it back to Mizudafu. It was 4 o'clock and he quickly got into costume. One headed towards Mizudafu P.D to interrogate Stain. Recovery Girl had been called in to fully heal his wounds, making him well enough to be moved into holding. He passed Tsukachi, who was speaking to the cat-faced officer Tamakawa. He spotted the hero as he made his way towards them. "Good afternoon, one." The detective greeted the hero. "Hello, detective, how have you been today?" "I've been alright. The hero killer is in custody, so that's one less thing for me to worry about." One crossed his arms. "While we're on the topic, has he made a fuss, or tried to escape?" "Surprisingly, no. He's been quiet as a mouse since he was transferred from the medical wing. That being said, we've got him bound and waiting in interrogation room E. We tried to contact you 3 hours ago, but you never picked up. I apologize for that. My hero phone is different from my civilian phone." Tsukachi shook off his response. "Anyway, he made it clear he wouldn't speak to anyone except you." "I see. Excuse me." He walked past the two toward the interrogation room. "Third row down to the left," Sensa stated as he left them. He turned back to Tsukachi. "Do you think he'll get anything out of him?" "Whether he does or doesn't, it doesn't change the fact Stain is headed to Tartarus. And since he was involved in that prison break, hopefully one can get some intel out of him." The cat-faced man nodded at his words, looking to the back of the independent hero, hoping all goes well. One looked through the safety glass of the interrogation room. There he saw Stain, restrained in a straitjacket, and a look that was surprisingly calm though a flash of anger was still visible. He opened the door to the room. The hero killer's eyes fell on the hero when he entered. One sensed the feelings inside the man at that moment, a mix of joy, relief, and disappointment. The two were silent as one took a seat in front of him. The two eyed each other for a moment before the hero decided to break the ice. "Your wounds seem to have healed up nicely, Akaguro," he said, using Stain's family name on purpose. "It's Stain. And you did that on purpose, didn't you?" One smiled. "I totally did." His jovial tone seemed to ease the tension a bit. "You failed your last mission. Both Endeavor and Shoto have been treated and are recovering nicely." The killer grit his teeth, angry at these facts. "So those fakes survived?" "Of course they did. I wasn't going to let them die." He sensed the anger and disappointment building within the killer. His eyes met the hero's. "Does that anger you?" "Irritatingly so," he responded with venom. One continued to smile. "I can imagine. I'm actually impressed. I told the police, as well as Endeavor, that you were in town, but you still got to him. It wasn't hard. It only took a day to find out where he lived. His children were the result of his fraudulence, not the cause or product, so they weren't my targets." "And the flaming sidekickers?" "They're fools who willingly follow Endeavor. I'd have finished them off after I was done with him and his son, but you intervened." "Thank goodness for my impeccable timing," he joked, pausing for a moment before speaking again. "It didn't have to be this way, you know." "Yes, it did. If it wasn't me, it just would have been someone else. Someone had to change this world back to its rightful state. Judge me all you want, one, but you can't deny I was able to weed out the fakes. Now the people have a relative image of what a true hero looks like." His gaze pierces the hero. "Kinda like you." One's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. "How do you figure?" "Remember what you said about people learning how to be a hero? How many frauds were, and still are, jealous of you, so they worked harder to meet your standard? How many more worked harder because of their fear of me? Many showed their true colors after the storm." The hero was quiet as he registered the man's words. "If I motivate people to do better, I'm more than fine with it. While everyone doesn't just have the natural instincts of a hero, I'm a firm believer that those who pursue the path of a hero can learn what it means to be worthy of that designation. It's undeniable that heroes have been working harder to keep the peace. This is especially true in cities you've visited. In that sense, fear became a decent motivator. But I stand by my statement that you chose the easier of two options." "Nothing about my mission was easy. If it were, I wouldn't have ended up here now. Arrested and on your way to prison, or living the life of a serial killer? For the sake of argument, let's say both. You know, you could make the argument that you've endangered many people. You said everything you do is to make a stronger society. Did that mean endangering the public was a part of it? A weak, fraudulent hero is as good as a useless hero. Like you me?" A wave of pressure came with the seriousness of his words. "That was a celebrity, not a hero. She had a side job," he exclaimed. "Rescue heroes like her can only use their quirks in specific situations. She's saved thousands of people from natural disasters. She was one of the first called for rescue operations. And because you couldn't think broader, you chose to snuff that out. I decided that fraud didn't deserve the title of hero. It was only natural the weaker of us would be culled." "Of course." One lowly sighed, completely unsurprised by his response. It still bothered him that his failure to stop him in Hosa led to all of this. "All right. Now that I have you, I have some choice questions for you, and I expect an answer." His voice was stern as their eyes met. "Where is Tachibana, and what is she planning?" Stain was silent, his question registering. He and Tachibana had several conversations about once since she saved him from arrest, and though she wouldn't tell him his name, it was clear she thought highly of him. He figured the two had a shared past, but he couldn't be sure. 1. What do you think of this superhuman society? How do you think it works? The hero was perplexed at his question. He figured his thoughts on it would be pretty clear by now. I think this society built on heroes and quirks has many positives, but there are many downsides. The largest of which is the idealization of quirks. Many people build their entire identity on what their quirk can do. Their power gives them validation as special. While there's nothing wrong with being born with an amazing power and being confident in your abilities, it often hurts more than it helps from carrying that mindset. People are often overly reliant on their quirks. This builds confidence, but it fuels an outright dangerous level of arrogance and ignorance. The same ignorance that tried to make me feel that being born quirkless was a bad thing, that there was something wrong with me. The way the laws are set up, this can also create people who have a desire, but don't know how to use their powers. So they use them for stupid things and make bad decisions. That lack of an outlet tends to make many villains. One lowered his head. And as for who runs this society? One leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms and eyeing the killer. I assume you're expecting me to say, the government. But given your tone and that look in your eyes, I take it there's some hidden truth I don't know. Stain smirked. Why good perception? He paused for a moment. While that may be true, the fact is that the darkness of this society goes deeper than you could possibly know. His tone intrigued the hero, curious as to where he was going with this. I've seen my fair share of darkness since becoming a hero. What exactly do you mean? I mean that you don't live in the society you think you do. It's actually a heavily and carefully crafted system. A farce in order to make it into their image. Everything from heroes selected, their presence in the public, the recognition they receive and the problems they solve. All of it is to create a picture-perfect image. The masses, ignorant to the truth, all the while this machine known as Hero Society keeps functioning as intended. It's the Public Safety Commission. They are the ones who truly run Hero Society. Along with that, they train their own heroes that are more akin to soldiers and pull all the strings. Here's something I doubt you know, your friend Hawks is one of them. Do you remember that hijacking the day we met? It's hard to forget something like that. I did some investigating and found the hijackers were brainwashed by a group calling themselves the Villain Factory. All for One was their biggest contributor, but surprisingly the group has been quiet for a while now. Well, they're dead. The name Villain Factory isn't even on the lips of the public, that's intentional. They're just one of many villainous organizations who were assassinated and deliberately kept out of the public. Eliminating people before they can possibly become a threat, putting up a positive front to glorify heroism while in the background essentially bastardizing the word. That is the true function of this hero society. Outside the room, Tsukachi and several other officers listened in on what Stain was saying. This was new information to everyone. The Public Safety Commission was essentially the institution responsible for the hero regulations and the ones in charge of managing hero affairs. Tsukachi kept a stern expression, a part of him unsure if he should even be hearing this. His dedication to justice pushed aside any concerns he had and compelled him to listen more. Tsukachi, should we stop him? Sensa asked, concern apparent in his voice. No, let him keep talking. We can look to confirm it later, but as of now this is interesting information. Hawks? One thought aloud. His eyes never left the killer's. He allowed him to fully say what he intended to, and his revelation was not as shocking as he thought it would be. I figured there were people in positions of power who make this society function. Manipulation of the media is a textbook example of that. How does this tie into what Tachibana is planning? She wants to tear it all down. No, that's not exactly right. She wants to create a state of chaos, an era where only true heroes can rise to maintain peace. A peace not created by twisted bureaucratic administrators who bastardize the word hero, but peace brought about by true heroes. Many thoughts ran through one's mind after hearing his response. Tachibana wants to create a state of chaos in order for true heroism to shine. He fully understood what Stain had said, but there were still pieces missing from this story. He needed to find Tachibana and find out what exactly happened to her for her to go down this route. What about Lady Nagant? Stain's aura shifted at this question. She was one of the commission victims. Someone who wanted to be a hero but had her ideas corrupted by their sense of justice. When she tried to leave and keep her ideals of heroism, she was tossed into Tartarus to rot. A small smile formed on his lips. We're quite alike, actually. So Lady Nagant was one of these commission-trained heroes? She even helped train Hawks, who, given what she said, is probably the most two-faced hero they've ever trained. Humph, Hawks does have a mysterious side about him. Be that as it may, I still consider him a friend, and I plan on having a talk with him about this. Good luck with that. These people thrive on control and having things done their way. As Stain spoke, one's thoughts went to the day he first met Hawks. He'd wanted to know about the USJ attack, and even after he told him, the mentioning of Tachibana seemed to startle him, though it only lasted a moment. He recalls asking him about her, but Hawks shrugged it off, though it was clear they had a connection. Now to find out Hawks was secretly trained by the Public Safety Commission, and Tachibana broke into Tartarus to free someone who was in that same program, his thoughts came together as he eyed Stain. Stain, was Tachibana a part of that group with Hawks and Lady Nagant? The hero killer smiled widely. You finally got it! He exclaimed, startling thoughts outside with sudden outbursts. The only difference between Tachibana and the other two is that they could never bound her. She kept a commitment to heroism and justice in her heart those bastards at the commission couldn't corrupt. My mission may be over, but hers is just starting. One noted of the look in Stain's eyes, it was slightly alarming. And where exactly can I find her? Couldn't say. Stain replied, obviously lying. So you don't intend to give her up? One turned away from the villain and took a breath. She's my old senpai. When I first began my training, she was one of the few people who believed in me and helped me. He met the man in his eyes. Stain? This hero's society may be messed up, but it's not a lost cause. And if she wants to create a state of chaos, false heroes won't be the only ones dragged into it. The blood of innocent people will be shed and many may lose their lives, and I can't allow that. Tell me where she's hiding. Please, I've got to stop her? Silence filled the room as the killer's response was in waiting. Stain met his eyes, and in them one saw and sensed nothing but calm and acceptance coming from him. We're allies in the same fight. We both seek to change this world for the better. I've told you enough, now find her yourself. One sighed at his words. But I will tell you this, one. A revolution is on the horizon. I don't see you getting out of the way, so I suggest you get on board. One registered his words. There are still pieces to this story that I'm missing. I sense that you're not lying at all, but I can't just let you endanger the lives of the innocent just to prove a point. Stain, your actions may have created the discourse of what constitutes a true hero. But your choices and the way you went about it were undoubtedly wrong. I told you before, you could have led by example and showed others what a hero should really be. That look in your eyes hasn't changed, and because you made the wrong choice it has to end like this. Because of that you'll always be the hero killer. But you could have been more. One stood up. I hope that. You keep those thoughts and the heart of a hero. He turned to leave the room. Goodbye. I'm going to find Tachibana, this era of chaos you mentioned. I won't let it come to pass. All Might may not be here anymore, but it doesn't matter, because I got this. Stain said nothing as he looked to his back. One left the room, leaving Stain with his thoughts. This was effectively the end of his mission. He was going to Tartarus. If he didn't get life, he'd be lucky. Honestly, he hoped he'd be dead before it ever came to this. But in true hero fashion, he was spared. He had no regrets whatsoever. He chose this path, and though he wished it was longer and had more of an impact on society, he was able to at least start a conversion. True heroism is slowly fading from this society. He saw that early on and wanted to save it. Quirks are the norm, and hero is a job. Just the concept of those two things being intertwined infuriated him to no end. Maybe he could have become a hero who led by example, but he figured this hero society was too far gone. He turned to one as he left the room. If I had met someone like you early on, things may have been different. One sensed Stain's eyes on him, but didn't turn to face him. You could have been the ideal hero, but you chose to be the hero killer. Goodbye, Stain. One left the room, walking to exit the hospital, the new information fresh in his head and a serious desire to get more answers, and stop his old senpai. Shai Hasaikai Muzudafa hideout. So, you said you found Eri? Overhaul asked, standing in front of Twice and Toga while he was guarded by Nemoto and Chrono. Twice saluted. Yes, sir, Mr. Overhaul, sir. We saw he last night. She's definitely here in Muzudafu. I watched her several times throughout the festival. If people didn't call her by her name, I never would have known it was her. Do you know where she is, and what family she's staying with? That we don't know. But we're certain we saw her. Twice responded. So you have nothing? Overhaul stated. Twice raised his hands in defense. No, we confirmed she was in this city. I tried to take her with my doubles, but one showed up. If that were the real us, we'd both be in jail right now. Well, lucky you. Overhaul's tone was nonchalant, but internally he was overjoyed. They finally had a lead on Eri, the finished product was done, things were finally falling back into place. Toga eyed Overhaul. Shouldn't you be happy, at least a little? Your daughter is somewhere in the city, you've been looking for her for a long time, right? I am happy. Do you remember where your clones were when they found her? Twice went silent for a moment as he thought. They were near this ice cream shop called Heavenly Creamery. One of my Toga doubles took a mental note of it at the time. Then that's where we're going. But before that, what happened to one? I already told you, he took out all my doubles like it was nothing. It was freaking terrifying when those memories came back to me. Once been after the League ever since Tamura attacked UA. He knows we're here, so it's not smart for us to still be here. We got you what you were looking for, and now we're leaving, Toga stated, her tone not entertaining a debate in the matter. The three Yakuza took in their words, this clearly wasn't an ask. Overhaul decided to placate them. Coincidence or not, they got more info in 2 days than they've gotten in months. Fine. I'll be calling more men to help with the search. He and his henchmen turned to leave, he returned a look back at them. Good work, you two, he said with expressionless casualness. The three Yakuza left the hideout, leaving the two villains inside. Toga's casual expression morphed into a sly smile. Wow, that was easier than I thought. Twice gestured to her, excitedly. Step one of your plans in motion, Toga. I knew that bird-masked freak would rush over here when he knew we found the girl. Even knowing that once onto them and knows they're looking for her, they still rushed over here. That tells me he's been keeping tabs on her. Given what you told him last night about their secret passage, he'll definitely put more attention on them. And even if he finds her, one will crush them as they try to take her or bust into their base to save her. We just have to make sure we're there to get revenge for Big Sis Mag after the fact. I didn't know you were such a broad thinker, Toga. Toga raised her arms and stretched. When I feel like it. Come on, we need to go find some people to make good disguises. Right behind ya. Overhaul? Chrono asked, noting the shift in his leader at this new information. Get Tinai on the phone. I want the 8 bullets to come out here to look around. The white-cloaked Yakuza didn't argue. On it. We'll find her, boss. Things will go back to normal in no time. I'll be more secure about everything once we find Eri. Kashyyyk. After knocking out a few requests on the app, and handling some incidents along the way, one made it to Kashyyyk to follow up on Twice's info. He walked along Shiki Street and Merchi Drive. This was the place where Twice told him where the entrance to one of Shai Hasakai's secret passages was. As he looked around, the area looked vaguely familiar. It dawned on him that this was close to where he first met Eri, meaning this passage was the one she must have escaped from. He activated his scanner and spotted an alleyway with a door that led down a flight of stairs. While normally it could be just a basement of the building, he decided to check it out as it fit what Twice had described to him. "In Tech, are you there?" After a moment his sidekick answered. "Reading you loud and clear, one. I think I may have found the entrance to the secret passage Twice told me about. Assuming this is the right place, I'll be releasing spy flies to map out the tunnels." Intech hit a couple keys. "Alright, let them loose when you're ready." Upon opening the door and descending the stairs, the hero saw that before his was a wide, brightly lit hallway that went who knows where. He figured this was just one of several passages and couldn't help but be impressed. This was how they were able to so easily move in the shadows undetected. One opened the pouch on his belt that contained his case of spy flies, opening it, and the eyes of all the tiny insect robots lit up, signifying their activation. They freed themselves from the case and began to fly. "Spy flies are a go. You do what you have to, and anything you overlook they'll pick it up for you. We don't know how vast these tunnels are. If I had to guess, the Yakuza had someone with a digging quirk build these," Intex said. One agreed. "My thoughts exactly. Be on your guard. You said a Twice double was eager to tell you about this place. This could be a trap or some kind of setup on their end." "I hear you. Not to mention if Overhaul sent them to Muzurafu to look for Eri and they succeeded in finding her. There's a chance they tipped him off. That, coupled with Twice information about this tunnel, is all the reason I need to finally put them down." "I agree with you on that. But do you think it was smart to not keep Eri inside for the time being? They made an attempt on her after all." "I have considered that. But Eri's had a sense of security and normality since she came to live with us, and I don't want to jeopardize that." Intex sighed on the other end of the line, a bit worried as they were leaving part of this to chance. Call it a hunch, but he couldn't escape the thoughts he had about Eri's safety, and though once actions came from a loving place, that same love was affecting his judgment. If he weren't so attached to Eri and she was any other kid he saved, he wouldn't leave things to chance like this. "One, I'm going offline for a while." "Okay, where are you going?" "This incident with Twice and Toga has got me cautious. I'm going to give Eri something I should have given her months ago." "And that is?" "A special charm necklace." He figured the necklace was a tracker of some kind. In all honesty, he should have given her something like that when she first came to live with them, but he never got around to it. "Alright, I'm sure she'll like it." He then remembered something happened last night. "In Tech? I just remembered my mom set up a playdate for Eri today." "Noted. Give them a heads up and tell them I'm coming. I'll be there in about 15. "Alright." He pulled out his hero phone and gave his mom a quick call. "Hello, son." His mom answered after a couple rings. "Hi, Mom. I'm just calling to let you know Intech's coming over to give a necklace to Eri. It's a tracker just in case something happens. We're already at the Olstons. I'm sure we'll be fine, just tell him he can come by the house later." Hearing his mom's optimism shook off any worries the hero had. "Alright. Actually, I'll go get it and give it to her when I come home." "That's fine. Don't work too hard, Izuku. I'll be fine." He ends his call and gets back to the matter at hand. The spy flies were doing their thing, so one took off into a sprint down the hallway. He was in the Yakuza's secret passage, and he was sure this would lead to their base at some point. He needed to get moving, and who knows what he'd discover in these passages. He was a green blur moving through the tunnels. One had quickly found about 3 exits, all leading to a different section of the city. It was very impressive, but he still hasn't found where these tunnels originated. He suspected it was from the Shai Hasaikai's main base, but it was hard finding where that was given the complexity of the tunnels. "One, can you hear me?" The voice of Chuntaro Fujiwara came into his cowl, forcing him to stop running. "Yes, sir, loud and clear. This is unexpected. What can I do for you? Is everything fine with Intech?" "Besides being a threat to nature, he's fine. I actually want to speak with you because I have a case for you." One narrowed his eyes slightly at his tone. "What's the problem, sir?" "Long story short, I made 20 prototype battle suits for the government, and now they seem to have gone missing. Apparently a security guard who was guarding the warehouse is the prime suspect, as he too is also missing. I need you to find him, destroy the suits or preferably reclaim them. One stopped himself. I can do that. But how did he get them in the first place? I take it this was a government warehouse, it couldn't have been easy to get them. That's the missing piece of the puzzle, isn't it? All I can confirm at the moment is that he had help from an ash-haired woman. Ash-haired? He thought aloud before lowering his head, knowing it had to be her. Damn it, senpai! He inwardly exclaimed. Ironically, this woman seemed to somehow have the codes to unlock the suits. Which is strange, because I made these years ago and only a select few people even know they exist. Didn't you make a failsafe? A way to shut the suits down if the need ever arose? While normally I would have, these were only prototypes, and they've been under nothing but improvement and maintenance since I made them. I should also mention they went missing a week ago. The only reason I know about this now is because Yamato called and told me. So this situation is serious enough for the Prime Minister to reach out for help. One thought as he registered all the information. Alright, I'll see what I can do. What exactly am I dealing with? I'm sure it's nothing you can't handle. The suits are made of a durable metal alloy of my own creation. The energy they exude increases the wearer's strength by several 100%. Despite how bulky they look, they also provide maximum mobility. I'm sending you a picture of the suits and the suspect now. Check your hero phone. An alert came through on his phone. One looked to see that the doctor had sent him a photo of the suits and profile of a man named Ukanikis. He was bald with a large head, while the suits were black and bulky looking. Ukanikis, 215 centimeters tall, weighing 210 kilograms. I see the suits, and if they're as impressive as you described, someone like him should be pretty strong. Any ideas where he may be, or plans he may have for the suits? At the moment, all we can do is speculate. Yamato doesn't want the truth of those suits being government property to get out, so if you don't mind handling this case discreetly before they make the news or something. I'll do my best. Good luck, one. Nagano. Ryukyu and her work-study students were patrolling the city from above, looking for crime. Villainous activity had gone up in several cities since All Might's retirement, and villains were trying to take advantage of the chaos. While many were trying to take advantage of the chaos, many heroes were still on high alert. All Might's retirement and the recent actions of villains both in the light and in the shadows motivated them, while once words and actions motivated the heroes to maintain peace. The city looks really beautiful from a bird's eye view, Uravity stated. She, Froppy, and Kriati were riding on Ryukyu's back as Nijiro-chan used her quirk to fly next to them. I wanted you girls to see this. Sight from above is beneficial. However, more than that, you should use all your senses to detect a crime before it happens. This is something I learned when I was very young, and was able to add it to my hero repertoire. Froppy put a finger to her cheek. So how long does it take to get to that level? It varies person to person. But the best advice I can give is to focus all of your senses and take it one case at a time. Kriati was looking to the city below from Ryu's back. My master told me something similar once. Since then, and seeing one apply the same techniques to his hero work made me want to do the same thing. Oh yeah, I almost forgot you and I share a master, Kriati, Ryukyu stated. And she taught me a lot. She sensed a disturbance and prepared to jump from her back. Sorry in advance, Ryukyu. The creation girl jumped from her back just as a series of explosions went off in the distance. The everything hero rockets towards the scene, putting her hands to her sides and folding them sideways, and her costume released a red fabric that connected to her hands. Bringing her hands up, she formed wings that allowed her to glide. I'm so glad I added these to my costume. Kriati! Ryukyu yelled after her as she took off. When did she add glider wings to her costume? Uravity asked. I think it was around the same time Kaminari wanted his lightning pointers, Froppy answered. Both Ryukyu and Nijiro-chan soared after her, both noticing the explosions and quick to stop the villain, all while being worried about Creati. A building came down, people were running for their lives. In the midst of this chaos was a green-skinned man, with pointy ears, red eyes and a grotesque appearance. He was missing an arm and fear of what was to come was prevalent on his face. "Karasu! This wasn't part of the deal!" "Strange, because as I recall it always was," said a man with long black hair, blue eyes, wearing a silver face mask along with a jet-black vampire-like cloak. He touched the green-skinned man's shoulder and appeared a great distance in front of him. Horror consumed him as in the next moment he was blown to pieces in a powerful explosion. Karasa turned to look at his handiwork. Pitiful fools, always the easiest of pawns. His eyes turned to the right, noticing what seemed to be a female hero flying towards him at blistering speeds. She was almost within striking range. The two locked eyes. Karasa shifted to dodge her. In that same moment Karasa created a bomb and placed it in her flight path. An explosion rang as the red-clad heroine shot past him. Karasa turned from the blast. He felt the heat of the explosion as he looked up and saw Ryukyu accompanied by several other clearly young heroes. He readied himself for battle before shooting a quick glance behind him. A young hero dies so stupidly. It almost saddens me. Karasa thought aloud as he turned his back. The next instant he sensed attack, and before he could turn around he felt a heavy blow to the back of his neck. Pain coursed through his body as he was sent flying from the force of Creati's kick. Karasa crashed into a building. Creati stood firm, landing gracefully. Her costume was a little burned but was otherwise okay. As she looked into the rubble she kicked the villain into. She couldn't help but think of the attack just now. His quirk reminded her much of her own. She was able to swat the bomb he placed in her path to the side, though admittedly she could barely see it, negating much of the damage. She saw how he killed the man from before. She knew to stay on her toes. Creati narrowed her eyes at her enemy, whom she sensed rising up in the rubble. A moment later he came out of the building, a few injuries on him but mostly alright. "So you managed to survive my attack, did you?" "Not entirely, at least. It was by a narrow margin, but I was able to deflect the explosive you put in my path. I'm unsure of what your goals are, but the deviation you have wrought ends now. You're extremely brave, or extremely foolish. After seeing my quirk, it is rare for anyone to go through with fighting me." Creati's eyes shifted slightly. "I've always been curious as to why heroes would subject themselves to this. Is it a hero's responsibility, guilt, or something personal?" The aura coming off of this man screamed death, but Creati was able to shake it off. "Your quirk may be dangerous, villain, but I told you before all of this is over. And I suggest you not underestimate me." Karasa replied with a mere humph, before raising his right hand which glowed with a green aura. Creati noticed this shift in her opponent. His hands are the source of his quirk, just like Bakugo. If I can immobilize them, I can beat him, she thought as she tucked her hands back and began creating 3 exploding shuriken that she tossed at Karasu at bullet speeds. Karasu merely raised a hand and the shuriken exploded before they reached him, shocking the young hero. They didn't even touch them and they exploded. Did he deactivate them mid-flight somehow? She thought, clearly surprised. "You seem surprised. It seems you miscalculated, hero. My hands are not the source of my power, but a vessel. Unless I want you to, you can't see my explosions at all, so you feel safe and secure if you target my hands. But it's everywhere, even in the air you're currently breathing." "Block him out," Creati inwardly exclaimed. "Creati!" Ryukyu called out just as she, Nijire-chan, Froppy and Uravity touched down, surrounding the villain. "You shouldn't have engaged him on your own. I just reacted to the destruction, I'm sorry. Anyway, this guy creates powerful explosions out of nowhere using his hands. I tried to immobilize him, but he's adept at long-range combat." "Very," Karasa stated as 4 explosions went off in the back of Creati's allies. They all dropped to the ground in pain. Ryukyu was the worst as she hadn't fully healed. "Everyone!" Creati called out in concern. We don't need a peanut gallery. Karasu spoke, breaking her thoughts. Kriati, that's your hero name, isn't it? She nodded to answer. I like you, and I find when I like something I often like to take it away. His words were calm and disturbingly charming. Are you asking me to become a villain? The next second Karasu was in her face, his right hand outstretched. No, I'm telling you to die. Kriati narrowly dodged his swipe, his nails slightly cutting her right cheek. Karasu continued to swipe at her. Kriati dodged each attack swiftly, knowing if his hand touched her it was certain death. Karasu's attack became faster. His attacks are becoming sharper and more brutal. If I don't try to end this soon, I'll be killed, she thought in the midst of her dodging. Karasu disappeared from her sight. Sensing he was above her, the heroine jumped back to dodge a strike from above, the villain's hand cracking the ground where she previously stood. That was way too close, she thought as her left arm felt warm. A moment later an explosion went off. The pain of burning and impact tore through her left side, hitting her harder as it was unexpected and making her bleed. Karasu's expression remains blank yet satisfying. Perhaps I should explain my power. It's similar to yours as we both create things, however I use my vitality to create tangible things from my imagination. Kriati gripped her left arm, trying to contain the blood loss. So it's as I thought, she thought as Karasu raised his right hand. Take the object I'm holding in my hand for instance. You can't see it, but it is still very real and very deadly. He can mask the things he creates, even I can't do that. Kriati thought through gritted teeth. If I can barely see his bombs, this will only be an uphill battle. His thoughts shifted to the bomb she deflected when she first arrived. She barely saw that one, but she was able to swat it away by sensing it at the last moment. Karasu leaped into the air and swung his hand, clearly tossing whatever he was holding. Time seemed to slow down as this happened. Kriati focused her senses, enhancing her sight, and she was able to spot what looked like a wad of dynamite with skull-headed ends flying towards her. Her first instinct was to dodge, but she remembered her injured comrades. She had to contain the blast and reduce damage as much as possible. She quickly created a sake bottle from her hand and spun. Kriati Tatsumaki! The explosion went off with the tornado channeling the blast upward, saving everyone. A fiery tornado shot into the air before dispersing, revealing an uninjured Kriati as well as her allies. The air was still hot from the flaming whirlwind, and Karasu was clearly surprised to see his opponent alive and unharmed. Well, aren't you full of surprises? Kriati raised her sword, ready to strike as she now fully understood how dangerous this villain was. I can see your concealed explosions now, not that I was ever afraid of something I couldn't see. Is that so? Two balls of green light appeared in Karasu's left hand. The light faded as four green, grotesque-looking flesh balls with small bat wings appeared, each with a single large, yellow reptile-like eyeball. I see now. You create monsters that act as invisible bombs. I commend you for your ability to hide their presence, however they're quite grotesque. Your mind must be quite horrifying if this is what you imagine. Shut up, Karasu stated as flung the bombs at her still injured allies. With 4 fast thrusts of her sword, Kriati fired shockwaves that destroyed all of them before they could hurt them. I believe we've had enough of that. Ryukyu finally stood up, pushing past the pain in her back. Ryukyu, take the others and check the area for any injured. I'll take care of this. Her words were confident as she eyed the hero, needing her permission to continue. Ryukyu looked the younger hero in the eyes. All right, Kriati, be careful. The others looked in worry, but her aura assured them. Uravati, Froppy and Nijire-chan wished her luck before leaving with Ryukyu. Kriati noticed as Ryukyu gathered up the others to leave. Karasu never took his eyes off of her. If he wanted, he could have attacked. She was surprised that he didn't. You let them leave. Why did you? She asked, narrowing her eyes at her enemy. Karasu, with hands in his pockets, met her gaze. Because they don't interest me in the slightest. Kriati took a stance. It's not as if it matters, but I never asked before, but why are you doing this? There was a pause in the battle as the two locked eyes. For intimacy, Karasu answered. Intimacy? Yes, I found there's no greater rush than taking the life of someone you care for. It's actually a shame circumstances couldn't have been different for us. His words made the heroine feel slightly uncomfortable. But it doesn't really matter. Even things that seem ideal always turn sour. I'm just speeding up the process. The intimacy between murderer and victim truly is unparalleled. Witnessing their spirits separate from the bodies, there's nothing more intimate than that. Creotti's uncomfortability was replaced with disgust. You're demented! 24 green balls of light appeared behind Karasu which formed into monster-looking bombs. Say what you will. The bombs flew towards Creotti. The hero swiftly dodged the explosives while using her sword to destroy them. Karasu tried to blitz her from her blind side. The heroine disappeared in a flash of speed, and to Karasu's shock both his hands were sealed in metal bracers. Karasu's eyes widened as he didn't see her create them, let alone slap them onto him. When did she dash? His thoughts were interrupted as he felt a brutal blow to his chest and chin, sending him into the air and knocking off his mouth. Following up with her uppercut slash, Creotti rushed after him as he reached a height of 100 feet. Using the surrounding buildings, she rocketed at the villain, delivering dozens of brutal slashes from all angles. The villain had no way of defending himself. The pain coursing through him was beyond intense. He was sure his right arm as well as several of his ribs were broken. He'd only realized just now she was using a reverse-edged sword. Given the beating he's taken, he coughed up blood, now realizing his mask was gone. His thoughts distracted him as in a flash of speed she appeared above him, flipping and landing a heavy slash to his left shoulder, sending him back to the ground, leaving him in a large crater. Creotti landed, for a moment feeling the fight was over, but she sensed Karasu still had fight left in him. She took a quick glance at her 9 o'clock and saw Karasu's mask. Walking up to the crater, he saw Karasu still breathing and his silky jet black hair turning wavy blonde. His blue eyes met her onyx ones, her senses forcing her to jump back from her enemy. What was that? All my senses are telling me he's more dangerous than ever, she thought as Karasu stood up in the crater. He was clearly very hurt. He had one broken arm and was covered with injuries. But his aura was as sinister as ever. But the now blonde-haired villain stepped out of the crater, his body emitting a green aura and a confident yet sinister smile on his face. He coughed up some blood, but wasn't bothered by it in the slightest. You've done well entertaining me, Creotti. But it's over now. Karasu opened his mouth and took a long deep breath. The aura surrounding him became brighter and thicker. Her senses felt the danger coming from him increase by the second. Her thoughts were firing as she assessed the situation. He's concentrating his energy into his body, essentially making him one giant explosion. The green aura emitting from Karasu grew even brighter and larger. What do I do? What can I do? If he goes off, the blast will be huge. There are still people around here. As she thought this, Karasu jumped into the air. Her eyes widened. That's it. Thank you, Fujiwara, he thought as she leaped into the air towards Karasu. She created a metal flame-proof net as she began to spin, ensnaring the villain and tossing him higher into the air. In spite of his surprise, Karasu's body was enveloped in a green aura before releasing a massive explosion. The light of the afternoon sun was replaced by a green light that blackened a portion of downtown, shocking and surprising all from its sound, brightness, and heat. Creotti looked up at the massive blast that would have taken out in several blocks and killed many had she not tossed him out of the blast range. She never took her eyes off of where Karasu was in the blast. The light of the explosion faded, and she spotted Karasu falling, still wrapped up in the net. So that held. I'll really need to thank Fujiwara next time I see him. Karasu was about to hit the ground. Creotti fired an air slash, softening his fall and allowing him to hit the ground not as hard as he would have. The red-clad heroine approached the wrapped-up villain and saw he was barely conscious. It's over. Karasu groaned, exhausted as he put all of his vitality in that last explosion. Damn it all! He exclaimed through gritted teeth. He tried to fight his way out of the net but didn't have the strength. He continued to sprawl and tried to fight his way out but only wasted the little energy he had left and was already on the verge of passing out. Stop fighting it. You'll never be able to break out of that net. It was made of a nigh indestructible alloy that is both flame-proof and blast-proof. Hence why your final explosion couldn't get you out of it. Karasa's eyes were becoming heavy. He shot a quick glance back at Creati. She sensed a mix of emotions coming from him: anger, disappointment, and surprisingly love. I know I already said this, but truly unfortunate circumstances couldn't have been different for us. I already have a boyfriend. Sorry, but someone like you could never compare to the man I love. Karasa chuckled lightly. Unfortunate. I knew I liked you, were his final words before he slipped into unconsciousness. Creati eyed him, her cat-like eyes confident that it was finally over. Police along with Ryukyu and the gang arrived at the scene. All injured had gotten to safety and would make a full recovery. Karasa was arrested and would be in prison by the time he woke up. Creati was thanked by the public as well as given praise by Ryukyu and her friends. Her first heroic job had gone without a hitch, showing the true results of all the training she put in all these years. A local journalist wanted to take a picture of her. Blushing slightly, she agreed. The everything hero, Creati, had made her debut, and she was now someone to watch in the city. Before the press could get too antsy, Ryukyu stepped in and ended the talks as they had to get back to patrolling. Thankfully, the injuries on the girls weren't too bad. Creati was proud of herself. She took care of her first villain, and she would continue to move forward and get better. Hasaikai tunnels. One was able to find tunnels that lead to 2 more exits. Now he had 5 different escape routes these tunnels led to. He was sure there were more, and though he didn't have each and every path perfectly memorized, he still had the spy flies mapping the tunnels and was sure in time he'd have them perfectly analyzed. He'd been down here for a few minutes, admittedly taking his sweet time getting a feel for these tunnels. When you're fast, time is one thing you have plenty of. Yamato's situation about those stolen suits still lingered on his mind, but for the moment he was focused on gathering as much information down here as he could. He was sure one of these tunnels led to their main base. He just needed to find it. One made his way through a hallway. The brightly lit hall and the silence created an almost ominous environment. I really have to give credit to whoever made these tunnels. They're insanely complex. He thought aloud as he continued to look around, not allowing himself to have tunnel vision. The lack of presence down here is a bit boggling. Plus, I haven't spotted a single camera since I've been here. Just as he said these words, he sensed several presences nearby. He stopped at an intersecting hall. He turned to the hall to his left. There they are. He took a breath. I sense 3 of them. Let's see where this leads, he thought as he headed towards the people he sensed. He didn't make a sound as he approached the group of 3. He could hear them talking. One voice in particular sounded very familiar. Just before he exited the hall, he activated his Invisibrate technique, becoming invisible, and upon exiting the hall he spotted 3 masked yakuza heading towards him. One had blonde hair, wearing a black yukata with a gray obi and a black plague mask. The other was a tiny black creature wearing a white plague mask on the left shoulder of the last man. He was taller and more muscular than the other 2, wearing a black and red face mask, with a white t-shirt, black jeans and boots, and a light blue tunic around his waist. It had been months and the hero hadn't seen him since the underground masquerade. He suspected he left with the yakuza but never had his confirmation until now. Rappa, the hero thought as they walked closer to him, completely unaware that he was in front of them. The hero jumped to the wall to the left of him, engineering himself, and watching them pass him from above. So remind me again, we're going to Muzurifu because Overhaul finally found that kid? Rappa asked the blonde yakuza. The blonde yakuza, who kept his right hand tucked into his yukata, put his left hand to his temple. Her name is Eri Rappa. And yes, our boss has summoned us to Muzurifu. Apparently twice, and Toga saw her last night, so Overhaul wants us to head to the city and aid him in finding her. The little black creature was slightly annoyed. I can't believe we've been looking for her for months and it took those outsiders only a day to find her. Get over it, Mimic. Finding Eri has been the boss's main objective for months and you know that. You think you're his right-hand man, well act like it. Now that we have this chance we can make his dream a reality. And it all starts with getting Eri back. Mimic groaned behind his mask. Don't go telling me things I already know, punk! He exclaimed in a surprisingly deep voice. Again, then act like it, Tengai retorted. Mimic swallowed his retort, almost on the verge of attacking his fellow Yakuza, but relented, as his shield quirk was too strong and if a fight broke out there's a chance an excited Rappa may go out of control. So they needed to keep the peace as much as possible. Toga and Twice got lucky! Rappa slammed his fists together. I'm looking forward to this. I hope I get a chance to throw hands with him. It'll be the most fun I've had in weeks. Tengai kept his eyes closed and an arm tucked into his yukata. Don't start with that, Rappa. The boss made it clear for us to be discreet and tactful. We've been waiting for a moment like this and I won't let you ruin it by getting us all caught up in a confrontation with one. Yeah! Relax, you stupid meathead! Mimic practically yelled in his left ear. Rappa grit his teeth, Mimic's yelling, irking him a bit. He snatched the tiny suited Yakuza. I'll kill you both! He looked to the back of Tengai's head. And what's your deal, you scared? The blonde Yakuza didn't turn to face him. Unlike some people, I prefer to use my head a bit more. Fighting the second coming of All Might doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. This is the same hero who obliterated a meteor, pulverized a man even the boss is afraid of. Oh, and did we forget he thwarted an alien invasion and potential planetary destruction. His tone was stern as he listed one's feats. This seemed to shut up Rappa for the moment. Plus I understand what it means to be Yakuza. We operate in the shadows. We shouldn't be having confrontations with heroes because they shouldn't know what we're doing, let alone know we're criminals in the first place. Moving in silence, conducting business, expanding our control and influence, all while people are unknowingly eating out of our hands. Rappa dropped Mimic. Sounds boring as hell. Think what you will. As long as you're a member of this organization, this is how you'll do things unless told otherwise. Mimic jumped on Tengai's left shoulder. Rappa lowly groaned in annoyance at his pompous attitude. He strutted past the two. Once I kill Overhaul, I'm so out of here. Tengai was completely unbothered by that remark. Humph, good luck with that. Let's get to Muzurifu. The boss is waiting for us. As the three went on their way, one watched them leave. He thought about attacking them and knocking them out as he didn't need those extra hands in Muzurifu. He was worried that Twice and Toga's attempt on Eri meant they were working with the Yakuza, and it appears it was true. He got the feeling that there was more to discover in these secret tunnels, but he couldn't allow more threats to zone in on Eri. He jumped off the wall. Good to know that's the plan. Too bad there's no chance I'm letting that happen. This sudden voice startled all three Yakuza. Who said that? Tengai asked, on edge. One deactivated his technique, with one appearing before the Yakuza. One! Mimic exclaimed, clearly afraid. What the hell are you doing here? Just looking around. Quite the array of complicated passages and tunnels you have down here. No wonder you're good at hiding in the shadows, he replied with a sly smile. Tengai opened his eyes, a mix of fear and anger prevalent in his gaze. How did you even know about this place? Twice gave you up. He was kind enough to tell me about one of the entrances to these secret passages. It's fairly impressive how broad and expansive they are. I've almost got them all mapped out, he said with confidence, surprising the both black-dressed Yakuza. Mimic was shaking with rage. He did what? He bellowed as he brought his hands to his head. Those bastards! I knew we couldn't trust them. Tengai eyed the hero, trying to maintain his cool, being just as angry as Mimic. One was the last person they needed to know about the tunnels. He didn't seem like he was bluffing about the mapping, and he's now in a position to bring down their entire operation. The boss was gone and was excited about the chance for things to go back to normal, and now this happens. How much did you hear? Enough. To be honest, I've known about your entire operation for months. I'm the one who found Eri and got her to somewhere safe. I know all about the quirk erasing bullets, and that they were essentially made from Eri. Tenai and Mimic had no words as a wave of pressure passed over them, terrifying all three men to their core and one's presence becoming akin to death itself. What kind of monsters support and aid in the tortuous experimentation of an innocent little girl? His tone may have been calm, but the anger in his voice was clear. They had been completely caught and cornered, and the longer one stood before them, the more it was feeling like this was the end. The hero could see his willpower was literally scaring them to death, as Mimic and Tenai had momentarily forgotten how to breathe. I asked you men a question, now one of you kindly answers? He asked, lightening the release of his power aura just slightly. Tenai closed his eyes and swallowed. She's a cursed child. Far from an innocent little girl. As you put it. He managed to see through his fear. You must be referring to Eri's father. It was an accident. Accident or not, it doesn't change the fact that that child causes nothing but pain. Her curse is indicative of that. At least the boss had the brilliant idea to make it beneficial, giving her some positive use in her sad existence. Mimic's aura shifted to a more aggressive one. All of this is for the Yakuza. He roared as his large body got out of his tiny suit, revealing a large, muscular, spiky blonde-haired man wearing a red dress shirt and gray pinstripe pants. I don't care who they are. I won't let anyone get in his way. He bellowed as he tried to seep into the wall. Tenai prepared for battle. Rappa, you can let loose. A fiery smile spread across his face. All I wanted to hear. The brawler slammed his fists together and stepped towards the hero. Before anyone could blink, one was past Rappa, quickly and brutally slugging Tenai in the stomach. In that same motion he spins, elbowing Mimic in the head before he could merge with the wall. One fully spins and tosses him into Tenai with both hitting the floor. Rappa quickly turns around after hearing the noise, and before he could react he receives a brutal spin kick to the left side of the head, causing his large body to spin sideways. After 3 spins, one grabbed his leg and slammed him onto Mimic and Tenai, cracking the ground beneath them. Seeing they were all down and alive, just really hurt, he dusted off his hands. Well, that's done. Sorry about that, Rappa, I know you didn't want to be here. We'll have an honest rematch another time. He turned and took off into a light sprint down the hall. Overhaul is calling his men to Muzutafu to look for Eri. Gotta get back to the city, but first I've got to gather evidence here, then the cops can shut all this down. As one sprinted through the passage, he quickly incapacitated any random thugs he passed. He could sense the sounds of machinery, and what was most likely a TV. He noted how there were several rooms down in the tunnels. Most were just used for storage, while others led to large corridors, but they were far and in between. He was curious to what could be in the first room he's seen in this latest passage. He opened the door, and the scent inside implied that no one had been in it in a while. Turning on the light, he saw a queen-sized bed with a golden bed set. The walls were painted with clouds and rainbows. This was clearly a child's room, made evident from boxes of toys on the floor, all unopened. This must have been Eri's room, he thought aloud. There was a 50-inch plasma TV on a dresser in front of the bed. There were few clothes in it, but what stoked his curiosity the most was a notebook on the nightstand. He picked it up and opened it. The first page was full of drawings Eri had made. Her drawings gotten better since he's known her, but he was sure he knew what these were, and they all had a meaning. One was a girl, holding hands with her parents. Another was a girl looking up at birds flying away. But one that broke him was a girl, covered in red while 2 hands tried to grab her. It hurt his heart as it was clear Eri was expressing her pain and loneliness in these drawings, made clear from the fact the girl in all these drawings had a horn. It almost brought him to tears. He put the book back on the nightstand before leaving the room. I'm so sorry, Eri. He thought aloud, again, upset he didn't save her sooner, noting to give her a big hug when all this was over. Behind his cowl, in his emerald eyes, was an intense fire of anger. Overhaul, I swear you'll pay for this. Upon leaving the room, he followed the sound of machinery and opened the door to a darkly lit room, life support equipment being the only light illuminating the room. The equipment was also the only sound that could be heard inside, which was connected to an elderly man laying in a bed. As the hero drew closer and inspected the man, he recalled the day the police came to check on Eri. His eyes were closed, but he was without question the man from the photo, the true head of the Shai Hasaikai. Shiro Akashiya. One thought as he continued to inspect the state the man was in. So this is where he's been. If what the police said was true, it's possible Overhaul did this. Maybe you rejected his plan to use Eri, and he did this to get you out of the way. He turned to leave. This just means you're one more person I have to save. He thought as he left, closing the door behind him. Continuing on his way, he had stopped himself as almost ran past an obvious lab, being able to see the inside from the window on the wall. Jackpot! He tried to open the door, but the door was unlocked. Well, that shouldn't be surprising. Phase 1. Inch, he said, activating his technique and phasing through the door. He entered the relatively small lab. The first thing he took note of was the chair with multiple restraints, and that this room was notably more sterile than the others. He spotted multiple samples and test tubes on a lab island. He took note of the samples. All of these are attempts at perfecting the quirk erasing bullets. He looked around the work area. Just how much of Eri's DNA did he take and store? As he thought this, he spotted a small black case on a work desk, standing out compared to everything else. He picked it up and saw it was filled with 5 bullets. Next to the case was a notebook detailing all of Overhaul's research in making them, and apparently he was holding the finished product. These 5 bullets destroy a quirk completely. He did it. He actually did it. The hero thought aloud as he looked at the case. A mix of emotions entered him. Part of him wanted to destroy the bullets right now. They were the culmination of Eri's suffering. But he knew if used wisely these would be important, so he swallowed any rejections he had, putting the case in his pocket and preparing to call the cops to take care of things here. As he pulled out his phone, he saw 3 Yakuza staring back at him through the window. One was blonde with a black plague mask, the other was bald with a white face mask, and the third had a white bag mask. Shock was prevalent on all their faces, completely surprised at seeing a hero going through their boss's stuff, but he's in a place where even they aren't allowed to go. One merely looked back at them, completely unconcerned that he'd been discovered. He simply waved at them like a good boy. This only pissed them off as one of them sprouted crystals on his body. The next moment, he punched the door, breaking it off the hinges. "What the hell do you think you're doing here, hero?" the crystal guy bellowed. "Isn't it obvious? I'm on a grand adventure to uncover unknown mysteries." The playful drama of his response only pissed them off. The crystal guy rushed at him. "You don't belong here," he roared, throwing a right punch. One raised his left hand, catching the punch before delivering a kick to his chest, sending him crashing into the other 2. One booked it from the room, having what he needed and not really needing to stay any longer. "Later, guys." The hero dipped down a hall to the left, angering the Yakuza who refused to let him escape. The 3 sprawled over each other, trying to get up to chase the hero. "Hojo, Tape, stop screwing around, you idiots, he has the boss's work," Setsuno yelled. "I'll be dead before he leaves here alive with that. Come on." Hojo bellowed, finally able to stand. He led the charge after the hero, his fellow trash fully backing him up. "Damn it, I should have used my quirk the second I got in there. When I get my hands on him, I swear," Setsuno exclaimed. "It doesn't matter, when we catch him he's dead. Tape, get ready to eat." The bag-masked villain gave a sound of acknowledgement. They rounded the corner that the hero went down. To their shock, he was standing in the middle of it, in a fighting stance as if waiting for them to show up. He smiled confidently. "Hey guys, what took you so long?" His aura became dangerous as he cocked back a fist. "Air bullet, shotgun." Using one hand, one fired a wave of dozens of shockwaves at the 3 Yakuza. pummeling them senselessly against the wall behind them. When the assault ended, the wall was riddled with holes along with the outlines of the three now unconscious men. That takes care of that. He turned to the right, looking back down the hall, sensing he wasn't fully done yet. He suspected this path led to their main base. He'd gather up everyone after he finished with the remaining thugs. He had mapped out the passages and he had gotten all the evidence he needed and then some to bring down the Shy Hasaikai. Once this was over, he was heading back to Muzutafu to take care of overhaul. Muzutafu. Inko and Ferris had agreed to set up a playdate for the girls the day before. Eri was eager to go to Carol's house. She eagerly finished her studies for the day and they left for the Olston house at 3 o'clock. It's been 2 hours and both Inko and Eri were enjoying their time. Both were admittedly surprised at seeing how vast their property was. A gate covered most of the block and a long driveway full of trees, flowers and hedges made a trail to the mansion. Ferris had greeted them at the gate and accompanied them to her home where a cute Carol in pigtails, wearing a bunny outfit, eagerly greeted them, especially Eri. The two went off to play while Inko and Ferris sat down for tea and just talked. It was a pleasant experience as the two women learned more about each other, both getting a pleasant feel for the other's personality. They talked about their kids, life and their interests. Inko was surprised to learn Ferris was only 20, as she definitely didn't look or act like it. In Carol's room there was nothing but fun, filled with nothing but the energy and laughter of two little girls. Carol had a bunch of games and toys to play. Eri was having nothing but fun as they played together. This was different from how she played with Kana and Saikawa. She didn't often play using her imagination, but Carol made it fun. They even made some drawings together and played with each other's hair. In no time, almost 3 hours had gone by and the sun would start to set soon. The two mothers came to check on the girls. The screams of laughter coming from the room was a good sign. Quickly recognizing it as Carol, Ferris opened the door to see her daughter laughing her head off as Eri tickled her in her most sensitive spots. Eri stopped upon seeing the older woman. It warmed them both to see the girls having so much fun together. Inko told her it was time to go home, and though she was a little sad about that, she accepted it without argument. With one final hug from Carol to Eri, the Olstons saw the two off, with a promise to do this again, next time they can come to their home. The two hopped off the bus. The walk home was peaceful, and Inko couldn't help but notice Eri had joyful pep in her step. The two had talked on the bus about the fun she'd had with Carol, and Eri's aura was pure excitement as she talked about the fun she had. It's good you had a good time. Would you like it if the next time she came to our house? That sounds really fun. I hope Kana and Saikawa can come too. Oh yeah, it's been a while since they came to the house, hasn't it? Next time you go to Kana's house you can invite them. Eri's eyes met Inko's. I will. Eri looked to her left and saw they were passing the supermarket. Mama, can I get some apples? Inko saw where she was looking. She wanted to get home and start on dinner but didn't mind a little detour. Sure, why not? 5 minutes later the two came back out. Eri was munching on a Fuji apple while Inko held the bag containing 3 more. Thank you, Mama, she graciously said after swallowing a bite. You're welcome. The two continued on their way. The streets were relatively peaceful. They were about 3 blocks from home. Eri was skipping ahead of her, happy as can be. The situation last night was startling, but now all seemed right with the world. Inko briefly thought about the call she got from Izuku earlier. She was sure they'd be fine, but given last night they've definitely been more lax than they probably should be. She shook off the thoughts, not wanting to think of what may have happened had Izuku and Momo not been there. She didn't see the point in alerting the Kashik detectives about everything the other night, but she'd give them a call when they got home. Eri was so happy thinking about the day she'd had. It was nothing but fun, and the memory of Carol's smile filled her heart warmly. She couldn't wait until next time. She almost couldn't believe that this was her life now. She's made friends, she has a family, and she's made so many amazing memories since she met her Izumi. All these wonderful thoughts filled her as she happily took another bite of her apple. An adorable smile spread across her lips as her joy reached an apex. She took off into a light run, pleasant memories of the past 3 months racing through her head. She felt on top of the world, like she could handle anything. This was all she ever wanted, and she couldn't believe she had it. Her family and friends were everything to her, and she looked forward to many more happy memories with them. Especially her Izumi. She never would have experienced any of this if she hadn't met him. When she saw him, the first thing she'd do is give him a big hug, stronger and more loving than the ones she always did. She faintly heard her mom tell her not to run too far ahead. At the same moment, the door to a jewelry store opened, and a man walked out. She was going so fast and so engrossed in her joy she couldn't stop herself from crashing into him. The pain of the impact was shocking, more so giving as she didn't see it coming. She fell back, dropping her apple and landing on her butt, eyes closed from the fresh pain. Eri shook off the hit, opening her eyes and raising her head. The first thing her eyes caught sight of was a red and yellow mask, resembling that of a bird. Her eyes widened as she fully saw the face it was connected to. Time seemed to slow as her body began to tremble, fear engulfing her as a forgotten nightmare was becoming reality. A pair of yellow eyes met her red, the same cold and indifference she was being forced to remember still vividly clear in them. Behind him came 2 men, both in bird-like masks wearing white and black cloaks, and both she recognized. Overhaul looked down at the little girl who bumped into him. Her hair was different, but the horn in her head and eye color were unmistakable. The look she gave him, like a frightened puppy desperate to get away, was also familiar. All of these similarities came together, and twice in Toga's description rang in his head. He'd been searching for hours, and no one had any real leads. He had called his men to help, but none of them have reported to be in the city looking. But this green-haired, red-eyed girl, with a horn in her right forehead, was unmistakable the lost treasure he's long sought for. The girl continued to tremble with blatant fear as his eyes widened, eyes that shined with exuberance, as if finding something he long looked for but feared he'd never see again. His eyes never left the trembling girl's as one raspy word left his lips into his plague mask. Eri. Chrono, who stood on Overhaul's left side, caught his boss's words and looked down at the girl. That is Eri! Nemoto stood straight at Overhaul's other side. You little brat. You have a lot of nerve running away like that. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? He asked, looking down at the little girl. Overhaul's anger and relief seemed to mix. You naughty girl. It's been nothing but stress for months. I hope you enjoyed your little vacation, because we're going home right now, he exclaimed, reaching for her. Eri's fear gripped her as she saw his gloved hand coming towards her. She knew that hand all too well, what it can do, what it meant, and why it was coming for her. Her breath caught in her throat. She wanted to recoil and hide from that hand. Her Izumi would be here any moment to save her. As her fear and optimism battled internally, a thought entered her mind. A moment with Izuku after she joined him for his morning training. Flashback 2 months ago. Are you still afraid, Eri? Izuku asked with warmth. The two were meditating on Dagoba Beach. She had had a nightmare the previous night, and Izuku told her that joining him for meditation and training would be good to clear her mind and make her feel strong. They sat down for meditation and Izuku's question came. She quickly shook off her fear to answer him with a while nodding her head. She was facing the ocean, her head lowered, not turning to face him when a warm, gentle hand touched her head. That's perfectly fine. His words caused her to meet his eyes. Eri, I want you to know something. There's nothing wrong with feeling fear. Being afraid of the things that frighten you is a natural human emotion. But that being said, there comes a time for all of us where we must face our fears and overcome them. He gave her a warm smile. Eri, what are your nightmares like? The girl pressed her lips together, not wanting to think about it. She wanted to bury the memories, but Izuku's question brought them to the surface. The bird mask, and the hands, yellow eyes, and the knife. She reluctantly answered, almost physically feeling the pain and cuts as she spoke. She felt as if she was going to cry when Izuku pulled her head to his chest. I know it hurts. But I promise those things won't scare you forever. Being brave isn't easy, and you're definitely one of the bravest people I know, Eri. Their eyes met as he continued. If you can find the courage to face your fears, I'm sure you'll have the confidence to beat them. End of flashback. Eri closed her eyes and grit her teeth. She was scared, really scared. Her eyes and eyes words that day entered her head as the gloved hand reached for her. She was afraid of that hand, she hated that hand, and the last thing she wanted was for it to ever touch her again. Her red eyes flashed to life, a new determination in them even as her heart raced rapidly. Remembering a move Izuku had taught her during his morning training. She quickly leaned back, lowering herself and shifted to her left side. Supporting herself with her left arm and right hand, she kicked her right foot at Overhaul's groin with all the strength she could muster. Eri's kick was a direct shot to the nuts, almost snipper-like. A mix of pain and shock edged across Overhaul's face as Ares never resisted like this before. Everything seemed to slow down as his two henchmen were equally surprised as he was. Eri decided to take this moment to run away again just as pain coursed through her tormentor's body and instinctively gripped his balls. She sprinted in the opposite direction just as he dropped to his knees and a yell of pain escaped him. Inko had seen the whole thing. Everything happened so fast. She had only seen a picture of him, but given Eri's actions and the now intense atmosphere, she was sure this was the man who hurt, and they needed to get away. Mama! Inko didn't hesitate and picked up Eri before running in the opposite direction. Overhaul kept a hand to his now aching testicles all while supporting himself with his other hand to keep his face from hitting the ground. He let out groans of pure pain as he tried to find the strength to stand up, but he could not. Chrono and Nemoto finally snapped out of their initial shock, both seeing Inko run away with Eri. Overhaul! Chrono got down to his level, concerned and trying to help him stand. Boss, are you okay? Nemoto asked, eyes going from his boss on the ground and the back of the woman who took off with Eri. Multiple eyes of civilians fell on them as the Yakuza leader felt something rising that he couldn't stop. His cheeks bloated and against his will, filling up before he spewed an uncontrollable amount of vomit into his mask. Overflowing it and forcing him to toss it aside, after punking up a few more chunks he coughed from some of it catching in his throat. This was without question the dirtiest he's felt in a long time, and his relief at finding Eri was replaced with pure malice, borderline outright hatred. He continued to cough against his will. The taste of his own vomit disgusted him in every way, so much so the sickening sensation was like a disgusting slime that spread through his body. Overhaul! Speak to me, are you okay? Chrono asked for a second time. Overhaul managed to stop coughing and get his breathing under control. The look in his eyes scared even Chrono. It mirrored more beast than man. Get that girl! He managed to command through a pained, angry growl. Nemoto, take him and get him to the car. I'll handle this. His fellow Yakuza nodded in agreement. He took their leader and ushered him to their car. That was conveniently parked on the sidewalk barely 3 meters away from them. Inko rounded a corner, passing several people on the street, surprising everyone as it was clear she was running from something. Don't worry, Eri, it's going to be okay. The mother assured the girl in her arms, though she herself was she could be more sure. She was looking around for a hero but didn't spot any. She took a left down an alleyway. Eri gripped her tightly as she ran, determined to get away. Eri was tucked into her left shoulder, watching her back. Mama, he's coming! She exclaimed after watching Kano come after them down the alley. He caught up to us that quickly. Inko thought, more focused on escaping than before. She'd lived in the neighborhood for almost 20 years. She knew these streets like the back of her hand and was certain she'd lose him. She just needed some distance. Taking a quick glance to see how close he was behind them, she saw what appeared to be a long blade heading towards her. Trying to quickly adjust her body to dodge, she took a cut in the back. She still tried to hold Eri tightly even as her body became heavy. Inko hit the ground, her grip on Eri becoming seemingly weaker. Eri fell out of her mother's embrace, who was now face down on the ground with a small slash in her back. I can't move. My body feels heavy, she thought, unable to even look up at Eri. It's about time we ended this little chase, the white-cloaked Yakuza stated as he approached them. Eri stood between him and Inko, taking a fighting stance that Izuku had taught her. No! I won't let you hurt her, she said in a courageous tone that wasn't too assuring. Chrono pulled out his gun. That's cute. But how do you plan to stop me? She said as he cocked it. Eri grit her teeth. Her mom was gonna die because of her. So many times the deaths of people had been her fault, but this was one time she couldn't let it happen. She never knew what it was like to have a mother until she met this woman, and she refused to let anything happen to her. She grit her teeth, defiance still clear in her eyes, more to save Inko than get away. I'll go with you. Just don't do anything bad to my mom. Her red eyes pierced his plague mask as she spoke. Chrono was thrown off by this for a moment. He knows just as much about Eri's origins as Kai does. But given everything that's happened, it's natural she'd make some connections. Mom? What mom? You don't have a mother or a family. You destroyed it yourself with your own 2 hands. Eri's eyes widened with shock. What? Innocence and ignorance were clear in her voice. You killed your own father. And your mother got rid of you because she couldn't stand the fact she gave birth to a cursed child who killed the man she loved. Nothing good ever comes from loving you or being loved by you. Case in point. Before Eri could react, Chrono shot Inko in her upper right back. She felt the bullets with her groans slowed by the Yakuza's quirk. Mama! Eri cried out in horror. Going to her side, she saw the blood leak from her wound. Relax, it's just a flesh wound, not too serious. This, however, is a bit more fatal. He ended this statement by releasing 4 more shots into the defenseless woman's back. Inko's eyes widened as she registered the pain. Eri's eyes watered as she saw the bullets fly into Inko. They were now full of tears. Her eyes shifted from Chrono, who stood casually over them with a gun, while Inko was quickly bleeding out. Remember, all of this is your fault, little girl. His eyes went to the woman on the ground, not caring in the slightest, as this was for the organization, and to get Eri back. If you hadn't run away and made these pointless connections, this wouldn't be happening. No. No. No, please don't die. Her tears streamed down her face as she crouched down to Inko's body. She met the eyes of her mother and all of her happiness seemed to shatter. Inko couldn't move, but she heard and felt everything. The pain she felt for Eri was almost as bad as the pain of getting shot 5 times. She realized her body was moving very slowly, not paralyzed, and as her body became weak from blood loss, she never left eyes with Eri, who was pleading for her not to die. However, she couldn't form words to speak and give her daughter the assurance she needed, and seeing her face broke her heart. Her thoughts came. I'm sorry, Eri. This feels like the end for me. She knew it was impossible in this situation, but she hoped Eri would smile one last time for her. Eri always looked cuter when she smiled versus when she was sad. Don't look at me like that, Eri. None of what he said was true. You're not a cursed child. You're a very special girl, no matter what any of those thugs say. You have a family. The day you came to us, you were ours. We loved you every day, and you loved us equally in return. You're a good girl, Eri. It wasn't long, but I was proud to be the mother of 2 strong kids. You're my daughter, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. She became weaker and weaker as she inwardly voiced her thoughts. She hoped Eri would receive them, and some thoughts then shifted to Izuku and Hisashi. They'd both be devastated after finding out about this. She could only hope they stay together, can love each other strongly even without her. She was afraid Izuku might blame himself for this, but she had faith in her little hero. He was the strongest person she knew, and was lucky and proud to call herself his mother. Eri's horn began to glow as her emotion consumed her. Holding her hand, Inko felt the effects of this villain's quirk and the pain of the injuries she suffered fade away. The bullets inside her faded to nothing, and the bullet holes closed to non-existent injuries. Inko found that she could feel her fingers and legs. She got up on all fours. She looked at her hand before meeting the red eyes of the little girl who saved her. "Eri?" "Mama!" Eri exclaimed before she tackled Inko into a hug. Her horn glowed for a few more seconds before the light faded. Inko shed tears of her own as she happily reciprocated the hug of her crying daughter. "You saved me." "Well, that happened," Chrono thought. "Eri can actually use her quirk now. Overhaul was afraid this would happen. But if we had an incentive for her to act right, we should be able to keep her from running away again. She used her quirk on call. It may not have been perfect, but the fact she was able to do that at all is alarming. Plus, she rewinded that woman's body before I even used my quirk on her." He took a moment to gather all of these thoughts. This could be problematic, so it's better to handle this smoothly. He thought as he eyed Inko was still hugging a crying Eri. She locked eyes with Chrono, who seemed to have decided his next course of action. "What's your name, woman?" She met his gaze through his mask as she allowed Eri to receive her motherly warmth. "I'm Inko Midoriya." "Well, Midoriya, you're coming with us." Inko looked at Eri, her motherly instincts on full display. "Fine. Come with me." They walked back out of the alley. "Don't fight back and there won't be any issues." They exited the alley and found a black car parked on the sidewalk. Inside was a clearly angry Overhaul sitting in the back seat, while Namoto drove. "Kashyyyk. I take it you guys have everything under control now?" one asked as the police came and rounded up all the Yakuza. He made sure to tell them to bring a search warrant, and though they would have done this in a few days in a collaboration effort with Night Eye Agency, they didn't mind as it was the same result. One told them about the entrances to the secret passages, and all the thugs were rounded up and on their way to jail. Unfortunately for the police, Kaichi Sai, aka Overhaul, wasn't among the arrestees along with two other members, much to their annoyance, but one is sure he was on top of it. "Yeah, one, you can take off. We've got most of them and all the evidence we need. Go get him," the captain said, encouraging him. "You know Sir Night Eye isn't going to be happy about this, right?" "Definitely not. But an opportunity presented itself to end this organization and I took it. I get that Overhaul is your big fish, and you'll have him before the day's over with. We're gonna hold you to that," the cop said. Once phone began to ring. "No worries." He looked at his phone. "Sorry, it's my mother, excuse me." He walked off to get some space. "Hello? Hello, Izuku Midoriya." A male voice answered that it wasn't his father, and definitely wasn't his mother. "Who are you?" he asked, noting how the voice sounded familiar. "You can call me Overhaul. But to be more specific, I'm the man you stole from." "That's an interesting phrasing of words. Last I checked, you can't own another human being." He had a sternness in his voice as he asked his next question. "Where is my mother?" "She's right next to me. Don't worry, she's still alive, for now at least. And here I thought you had intelligence. Why would you call me to tell me you have my mother hostage?" "Because I'm willing to make a deal." "A deal?" one said, doubt clear in his tone. "Yes, a deal. And here it is, all I care about is Eri. We're willing to let your mommy go right now, but Eri stays," Overhaul calmly explained. "And if I refuse?" "We disappear into the shadows with both of them. As long as Eri cooperates, we're willing not to kill your mom, so there's a chance of you having her back someday. I'm going to give you a moment to think about what you just said." He released a small wave of power aura with his words, startling all near him. "I know exactly what I said," he answered completely unconcerned. "I have too big a plan just for some hero to play house with my most important piece. You've been living with her, so you should know, a cursed child like Eri is only a burden. At least I can use her for something greater." One grit his teeth at that last statement, his power aura so intense it began cracking the concrete around him. The hero took a breath to calm himself. "So what's it gonna be, mommy or Eri?" "Overhaul. Are you an orphan?" The Yakuza boss's eyes narrowed for a moment. "Yes." "So what if I am? What does that have to do with anything?" Because you've made 3 mistakes without correction, 2 of which you wouldn't have if you weren't an orphan. The first is threatening a man's mother. The second is calling a son to tell him you're holding his mother hostage while also threatening her. And your third and most costly mistake is thinking I can't save both of them. There was a pause on the other end of the line. So I take it that's a no deal. Unfortunate. You're either very full of yourself or very stupid. How's that? Because you're grossly overestimating your control over this situation. I doubt that. This organization will rule Japan from the shadows. I have everything I need to make it happen. I've come too far to let some fool infected with the hero disease ruin it. One suspected he was on speakerphone. Ma Mary. I'm sorry this happened. I'm going to save both of you. I promise. He dropped his hero voice and spoke in his real voice. Izuni? He heard Eri on the other side of the phone. Good luck, hero. The call ended. One had been tracking that call when he realized it was Overhaul. The map showed they were outside Muzurifu. He put a hand on the case of bullets in his pocket and quickly formulated a plan. Overhaul had no knowledge of what happened here, so it was a safe bet they were heading back here. If they didn't come in from the front, they'd take one of the passages, and he had entrances and routes to all of them. Many of the police looked at one, feeling his pressure a moment ago, and were very startled by it. One? A captain asked him, nervously. Overhaul is on his way back here, Captain. He twirled a finger. I need you all quickly clear out of here, and wait on standby until I'm finished with him. The officer crossed his arms. I understand that, and we can do that. But what's with the shift? Your entire aura is different from a few minutes ago. Let's just say I get the feeling things are about to get very intense. Chapter 36 Means of Power. A black car cruises down the highway, making its way to Kashyyyk. Inside, Overhaul sat across from Inko Midoriya, who was being clinged to by Eri. The little girl was holding the woman like a lifeline, avoiding his gaze as Inko protectively embraced her. They sat in silence in the back, while Nemoto drove and Chronos sat in the front with him. He had just got off the phone with one, but was unconcerned. He had Eri back and could continue his plans. He was deep in his thoughts at these new events. Not only had they found Eri, but she was with one this entire time, and the woman sitting across from him was his mother. When Chrono brought them to the car, he was surprised to see Inko alive, but seeing how attached Eri was to her, and hearing Eri willingly use her quirk to heal her after he shot her, this complicated things a little, so for the moment he was glad she was alive. Nemoto had used his quirk on her, asking if any heroes knew about Eri, forcing her to answer one knew. He then asked how one knew about their connection, and she was forced to admit he was her son and brought her to them 3 months ago. This shocked all 3 Yakuza, with Overhaul's first instinct to kick her out the car, but they'd lose the incentive for Eri to behave. He made Inko call one, and their talk went about as well as he expected. He continued to think on how to proceed in this situation. All they needed was the finished product, and they could disappear in the shadows and work comfortably. Overhaul? Chrono asked from the front passenger seat. Overhaul looked at him. Still nothing? Yeah, it's weird. I've called Tengai, Mimic, Hojo, even Rappa, and no one's answering. That is strange. He thought aloud. Inko sensed the rising tension. Inside, she was sure this was Izuku. She believed in her son. He said he'd save them, and she was sure all she had to do was comfort Eri in the meantime. She knew he would be here soon. Boss, you don't think one could have something to do with this, right? Nemoto asked. Of course not. There's a reasonable explanation for all of this. Those idiots are probably gambling or something. And besides, he doesn't know about the passages. We just need to get home, grab the finished product and my notes, and disappear. Though his tone was normal, his henchman could hear the slight unease in his words. He glanced at Eri, and there was a lot of heat in her expression. I suggest you aim that assertive look somewhere else, little girl. Eri's expression lowered slightly as she tucked herself closer to Inko. What do you want? Overhaul turned to her. Inko could sense his hostility as his eyes locked on her. Why are you doing all of this? What's the point? Overhaul rested his head on his glove-covered fist. Even if I told you, I doubt you'd understand. Try me, Inko responded, a fierce look in her eyes. Overhaul's eyes met hers, his gaze piercing. For the organization and the boss, he responded calmly. Inko narrowed her eyes at him in his response. What do you mean? Everything I do is for this organization to be at the top. The boss's old ways would have brought it down by now. I want to repay him for everything he's done for me. And torturing and doing experiments on his granddaughter is a part of that. Did he actually agree with what you were doing to Eri? The girl in question remained silent to her question, surprising Overhaul with how much Inko knew. How do you know so much? Kashi P.D. was happy to look into Eri's family history and surmise her origins. Of course they did. To answer your question, no. We're here because the boss wouldn't agree with my plan. The old man didn't understand that for the organization to survive, sacrifices needed to be made. His eyes fell on Eri. That cursed child is the key to saving the organization. When I realized the potential her quirk had, I knew what I had to do for us to thrive. Inko tightened her hold on Eri. Why does this organization matter so much to you? Eri's not some tool for your benefit, she's a child. What gives you the right to think that what you've done to her is okay? Watch your tone, lady! Nemoto exclaimed. Inko silenced herself. Overhaul's words had gotten to her, and she needed to calm back down. Overhaul was quiet, seemingly processing her question. This organization means everything to me. The boss couldn't do what he had to, so I did. I was nothing before this. I saw the boss lead with Yakuza with a code of honor that made him respected. But those bastard heroes forced him into a corner, and we were barely scraping by for years. Small groups of punks had the nerve to try and barge on our territory on multiple occasions. Do you understand? My plan will allow this organization to rule Japan from the shadows. I'm a reasonable man. If Eri cooperates and doesn't put up a fight, you won't be harmed. Inko's eyes angrily narrowed at Chrono. That man in the white shot me 5 times. Overhaul rested his head on his right fist. That because you got in the way. You're very lucky. If that were me, you definitely wouldn't be here talking to me right now. Inko shuddered slightly, realizing his words were honest. Her lips trembled slightly. Then why am I still alive? Aside from the fact Eri healed you, you're an incentive to keep her in line. He looked at Eri, who was gripping Inko after registering his words. Hear me, little girl? Her reaction was all he needed to see to know his point hammered home. Inko held her warmly before eyeing Overhaul. You really don't care what you're doing to her, do you? I really don't, he answered bluntly. Everyone has a role to play for us to be successful, and this is hers. I suggest you accept it, and everything will be fine. Inko pressed her lips, noting that any kind of argument with him would be pointless. She thought she could probe his mind and understand him, but his motives were inexcusable in her opinion. Regardless of what he wanted for his organization, torturing and conducting experiments on a little girl was unjustifiable, and she just heard him justify it. Overhaul, we'll be home in a bit, Chrono announced. Overhaul expression shifted. Head to the entrance on Machi Street. Let's not go straight back to the house. Yes, sir, Nemoto said. The rest of the ride was a drive in silence. Nemoto parallel parked the car and all of them got out. All of the Yakuza looked around as they exited the car. No one said it, but something didn't feel right. The area was lively with people going about their business. Nothing about them particularly stood out. But there was this sense that they were being watched. Overhaul shook off the feeling and led the way down an alley, followed by Inko, who was holding Eri's hand, keeping a casual front as they were followed by Chrono and Nemoto. They made it down the alley with Overhaul opening a door to the right which led to the underground tunnels. Inko kept her composure as they entered and made their way to some unknown location. Outside, sitting at a bus stop, a blonde-haired man sits observing the area around him. He was one of several casually dressed officers posted near the entrances to the secret tunnels one had told them about. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a radio. Overhaul just arrived at the entrance at Machi Street. Chrono and Nemoto are with him, along with Midoriya and the Eri girl. Roger that. Be ready when one makes his move, a voice said on the other line. Copy that, Captain, he said, looking towards the entrance to the alley from across the street, ready for the next course of action. The group had been walking for a few minutes through the tunnels. As they went on their way, Inko took note of the maze-like layout. She had no idea how far spread these were, and they seemed as though you could easily become lost if you didn't know where you were going. This place is a maze, she thought aloud. All the more reason for you to not try something stupid like run away, Nemoto stated. Eri gripped her hand tighter. Memories of the last time she was here flashed through her mind. This place is scary. I really don't like it here. Well, too bad, little girl, Chronos stated. I suggest you get used to this. Your selfishness has messed with my plans long enough. Keep in line, he said sternly as they kept walking. We can have a repeat of what happened in Muzurafu right now if you want, Chrono threatened. Eri grit her teeth, shooting an angry look back at him. Stop bullying her, Inko spoke, surprising the men with her words. All three turned to her, their presence intimidating. Hey! We don't recall asking for your opinion, Nemoto barked at her from behind. Keep in mind you shouldn't be alive right now. And if you want to stay that way, I suggest you walk on your thin line without complaint. Overhaul met eyes with Inko. I'm not a man who enjoys repeating himself, so I'll only say this once. We're going to rule Japan from the shadows. Eri's going to accept her role, obediently. And as long as she's a good girl and you don't hinder progress, we won't hurt you, and we'll make things as adequate for you as we care to. Inko swallowed any retorts she had. This man was truly despicable, selfish and egotistical in the worst ways. She and Eri held each other, both being a comforting presence for the other. She almost let her fear grip her when she remembered Izuku's vow to save them on the phone. He would be here soon, she was sure of it. Inko took a breath to center herself. The three men continued to look at her as if waiting for her response. Izumi will be here soon. Eri's voice broke the silence before Inko could speak up. Izumi? You mean one? Overhaul said as his gaze locked onto her, his face still showing no signs of concern. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you. There's no chance he could ever find this place, so forget about some pretend hero coming to save you. All you have to look forward to is giving your body and making your cursed existence useful to the organization. I don't see in any way how that's a happy way to live. An unknown masculine voice spoke, echoing through the halls. The Yakuza all went on edge by this sudden voice. Before any of them could react, they were all hit, sent flying down the hall away from Inko and Eri. The mother and daughter only felt a strong breeze pass over them, their captors gone in an instant. The three Yakuza were each hit again, sending them down a hall to the left. Each time they were hit, their direction changed as if guiding them to a specific place. The three didn't know what was going on. They couldn't keep up with how fast they were moving, let alone acclimate to the pain before another hit came. After a few seconds, the three landed in one of the tunnel's wide open spaces with another hit sending them to the ground and sprawling across the room in separate directions until they each hit a wall. The surprise and stress of the situation allowed all three to push past the pain and try to stand. Overhaul tried to raise himself only for his left arm to buckle. It was broken. He felt pain in his lower right jaw just as he felt a wet warmness slide down his left forehead. Bringing his right hand to it, he saw the fingertips of his glove was wet with his own blood. This, coupled with aching pains in his chest and him laying on this dirty floor in now dirty clothes, lit a fire in him to kill whoever made him dirty. He saw that Chrono and Nemoto were just as beaten as he was, both trying to get back up, but the one who attacked them was nowhere to be seen. Everything happened so fast. Now he was away from Eri and dealing with another wrench in his plans. His eyes widened as he looked to the entrance to the room. Was that 1? Inko and Eri were still in shock at the sudden disappearance of the Yakuza. It was quickly replaced with joy when in a flash, 1 appeared before them. Inko's emerald eyes pierced the white lenses of the hero's cowl, knowing her son's matching pair was meeting hers. Izuku, she said with a smile. The hero smiled at them. Eri let go of Inko and approached the hero she met the other night. He was just like her Izumi. He was just as warm, and now she knew why. Izumi? She asked, wide-eyed and her tone innocent. 1 brought his hands to his cowl and raised it back, revealing his face and natural green curls. The warm smile that saved her many times since she first saw it was edged across his face, but it also seemed a little sad. Hi Eri, he answered, getting down to her level. Eri instantly rushed to hug him, holding on tightly as any fear and uncertainty about this situation instantly vanished. Izumi! I was so scared. They shot Mama, we couldn't get away and I didn't know where you were. It was scary, she exclaimed as the tears she was fighting back began to slide. Izuku reciprocated the hug. He was already disappointed in himself for letting this happen when he had all the means of preventing it. He should have been more meticulous. Eri's comment about them shooting his mom was like a knife to the heart. He never lost faith in his control over this situation, but hearing everything Eri and his mom had gone through, his heart was threatening to shatter. He held Eri tighter. I'm so sorry, Eri. I should have been there for both of you, forgive me. He broke the hug, meeting her eyes and warmly patting her head. Despite that, I'm sure you were so brave. She really was, Inko stated, calmly approaching the two. If it weren't for Eri, I wouldn't be here right now. His expression became serious. Did they really shoot you? Inko was almost hesitant to answer his question honestly, given her son's expression. Yes. I almost thought it was the end for me, but Eri used her quirk and healed me. Izuku looked at Eri, his eyes a mix of relief, sadness, and pride. It's not your fault, Izuku. I know, he said lowly. I'm sorry for all of this. But I'm ending it now, I promise. He looked at Eri. Your nightmare will be over soon, Eri. After this you won't ever have to come back here. Let's go back home together, okay? His smile returned and Eri couldn't help but return one of her own. Okay. He gently picked up Inko and Eri in each arm. Let's get you two somewhere safe. In a flash they were out of the tunnels and back outside. 1 handed them off to the waiting officers. Good job, 1. We can take care of these two, one of the cops said. What's the situation looking like inside? Another asked. I was able to separate these two from Overhaul and his men. They're hurting in a wide space and in a moment it'll just be me and them. He started walking back towards the tunnel entrance. This won't take long. Thank you, 1. Go get him, Inko encouraged. You can do it, Eri cheered. Despite all that's happened, Izuku still felt warm at the words from 2 of the most important females in his life. He turned his head back to them, smiling brightly while giving a thumbs up with his left hand. I'll be right back. The Yakuza were still struggling to get up as Overhaul got a feel for where he was. There were many wide spaces like this throughout the tunnels. Most of them were dead ends meant for quirk training and he was sure which one he was in. Chrono, Nemoto, get up! We have to go after Eri. Sorry, boss, but my head is pounding, the black-cloaked Yakuza complained. Chrono managed to stand, while nursing his left side. I think one of my ribs is broken. Overhaul stood up. Suck it up! I think I know where we are and we're pretty far from where Eri is. We have to find her before she tries to take off again. What the hell hit us anyway? Nemoto groaned. I think it was 1. I don't know how he found the tunnels, but it's the only thing that makes sense. 1 appeared in the center of the room between them out of nowhere. Speak my name and I shall appear. The 3 were startled, with a mix of shock and fear as the country's first independent hero appeared out of nowhere. 1! Nemoto exclaimed fearfully. Though he had a smile on his face, the hero's aura was serious and very much threatening. Let's skip the shock and surprise, shall we? You had to know you'd see me soon after you stupidly decided to kidnap Eri and my mother. He released a wave of power aura that paralyzed all of them with fear. Air caught in all of their lungs as they all forgot to breathe. It was as if death himself was standing before them and their lives would end the instant that breathed wrong, let alone say the wrong thing. So, do any of you have anything to say for yourselves? They were all stuck with fear, the question nearly going over them unnoticed. In the midst of being tightly grasped by fear, they all had their own thoughts of the situation. Overhaul couldn't stop shaking, fear prevalent in his expression. How did he even get in here? He thought as his eyes shifted to his trembling hand. Why can't I stop shaking? His eyes went back to one. Who is this guy? Chronos' mind was racing upon realizing they'd been cornered. Was he here waiting for us? That explains why no one's answering the phone. He must have taken them out. This can't be the end, can it? We've come so close. He turned to Overhaul, who was just as scared as he was. Kai. Nemoto was frozen with his thoughts. This is it, we're dead. His thoughts raced as he looked around, seeing no way out. We have to escape somehow. I asked you all a question, so one of you kindly answer, one said sternly. The silence continued, irritating the hero even more than he already was. One sighed. I suppose you all are wondering how I found these tunnels. It's quite simple, really. When I stopped Twice and Toga from taking Eri the other night, his double was conveniently kind enough to tell me about the entrance to one of these tunnels. This betrayal revolution angered the Yakuza, helping them push past the fear gripping them. So that's how you got here, Nemoto managed to exclaim. You've been here this whole time, haven't you? We've been trying to contact our other members this whole time, but no one was answering. You got to them? Yes, they're all on their way to prison as we speak. Fun fact, the police were wrapping everything up when you called me. All your members have been arrested and they have all the evidence they need to send you all to prison for a long time after this. I was able to map out the tunnels and had casually dressed officers wait and observe each entrance to let me know when and where you came in from. Now it's just you three and me. My mom and Eri are with the cops and by now the entrances are all blocked off. So even if you could get away, you'd only be running right into police custody. He ended his last statement with a smile. Overhaul's eyes widened with pure shock. His anger rose as he realized he'd been truly cornered and walked into a trap. Twice had told one about the tunnels. Now he was here with the police and had taken out all of his men. When he saw them earlier, they gave no indication that they had betrayed them. Nemoto even used his quirk on them. But the way he asked didn't make them answer truthfully. He was so close, his ambition was so in reach he could taste it. Now Eri was gone again, and he was facing down a hero more powerful than All Might. Damn you, he said in a rough, venomous growl as his head lowered. Oh yeah, you were the one conducting experiments on a little girl and somehow I'm the bad guy. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small black case. What you did to Eri is deplorable and unjustifiable, and I know you don't care and that's fine. He flipped open the case, showing Overhaul the bullets inside. The Yakuza leader's eyes threatened to pop out of his head from pure shock and disbelief as his life's work was in the hands of the hero who in the span of one afternoon destroyed his entire organization. At least I can use these for genuine good. That's mine, Overhaul growled. Not anymore. You have nothing left, Overhaul. The Shaiha Saikai is finished, and within the next 10 minutes all of you are going to be beaten and on your way to prison. He closed the case and quickly put it back in his pocket. So let's get started, shall we? His aura became serious as he quickly turned to Chrono, who visibly flinched from his gaze. A gun fell off of you as I was knocking you in here. You're the one who shot my mother, aren't you? Chrono didn't answer. He quickly snatched off his mask and threw it at one. He rushed the hero while sending his blade of hair at him. One merely cocked his head, the attack missing, and in the blink of an eye he was in Chrono's face. He couldn't react as one pummeled him with dozens of brutal punches to his face, chest, stomach, and arms. With a final right elbow thrust to the gut, Chrono went flying before crashing into a wall and cracking it. He hit the floor unconscious, a bloody, beaten mess. "Chrono!" was all Nemoto could say before he was suddenly smashed against a wall in the next instant. Pain shot through every inch of his body and made him spit up a little blood in his mask. The shock of the situation was intense, and aside from the pain, all Nemoto could comprehend was one's fist pressed into his stomach, and the hero in his face. "So fast," he managed to say weakly. "And just as powerful," one said with a sly smile. He felt Nemoto go limp from passing out and let him fall face forward to the ground. One locked eyes with Overhaul, who was taking off his gloves. Overhaul tossed the gloves to the side and eyed one. "I have one question for you." "Seems awfully rude to ask me a question when I asked two that went completely unanswered." The Yakuza's eyes narrowed at his response. "Fine, what is it?" "The boss, where is he?" "You mean Shiro Akashiya?" "He's fine. The police gathered him and his life support equipment and transferred him to an actual hospital. I have a theory. Did you put him in a coma because he didn't approve of your plans for Eri?" The old man didn't understand. "Pretend heroes like you forced him into a corner, and his old-fashioned ways weren't going to save the organization." "I've done my research on this organization. Despite you being criminals, you've always carried yourself with a code of honor, meaning you never got involved in the drug trade, and you certainly never hurt kids. When did you choose to discard your humanity? Have you lost your humanity?" The voice of the boss's words ran through his mind at that moment, along with the look of disappointment in his eyes when he told him his plan. Overhaul grit his teeth. "Shut up, you pretend hero. You people are the ones who drove the boss into a corner." He may not have agreed with my methods, but when he saw the end results he was gonna thank me. We would have ruled Japan. This world is dirty and infected. I had the power to cure humanity. I was going to tear it all down. I was so close to bringing us to the top I could taste it, but you and Eri screwed everything up. "Oh yeah, blame Eri for not wanting to be hurt by you. Your ambition would sound pretty noble if it weren't a bunch of crap. This is about you getting your way and getting what you want, and expecting any and everyone associated with you to abide by what you see as acceptable." He took his stance. "I made a promise to Eri, one I intend to keep. My strength is meant to save and protect every person I can, and once I put you away I'll have finally been able to do that for Eri. Not to mention you dragged my mother into this." Another wave of pressure passed over the villain. "I don't know what you thought when you chose this course of action, but this is it. Chisaki!" He placed his bare hand to the ground. "That's not my name, you pretend hero." The ground erupted as 7 spikes flew towards the hero. The spikes encroached on one. He stood firm as he was quickly pierced in multiple places. Overhaul was surprised for a moment as one's body didn't move at all, on top of there not being a drop of blood from being skewered. To his shock, one's body faded away with the spikes still in place. "Did that just blow your mind?" The hero's voice came from his left side, and he turned in time to be met with a boot to the face. Pain shot through every inch of his body as he was launched into a wall, cracking it. He could barely comprehend anything from the surprise of instant pain. There was a flash of green before one was in his face. A fist connected with his gut, intensifying the pain and hitting him through the wall into the room on the other side. He bounced off the floor before his body rolled across the floor and stopped. His adrenaline was pumping, suppressing some in the intense pain coursing through his body. He managed to get on all fours, bearing a look of pure hatred at one. "Damn you! Damn you! That's 2. Eri had 19 total scars on her arms and legs when I found her, and I'm about to hit you for every single one of them." A wave of pressure filled the room, terrifying Overhaul again. His anger helped him push past the fear enough to activate his quirk. "Just die already!" Overhaul bellowed before he caused massive spikes to rise from the ground heading towards one. "You're sick, infected with the hero disease. You're blinded by some old ideal of what's right." In a flash one dodged the spikes, As a green blur, he continued to dodge the onslaught of spikes that quickly filled the room. "You're just pretending to be a hero. You keep prattling on about Eri, but you could never use her like I can. She is mine. Give her back and get out of my way." One appeared before him, surprising Overhaul as he was once again faster than he expected. "Shut up," the hero said sternly before following up these words with a roundhouse kick to the head, sending him flipping back through the air. 3. He disappeared again, appearing behind Overhaul and stopping him with a right elbow strike to the back. 4. He spun and connected a left high spin kick to his enemy's side. Overhaul was launched into the air and in a flash one was in front of him, punching him in the face and sending him forward. 5. In a flash one kicked him in the back towards the ground. 6. Appearing below him, one uppercuts him towards the ceiling. 7. In a flash one continued to nail Overhaul with 10 more heavy blows that broke him in every way. Overhaul flipped across the air, every inch of him hurt as he was helpless against one's onslaught. He couldn't read his moves or react to them at all. The best he could do was take the next hit and hope it wouldn't kill him. Air caught in his lungs from once sinking his foot into his stomach from below him. 18. Overhaul instinctively gripped his stomach as one disappeared again. The hero kicked off the air and with one final downward kick to the back. 19. Overhaul rocketed to the ground, hitting it hard. Overhaul was on the ground, battered, broken and beaten. Many of his bones were broken and the pain he was enduring was indescribable. He was still conscious, his anger at the situation the only thing keeping him from passing out. One lands in front of him, accessing the situation. It was over. Eri can finally rest easy now. He approached the down Overhaul, whom he could tell was still breathing. Overhaul was like a predator lurking as he waited for one to get closer to him. "That's it, get closer. All I need is one touch, and it's all over for you. It's all over for you," one said confidently as he stood over Overhaul and reached down seemingly to lift the villain up. Like a snake, Overhaul's right hand swiped at one, gripping the hero's forearm. They stood in silence for a moment, either moving, and to Overhaul's shock, one didn't explode into a bloody mess. More surprisingly, his quirk wasn't activating. Before he could fully register these developments, one grabbed him by the forearm, quickly spinning and tossing him out of the room through the hole he made. Overhaul bounced and rolled on the ground again, the pain too intense to stop himself. "What the hell is happening here?" he thought. His bare hands were touching the ground. He was activating his quirk, but nothing was happening. In an instant, one was standing over him again. "So it's as I suspected, these work almost instantly." The villain's eyes filled with shock and horror as he spotted an empty round from the finished product in one's left hand. Realizing he must have injected him with the drug at some point during his beating, his eyes widened as his breathing began to speed up from the realization of what's happened to him. Thoughts of the boss ran through his mind, their last conversation, and what he did playing on loop. He looked at his hands that were starting to tremble. "Why you've done? What the hell have you done?" he cried out in anguish, getting on all fours like a wounded animal. "I've saved countless people from suffering because of you and your twisted ambition." Green lightning cackled around him as his concentrated power aura intensified. "And the next time you hurt a little girl, you better make sure I don't hear about it." He released his technique. Overhaul got a full blast of the emotional energy of one's willpower. The ground shook, mirroring an earthquake. The wall and floor of the tunnels began to crack, all while a mighty wave of pressure beared down and on the germophobic villain. Overhaul's mind went black, forgetting to breathe and feeling like the tiniest insect whose mere existence was minuscule to the being before him. His eyes rolled back into his head, going white as his consciousness faded, and he dropped to the ground unconscious. Inko and Eri sat with police as they waited for one to come back. "It's been about 6 minutes. I figured he'd be back by now," one of the cops thought aloud. "He's probably taking his sweet time dealing with those scumbags," another added. "How is the situation here, officer?" Sir Knight I asked as he arrived on the scene with Lemillion. The cops turned to the pro and his student. Oh, Sir Night Eye. Nothing to worry about here. Apparently once got everything under control. Just then one came out of the entrance to the tunnels, carrying all 3 Yakuza beaten and unconscious. Lemillion looked at his mentor, a little uneasy at his expression. They were in the middle of recruiting heroes for a team-up when they got the call that most of the Shai Hasaikai had been rounded up by one. Everyone at the agency was surprised by this news. They let the information sink in as Night Eye's expression was telling. He was a little irate about the fact the police knew this was his case, and yet he was just being informed after the fact that it had been nearly resolved. He got the information and along with Lemillion quickly made their way to the crime scene. "Here's the last of them, officers," the hero said with a smile as he walked out of the alley. He was quickly approached by the officer who quickly restrained the Yakuza. "Be careful transporting them, you guys," the hero said as he watched them be loaded up and taken away. "Good job handling these villains, one," the sand hero, Snatch, complimented. "Thank you, Snatch. I have to make sure the hostages are okay. After that I'll help you out in getting these criminals into custody." "You think there's still a major threat?" "Not so much that, it's just a feeling I have. So keep your eyes out." "Noted, I'll catch up with you later," he said before getting in the truck. As this was happening he turned to his left upon sensing 2 familiar presences. He spotted Sir Night Eye and Lemillion. "Sir Night Eye, Lemillion." He gave a respectful bow to both of the men as they approached him. "Hiya, one. You look like you've been busy today." "Not exactly. Though I admit the Stranglers made this take longer than I intended." Night Eye gave a sharp expression as he raised his glasses. "Was this your plan? To bring down Shai Hasaikai on your own after I denied your team up?" "Not really. It was always my plan to bust their operation and take them down, especially Overhaul. The opportunity just presented itself for me to do that today. I know you've been working on this for a while, so I apologize if I stepped on your toes here." The hero stoically took in his words. "What exactly happened here? More importantly, did you gather sufficient evidence to put them away?" "The police have all the evidence they need, and as you can see I defeated the organization and all of its members." He looked across the street and saw Inko and Eri getting ready to be taken to the station. "The police can fill you in on the details later, excuse me." He walked past the heroes to his mom and sister. "One, I'm not finished speaking to you," Night Eye said to his back. One cocked his head back to the hero. "We'll talk at the station, Night Eye. I need to check on these two." Night Eye and Lemillion saw that one was heading across the street to where a green-haired woman and a young light gray-haired girl were being guarded by police. It seemed as though they were about to head to the station as well. Night Eye narrowed his eyes at this. "Who are those two, sir?" Lemillion asked. "I have a theory, let us confirm it," he answered as the two went after one. "Eri, Mrs. Midoriya, are you both all right?" Eri was the first to respond with a hug to his waist. He could sense her flurry of emotions as her nightmare was finally over. He warmly reciprocated the hug. "I told you I'd be right back." "You did it! Thank you so much, One!" she happily exclaimed in his embrace. "I made a promise, didn't I? I like to keep my promises." "That makes you a real hero." Inko perked up. Her eyes met his. "Thank you much again for saving us, One." He gave his signature heroic smile. "I'm just glad you're both alright, ma'am." A cop approached Inko. "Ma'am, it's time we got you both to the station for questioning." She accepted his words. The only reason they were still here was because she and Eri wanted to see how this ended. "Alright, come on Eri, we're leaving." Eri kept hugging One, turning to meet eyes with Inko. It was clear she didn't want to separate from him. One gently patted her head. "Don't worry, I'll be right behind you." Eri relented at these words and got in the squad car with Inko. As this was happening, Lemillion and Sir Night Eye were watching the scene unfold, deciding to get more further details. The car drove off with One watching it leave. "Yes, Night Eye?" he asked, not turning to address the hero behind him. "Who exactly were those two, One?" "Two hostages Overhaul took. The little girl just now, she was the key ingredient in making the quirk erasing bullets I told you about. I've been keeping tabs on her for months now. Wait, was that the girl the Hosakai members were claiming was Chisaki's daughter? Night Eye asked. He doesn't have any children, obviously. She's been in protective custody for months. I thwarted an attempt from Toga and twice from the League of Villains from kidnapping her for him the other day. A double of twice was the one who told me about the entrance to one of the secret tunnels, and I suspect they're both hiding around here somewhere. If I had to guess, they wanted to use me as a way of weakening the Yakuza. There was an altercation between the two in which Kenji Hikishi, aka Magni, was killed, and I doubt they'd take that lying down. So keep an eye out for them. He gripped his chin, thinking to himself. We already knew there was an altercation between the two groups, but we didn't suspect they were working together. What are you thinking? Lemillion asked. Something All For One said when I went to see him in Tartarus. Many villain groups are making moves in the shadows. Everything is a power play. He looked to see Overhaul and his underlings being restrained, loaded up to be taken away. Had things gone differently, these guys could have done some real damage. It doesn't matter anymore, but I get the feeling this may not be over just yet. Night Eye was becoming more and more irritated with the independent hero. Not only had he essentially stolen their case, he also had information even they didn't have. He didn't regret refusing his team up, but it was still frustrating. The efforts of months on investigating was dashed in a single afternoon before they could get all of their pieces together. Those bullets you mentioned, did you get any samples? Realistically, some of it's still on the street, but the police were able to collect what they had stashed here. He paused for a moment as he pondered telling them about the quirk destroying bullets. He pulled out the case in his pocket. This was their finished product. These can permanently destroy a quirk. I used one on Overhaul during our fight, so I know they work, he said, showing them the case. How many are in that case? Night Eyes asked with narrowed eyes. Originally 5 with 4 remaining. Night Eye outstretched out a hand. Give them to me. One waved the case, sighing in disappointment. I was afraid you'd say that, hence why I didn't even want to tell you. If those are as potent as you say, then they're too dangerous for you to use recklessly. I never use these recklessly. In fact, I already have a plan to use one of these on a certain someone. Wait, are you gonna use one of those on All For One? A wide-eyed Lemillion asked. Ding ding ding, we have a winner! One playfully exclaimed. If anyone needs to lose their quirk, it's him. Like many villains, without his quirk he's no threat to anyone. With one of these I can kill All For One without killing All For One. One was thinking so broadly and further ahead than they were. Night Eye was doing his best to contain his irritation. One wasn't going to give him those bullets, and he stopped what could have become a serious problem for society if he hadn't stopped it. Once again he was performing in ways even All Might couldn't, and it only annoyed him more by the day. It seemed as if Mirio was standing still, like One For All was standing still while a quirkless hero made its purpose irrelevant. Do what you want, he said as he turned to leave. We're leaving, Lemillion. The young hero looked between his mentor and One, feeling uncomfortable at the constant tension between them. Yes, sir. Wait a minute, Night Eye. What do you want now? It's a small request, but I need your permission. Can I borrow Lemillion for a case? Both men were understandably shocked by this request. Why, what do you need him for? I guess you could call it an under-the-table case. Some guy stole government property from a warehouse and I have to get it back or destroy it before they cause any havoc with it. You predominantly work alone. Why are you asking for help with this? While I don't doubt I could do this alone, I think Lemillion's skill set would be good for the former half of this situation, getting it back without destroying it. Night Eye looked to his student. It's your choice. What do you want to do? The blonde smiled brightly, excited for a chance to work with One. I want to team up with him, he answered the older man before turning to One. Let's do this, One. Good to know you're full of energy. He pulled out his hero phone to make a new contact, handing it to the blonde. Put your number in my phone, I'll send you the details later. Lemillion put his number in the phone and handed it back to One. Thank you. I have to get going, talk to you later. In a flash of speed he was gone, making his way to the police department. Kashik.D. One stood in the room cross-armed while Eri and Inko sat in the chairs at the table across from the officer speaking to them. He was one of the detectives who had been working Eri's case and had let Izuku bring her to the Midoriya residence in the first place. They had told him about the day's events and how they ended up in Overhaul's clutches. Everyone was relieved One saved the day, but he felt this could have easily gone either way. The detective was recording their entire talk. One stayed quiet for the most part, only speaking when needed. After a while the full details had been given and the detective clasped his hands. All right, that should be all that I need. And you're sure there's nothing else you'd like to tell us about what happened? No sir, that's everything that happened, Inko responded. All right. It seems we'll be adding attempted murder and kidnapping to their list of charges. But before we end this I have a few questions. Do you think Chisaki finding Eri and Mizurufu was a coincidence? Or do you think he somehow learned she was in the city? Because we've been watching them for months and they never went that way, so it seems a bit strange that they found her when they did go there. Inko had a look of hesitation. She hadn't mentioned the incident with the villains the night of the festival. In hindsight it's likely they're the ones who told them about Eri. Inko turned to One who gave her an assuring nod. The mother sighed before speaking. I didn't mention it because I had hoped nothing would come from it, but in hindsight it may have been the reason for all of this. What exactly happened, Mrs. Midoriya? The other day we went out to the summer festival back home. As we were leaving we were surrounded by clones. What did they look like? It was Toga and Twice from the League of Villains. One perked up. The detective turned to him with a surprised expression. How do you know that? Because One came to our rescue, he destroyed all of the clones and protected us. Unfortunately, the real villains weren't among them, but a Twice clone was kind enough to tell me they were sent to the city by Overhaul to look for Eri as well as informing me about the entrance to one of the tunnels. The hero explained calmly. We had actually reached out to One months ago and asked for his help in the situation with Eri. Inko shot her son a knowing look, saying to play along with the lie and make this sound believable. To which I agreed. I gave them the number to my hero phone and have been keeping tabs on the kid ever since. So that's why you didn't inform us about this, because you wanted to leave it in his hands? The detective asked, cocking his head at One. I'm sorry for not keeping you more informed, but I figured if anyone could stop them it would be One. There was a silence in the room as the man took in her words. He sighed before standing up. I understand how you felt it prudent to put your faith in a hero like One, but we're all trying to help. It was reckless to leave us uninformed about a lot of this. I'm sorry, detective, she said sincerely. He turned to One. And while we're on the topic of you, is there anything else you'd like to share that we may not be aware of? Well, you've collected plenty of the drug they were selling, and once you examine it you'll make a pretty sickening discovery. The detective's eyes narrowed. That is that the drug in those bullets is made entirely of human blood and cells. He pointed to Eri. Wole looked at him with calm innocence. Her blood and cells. Shock spread across the detective's face as he turned to look at Eri, who felt a bit uneasy at his words. In truth, she didn't know why Overhaul was experimenting on her. All she knew was she had to sit in a chair while he hurt her, so she decided to run away. The detective turned back to One. Are you sure about this? I had a theory a few months back and I confirmed it. One answered. These words caused Eri to remember the day Izuku and Taku needed some of her blood. Taku took it and said it was a perfect match, but she didn't know what he meant at the time. Well, this hammers our case home. He turned off the recorder before looking at Inko and Eri. Well, I'm glad you two are alright. Good job, One. We'll still need you to testify when they go to trial, so we'll be in touch for that. He walked to the door. Let's get a car to take you two home. I'm sure your family would love to see you both, and you've had a long day. One more thing, detective. Inko spoke as he put his hand on the door. Yes, ma'am? Now that those criminals are on their way to prison, we'd like to start the process of adopting Eri, so I'd like to speak to a child attorney as soon as possible. You're in luck, a good friend of mine is a child attorney. She's very good at what she does and is very passionate about doing what's best for children. I'll give you her business card. He left the room with Inko, Eri and one leaving behind him. The woman and child were placed in a squad car and driven back to Muzurifu. One waved goodbye while promising to see them later. One raised his arm as he did a huge stretch. He looked in the distance and saw the sun begin to set. Man, it's been a long day. He turned to a cop who was running towards him. One! He exclaimed as he approached him. The hero could sense the man's unease. What's the problem? The villain transport was attacked by the League of Villains. We've got several units headed over there, but we don't know how bad it is. Overhaul, damn! He roared as he looked in the distance. What about Snatch, and where was the transport attacked? According to the injured officers who called it in, he was ambushed while protecting the officers. They're on Interstate 16 West. And what direction is that in? He quickly pointed. Go west. The moment these words left his lips, there was a strong wind that nearly knocked him over from one leaping into the air. One allowed gravity to have him as he looked around upon reaching the apex of his jump. Where is it? He thought as he soared across the sky. He spotted smoke and a flaming truck in the distance. Recognizing it as the villain transport, he kicked off the air and rocketed to the scene. He landed with the first thing he noticed were the sirens in the distance, and on the ground he saw flip squad cars and a burning truck. The injured officers were together, relief clear on their faces when they saw him touch down. Are you men all right? He asked the injured men as he approached them. One! We're alive, thank goodness you're here! One of them exclaimed happily. I heard you were attacked by the League, what happened here? One of the cops lowered his head. Snatch. He was protecting us. What happened to Snatch? Though he got an idea of what might have happened, he still chose to ask. I really don't know what happened. He was fending off a villain with a fire quirk and he just disappeared. The guy admitted to being the one responsible for the recent string of burnt corpses lately. He had gotten wind of those gruesome findings and was in the midst of looking into it. I suspected that was Dabi. The other one must have been Compress. One thought. Were there anyone else? A lizard guy was driving, while Shigaraki, the fire villain and a masked man attacked Snatch. It's all my fault. If I hadn't let myself get injured, his guard would have been up to prevent the ambush. An injured cop said in disappointment. One turned to look at the damage. He walked to the scene. The burning truck was obvious, but as he rounded to the other side of it he saw the lead remains of a person in restraints. It was clearly Overhaul, and this was the effects of Shigaraki's quirk. If he had to guess, as he was bound by restraints, Shigaraki decayed him, though he suspected he said something to him, but there was no way of knowing. So what exactly happened here? One asked. We were transporting the villains, then out of nowhere the League of Villains attacked. But it seems they were more interested in Chisaki than they were with any of us. I called it in and I heard Shigaraki talking to Chisaki about him being too full of himself. Chisaki sounded so dead inside, then everything went quiet. After that the villains just left like nothing happened. Him being quirkless probably took the fun out of destroying him, so Shigaraki just decayed him and kept it moving. One thought as he inspected the scene. That still doesn't explain what happened to Snatch. Do you think he's dead? I really have no way of knowing, the cop exclaimed. Damn. The hero thought as he looked around. The League was long gone, and Overhaul was dead. Chrono and Nemoto were burnt corpses inside the truck, still restrained. Despite their actions today, even they didn't deserve to die so helplessly. One had no words for the men. Just then the police, fire department, and EMS arrived at the scene. The cleanup was quick and handy, but there was a heavy tension in the air as the news about Snatch quickly spread among everyone. One made his way back to Muzurifu with a heavy heart. He was so wrapped up with making sure his mom and Eri were okay he didn't follow his instincts with the feeling he got the last time he saw Snatch and the villains. This day had its fair share of unexpected hiccups, but for everyone involved to not see the end of it hurt his heart. He's put the league off for too long now, and it was time he took care of them. Muzudafu. The squad car pulled up to the apartment complex where the Midoriya family lived. The cops accompanying them quickly let the two ladies out of the car, and Eri held Inko's hand as they made their way up the stairs. Inko unlocked the door, and upon entering she was immediately hugged by Hisashi. Eri was quickly picked up and held by Izuku. Though startled slightly, the worry and love the two men expressed made them do nothing but reciprocate their respective embrace. Inko had called from the station back in Kashyyyk and explained the situation. Hisashi was in disbelief with mixed emotions when she told him everything. He had almost lost his wife today and Eri. Thankfully everything turned out alright, but hearing this kind of news would rock any man to his core. Izuku arrived a little while ago, and the two talked for a bit. He apologized for the whole situation, but the most important thing was being a family right now. The cops said a few words before leaving the family of four. There was a slight tension in the air from the realization they may have never seen each other again if things had gone differently. Boo. Inko assured both her husband and son that everything was alright, and all she cared about right now was being together. Inko and Hisashi cuddled on the couch, while Eri sat in Izuku's lap on the other couch. I know I've said this plenty of times already, but I'm sorry about what happened today. It's not your fault, Izuku. You're not a psychic. You had no way of knowing or predicting something like this would happen today. Her words were warm and empathetic. I know, but still, Mom. The worst thing about being a hero is realizing you can't save everyone. I always try to save every life I can, because even people I don't know are special or important to someone else. But when danger and loss hit so close to home, it aches how powerless you realize you are. Things could have gone so wrong today. If my life as a hero created events that took any of you away from me, I don't know if I'm strong enough to handle that. Everyone noted the worry in his voice. Both parents felt for their son. Eri felt his worry. Earlier today she was willing to never see him again if it meant protecting the people who became so precious to her. She didn't want to be without any of them. Just thinking about it made her heart hurt. Don't be sad, Izumi, she said, turning to look him in the eyes. You saved me and Mama. He smiled back at her. No, you saved Mom. Because of what you said. You said if I face my fears I can beat them. When they shot Mama I was really scared, but I didn't want her to die. I wanted her to live more than I wanted to cry and be afraid. A lot of bad things happened to me at that place, but there were things I wanted more than to keep hurting. Izuku's eyes widened slightly from how insightful her words were. Eri's very emotionally mature, more so than a child her age should be, and his desire to protect her and keep her safe makes it easy for him to overlook that about her. She's right, Izuku. Inko finally perked up. When bad things happen there are times you can't do anything about it, but if you do everything you can, when and where you can, sometimes it all works out. Inko got up and walked to her son. Stand up for a minute. He put Eri to the side and stood up. The mother looked up to him, putting her hands to his cheeks. She then felt him down to his arms while looking him up and down. You've done so much good, Izuku, and you'll continue to do so much more. Don't let one bad day or any personal failures make you question that. Matching green eyes met as Izuku nodded, and she continued while smiling warmly. All these years I've been taking care of this little boy. Making sure he's loved, knows how to love, and know he's different, knowing and believing he can be what he wants to be. People thought he was crazy, but he didn't care, and has one of the best hearts of anyone I know. Now that boy's all grown up, and he not only wants to, but is capable of taking on the world. My biggest fear is that no one will support him as much as we do, that they won't love him as much as we do. Her words carried a mix of worry, warmth, love, and pride. So, let's make a deal, Izuku. No matter what happens to you, or any of us, you have to promise to always take care of that little boy for me. And that he never forgets he's loved, that he's special, where he came from, and never forgets who he is. Izuku couldn't help but smile at his mother's words, slight tears in the corner of his eyes. His heart was warmed instantly by both her and Eri. Today was definitely one to remember for many reasons, but it was also a time to forge ahead and be optimistic on the future that awaited all of them. He wrapped his mother in a hug, promising her. Hisashi and Eri joined in the embrace, allowing the family to enjoy this loving moment. Later that night, the family had just had dinner with Izuku and Hisashi cooking Inko's favorite dish, paella. Izuku and Eri went to his room after dinner. Izuku was on his phone while Eri was playing an airplane racing game on his TV. Many of today's events had made the news. To his surprise, there were pictures of Momo in an article about a villain attack in Nagano. He quickly read the article praising the everything hero, Kriati, a work-study student of Ryukyu for her skill, intelligence, quick thinking and combat ability against a dangerous villain with an explosion quirk. He couldn't help but smile, proud of his girlfriend and seeing people take notice. So Momo had her debut today, nice job, love. Froppy and Uravity had also made their debut. They teamed up to stop some brawling villains with gigantification quirks, and Kirishima stopped a trigger-enhanced villain while patrolling with Fat Gum. The events of what happened in Kashyyyk had quickly made it on the news. An article detailed the defeat of Shai Hasaikai, the details about the quirk-canceling bullets, and the death of Snatch at the hands of the League of Villains. I really have to get on that ASAP. The League seems to finally be making moves. He thought as his phone began ringing. He was happy to see it was Momo's, so he happily answered. Hello, beautiful. Hello, my love, how are you doing? I should be the one asking you that, Miss Kriati. I hear you had your debut today, congrats. Thank you, she answered with a smile on the other end of the line. So how does it feel now that you've officially gotten your feet wet in the field? Honestly, it's invigorating, Izuku. I'm so glad that I'm finally able to use my abilities to help people. It feels as if all my training was truly worth it. I felt the same way on my first night on patrol. That explosion villain you fought, what was his deal anyway? That villain, Karasu, was a depraved menace. He stated intimacy as the reason for why he unleashed all that chaos. Intimacy? I'm still not completely sure of it myself. The best way I could interpret it at the moment is that he has a twisted sense of romantic affection, boasting of the bond between murderer and victim as unparalleled intimacy. That's a disturbing outlook on intimacy. I agree. I was actually slightly uncomfortable at the moment. I could sense it was his way of flirting with me. Oh, should I be jealous? Izuku jokes. I told him I had a boyfriend. However, that didn't make him any less unsettling. I can imagine. I read about the fight in an article online. Good to see the damage wasn't that bad and everything turned out alright. It actually could have been a lot worse. I'm just glad I sprung into action when I did. It's ironic because Ryukyu was telling us about detecting a crime before it happens when I sensed the commotion below us and took off. Izuku registered her words. Below us? Wait, did you dive off of Ryukyu's back? I sure did. She responded playfully before her tones saddened a bit. I actually feel a little bad about that. I jumped from her right side that isn't fully healed. The storm was weeks ago. Just how bad was that acid? You know she only recently went back to work, Izuku. I know, but still. Well, if that's the case, you mind if I reach out for some team-ups? I'm sure Ryukyu would appreciate that. They talked for a little more, catching up with how life's been going since they last saw each other. He then got around to telling her how his day's been, giving her full details and completely shocking her. I can't believe villains would kidnap your mother along with Eri. It must have been the League members who told them where to find Eri. Those two set this all in motion. I thought they'd slip up and make themselves known after I was done with overhaul, but they made their own moves to get to him. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Izuku. How are your mother and Eri doing? They're both fine. As intense as the situation was, they both kept each other strong. Eri actually used her quirk to save Mom's life. Not only that, she kicked Overhaul in the balls. He could sense Eri smiling as he looked at the back of her head. Yeah, she did a lot of growing up today, we're all proud of her. Eri was able to face her fears and leave her past behind. I'm happy for her, she deserves nothing but love, Izuku. And we intend to give it to her. He sighed. Despite how well everything ended for me personally, I still slipped up. I was so focused on making sure Mom and Eri were safe and didn't leave them until I was sure they were safely heading home. I should have checked back with that villain transport sooner, but I didn't. And Snatch paid for it. Momo felt for him as she registered his words. Yes, I heard about it earlier from Ryukyu. He was a good pro. I never worked with him, but I was definitely a fan. He cared about people, and was definitely one of the good guys. Heroes like him don't come around every day, Momo said. Sad reality. All I can do is move forward. I need to track down the League. I've put them off for too long already. Do you have any leads on finding them? Not at the moment, but I know someone who I may be able to convince to point me in the right direction. You mean All for One? It's been a while since our last talk and I'm sure he's lonely, plus I think he missed his vaccinations. Momo's expression shifted to confusion on the other end. What's that supposed to mean? I'll tell you later. By the way, are you doing anything this weekend? Ryukyu put us on standby for the weekend, so I'll just be free for the most part. Why? Mind if I hang out with you at the dorms on Saturday? I'd like that, she answered warmly. Alright, see you then, beautiful. I look forward to it, beloved. Oh, before you go, will you hand the phone to Eri for a moment? Sure, Eri. He called to the girl who turned to face him. He extended his phone to her. Momo wants to talk to you. The little girl's face lit up as she happily took the phone. Izuku laid back in his bed while they had their girl talk. Today had been one to remember for many reasons, but at the end of it he was happy that all was still whole in his world. 2 days later. One was on his way to Kashyyyk. He was on his way to Night-Eye Agency to pick up Lemillion. He had gotten a lead on the Ukanikis and the missing power suits. A request came through on the app telling of about 20 men in black armor, all bald, intimidating and looking suspicious as if they were looking for trouble. He was happy about this as he had nothing to go on, and as this case was secret, he couldn't ask outside sources to keep an eye out for him. The green blur arrived at the agency and like a swift wind he appeared before Night-Eye's desk. The pro was typing away at his computer. He didn't raise his eyes to look at him, though it was hard to not to notice he'd arrived. Good afternoon, Night-Eye. I hope the day has been good to you. Today has been quite fine actually. I take it you're here for Mirio? He's getting changed at the moment, but the wait shouldn't be long. He answered calmly, not looking at him as kept working. Alright, I can spare some time. The pro continued to type away. Did you get a lead on that secret case of yours? I did. But if I'm being honest, it's more of someone reported on the app of seeing a group with fitting descriptions of the items I'm looking for. How dangerous do you think this will be? For me, not very, which I was recommended to take care of it. For Mirio, however, there's a chance this could be very challenging for him. But look at it this way, it's a good way to test his power and control of One for All. His eyes never left his computer. Well, if you are going to take Mirio with you, I have only one stipulation as his mentor, he said, the sound of keys typing still going. Which is? One responded. Let him be challenged, he said, his eyes finally leaving his computer and looking at One. There was a pause in their conversation as One registered the older man's words. Fine, that's doable. As I said a moment ago, there's a good chance this case will be challenging for him. Situations like this can only be to a hero's benefit. A moment later the door opened, and in walked Lemillion. I'm all dressed and ready to go, sir, he exclaimed positively. And about 2 minutes too late, One stated behind him with crossed arms. Lemillion almost jumped in surprise, not expecting him to be here already and not noticing he was behind him. One! Hello, Lemillion. I got a lead on my target. It seems like he's recruited members and shared the suits with them. Go ahead and take a quick stretch, we'll be running nonstop to Saitama. The blonde smiled brightly. Saitama, huh? He began stretching. That's pretty far out. I should have asked this before, but how fast are you at your top speed? Night Eye chose to answer. At a constant pace he can run just below Mach 1. How far below? He asked, shooting a glance at the stretching blonde. 20 kilometers an hour, Lemillion answered. I can work with that. He gestured towards the door to leave. Come on, I don't know what these guys are planning. Lemillion finished his stretches. All right, he said, bouncing to his feet with a spring in his step. He looked to his mentor who was still typing away at his computer. Wish us luck, sir. I'll be back in a flash. He left the room after one, closing the door behind him. Night Eye was left in the stillness of his office, his typing stopping and his eyes locking on the door. Do your best, Mirio, he said aloud before he got back to work. The two heroes passed Centipede on their way down the stairs and exchanging pleasantries before going outside. One clapped, getting the other boy's full attention. All right, Lemillion, this is our first team up, so let's get down to it. Before we go, you know the particulars of this case, right? He smiled brightly. Yep. Find the guy who stole the power suits, destroy them or get them back. Right. These suits are supposedly important and I figured your skill set would be helpful with getting them back. Another thing, we have to not let it get out that these are government property, let alone that they were stolen. Got it, he said in acknowledgement as he flexed his body and was shrouded with energy before he was covered with yellow lightning. This was the first time one was fully registering Mirio's use of One for All when compared to All Might's. You know, now that I take an honest look at your full call, it's actually pretty cool. You put your own spin on the power instead of trying to copy All Might. Thanks. Lemillion chuckled lightly. I actually tried that for a while when I first got it, but quickly realized this was the safest way for me to use it. So you don't want a buff muscle form? One asked jokingly. What advice did All Might give? Lemillion's face shifted to one of slight dissatisfaction. Well, All Might's advice mainly boiled down to clenching your butt, throwing a punch while yelling. Smash. Sounds helpful, one said sarcastically before looking ahead at the relatively empty street. Time to go, try to keep up, he said before bolting ahead. Right behind you, Lemillion stated, rushing after him. Saitama City. In the middle of the bustling city, a large man with a big bald head stands, wearing a bulky, black metal suit with a red flame design. He was supported from behind by 19 other men, all bald and wearing similar suits. He stood in front of his men, watching as people went about their business. They definitely stood out when compared to the confirmative, on-the-go feeling that everyone around them surely felt. An area like this was the perfect starting point to spread his message. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists and spoke. Why are we forced to work? Why must we pay money to eat? It's insane, can't we all just share? He gestured to the whole area. Look around, the rich get fat while the poor die. Where is the freedom in this world? Does it even exist? We're all just slaves to our work, and is work fun? No! How could it be? He raised his fist to the sky. We do not want to work, period. That's why I, Hammerhead, will change our society. I'll make it where only those who want to work will work, while the rest are supported. We will create an ideal world, the Paradisers, led by Hammerhead, will realize this. His big speech was loud, while many people around him heard it. Most ignored it, with the only thing noticeable about them was their outfits. Are those cosplayers? A woman asked as she passed them. The Cyplatoon, I believe they're called. You know, from the Metal Knight series. A man she was with stated. Oh, I remember. I see it now. I really liked that series. I was bummed when it got cancelled. The couple went on their way with the Paradisers just standing there. Boss, no one's listening. One of the men spoke up. Hammerhead grit his teeth. TCH, these damn idiots. He scoffed, turning his head. They're not ready for us anyway. Come on, that bastard Zainaira's loaded. We'll wreck his penthouse and show everyone that we mean business. They headed towards a high-rise apartment a few blocks away. They could see it in the distance. High-rise apartments are symbols of inequality, Hammerhead exclaimed with his men following and agreeing. Minutes later the men arrived at the apartment. This whole building is Zainaira's home, a buck-toothed member said, noting the appearance of the building. Hammerhead growled. That bastard, there's no way he made so much money legally. It's unforgivable. He brought up a hand, gesturing to his men. Bring it down! One of them stepped up. Yes, sir! The man took a stance, bringing back his right fist, his forearm bloated like a balloon. He yelled as he threw a punch that destroyed the lower support of the building. This caused it to tip over slightly before the entire building came down. The surrounding public heard the hit and began running for their lives at seeing the building come down. In mere seconds, all that remained was a pile of crumbled concrete and buckled metal that was once a building. The Paradiser's suit went back to normal. The target has been destroyed. Hammerhead chuckled as he was pleased with this result. Man, this prototype battle suits sure do pack a wallop. Sure, I had to steal them from the government, but when it's all said and done, it was really worth the risk. The buck-toothed Paradiser had a look of uncertainty as he looked at a map along with the others, quickly realizing this was the wrong place. Oh wait, that was the wrong building. Hammerhead narrowed his eyes with slight annoyance. My bad, boss. His place is actually a little further up. His henchman's sheepish tone eased his anger. Whatever, everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is to learn from them, am I right? Right you are, sir. Now on to Zainaira's. His men bellowed in agreement. They were so deep in their bolstering they didn't realize the group of 10 heroes surrounding them. Wait just a damn minute, you punks, a strong voice said, getting their attention. They saw that they were surrounded by the Buster Union along with 5 other local heroes. Most notably Mr. Blaster was eyeing daggers at them. You know, I was actually looking forward to moving into that place next month. You bastards better hope no one was in there. Hammerhead smirked devilishly. Well, if it isn't the Buster Union and some other no-name heroes. The so-called no-name heroes all grit their teeth at his tone. No name, huh? One of them exclaimed. We are on a mission to bring equality to this world. You won't get in our way. Take them down, men! He ordered as the two sides rushed each other. One and Lemillion had been running for about 6 minutes now, and they had just entered Saitama Prefecture. He would have been there by now, but he didn't want to completely dust Lemillion, so he's been gradually speeding up this entire time, forcing Lemillion to push himself just to keep up. He glanced behind him, seeing the other hero was falling back again. You good back there, Lemillion? It was clear he was struggling, but he kept his signature smile. Yeah, I'm still here, One turned back around. We're almost there, full speed to the finish, he said as he sped up. He's speeding up again. I'm barely keeping up with him at 35%. He thought as he focused on his quirk. You gotta dig deep, Lemillion. Let's go. Lightning shrouded his body as he pushed himself to 40%. A minute later they arrived in Saitama City, landing on a building overlooking the city. Lemillion was noticeably winded a bit, but he didn't mention it. This is the area where it was said they were seen, so let's try looking around. Lemillion looked over the ledge at the hustle and bustle below. Man, this city sure is lively. I hear the people from here are always on the go. But it has its highlights, beautiful parks, interesting museums, and even Cocoon's City Mall. Mirio turned to him excitedly. Ha, I wouldn't mind checking that out later. One went on alert as he saw several police cars speed by, all seemingly heading in the same place. He went into his thoughts at seeing this, his intuition telling him this may have something to do with his situation. Think that may have something to do with our case? Lemillion asked, having also spotted the police cars. I have a feeling it just might. Let's go, he said before leaping across the rooftops following the police. After a while of chasing, one could sense distress. The smell of blood hit his nostrils, and the people around them had looks of concern. Looking ahead, he spotted a massive pile of rubble. The area ahead looked like a war zone, and he could sense several injured people. His hero nerd kicked in, as in this city there was only one group of heroes capable of doing this kind of damage. The Buster Union. He thought as he and Lemillion sped up, beating the police to the scene. Ambulances could be heard in the distance. The two were equally on alert at the scene. All around them were the beaten and broken bodies of heroes, about 10 in total scattered across the area. What happened here? Lemillion thought aloud. One scanned the scene. He could sense no one was in immediate life-threatening danger from their injuries, but still they were bad. We need to recover everyone injured and administer first aid to anyone who needs it. Just then he heard a groan and saw a pile of rubble shift, and out fell a beaten-up Mr. Blaster. Mr. Blaster! One exclaimed as he went to the hero's aid. His breaths were rough, his body was riddled with bruises and contusions, he was bleeding from the head, his right eye was black, both his arms were broken and his chest revealed potentially broken ribs. The hero was barely conscious in one's arms. Mr. Blaster, can you hear me? What happened here? The man grit his teeth as he tried to form words. The pain was intense. Those bastards, he weakly said through pained breaths. Stay with me, you're gonna be alright, EMS are on the way, just hang in there. The beaten hero coughed up a little blood. This is a damn shame, he said through the pain, his pride hurting almost as much as his body. The ones who did this to you, were they wearing black metal suits? And was there a large, bald man leading them? Why, yeah, he managed to say. Those bastards were using some kind of power suits. Like something straight out of a sci-fi anime. I don't think any of them bothered using their quirks. One took in his words. He turned to the rubble behind him, quickly getting an idea of how all this started. The rubble, given the lack of sizable pieces, stands to reason it took one hit to bring it down. They must have destabilized the bottom and the whole building just collapsed on top of itself. Those suits. Just how powerful are they? I have to find them and stop them before anyone else gets hurt. He left his thoughts just as the police and EMS arrived. Lemillion had gathered most of the injured heroes, allowing services to come and quickly help them. Mr. Blaster, did they say where they were going, or give any indication of where they were going? The injured hero's breathing remained rough yet consistent. They said they were going after a guy named Zenairu. Zenairu? One thought aloud for a moment. Of Zenairu Estates? He's a real estate mogul, one of the wealthiest men in this city. What's their beef with him? Some shit about not wanting to work. One took in the man's final response before handing him off to EMS. He called Lemillion to his side and the two walked off. So where are we headed now? Lemillion asked once they were out of earshot. We're going to the apartment of this guy named Zenairu. It's a little ways east of here, can't miss it. It's got a giant golden turd on the roof. What? Lemillion exclaimed in pure shock and confusion. He calls it a form of modern art, when in my opinion he's really just bragging about his wealth. Lemillion cringed and was curious about this in equal measure. But a giant turd though? Meh, rich people can do what they want with their own money. Maybe it is a form of art. I know I'm certainly not sophisticated enough to tell. Come on, they couldn't have gotten far. In the woods that surrounded Zenairu's property, the Paradisers made their way to their target. After their clash with the heroes, it was nothing but a straight path to the place with the natural trail, making it easy to move through with the 20 men going on their way. They were passing through a trail with rocky edges on each side. They would reach the high-rise apartments soon. Hammerhead felt as if something was off. Wait a second. He raised an arm, beckoning the men behind him to stop. What's wrong, boss? Something doesn't feel right. Yeah, I guess in your situation this would be a little weird, a chipper voice said out of nowhere. They all followed the sound of the voice that came from their left, and to their confusion they saw a face sticking out of the side rock. So you're Hammerhead, huh? I take it those are the power suits I was told about. They actually look cooler than I thought they would be. Who the hell even are you? The bald leader asked. The plain-looking face smiled brightly. My name's Lemillion, and I'm a hero. Nice to meet you. Hammerhead's fist slams against the face, smashing the rock and sending cracks spreading throughout the area. I'm done dealing with idiot heroes for the day, Hammerhead said as the dust settled. The men agreed with their leader before one of them in front of Hammerhead dropped to the ground unconscious. Everyone was shocked to see the man drop to the ground. What the hell? He saw the blow to his face. Did he get knocked out? As he thought this, he heard a grunt of pain in the back and turned to see one of his men be uppercut off the ground. They could all see a red cape swaying, and a blonde-haired man in a white costume, fists raised and his head turning to them after hitting their teammate. It was the same face from a moment ago. Lemillion landed gently with the Paradise landing unconsciously on his back. Lemillion stared down the group, his plain face intimidating. That wasn't cool to try and punch me just now. I would rather end this peacefully while we still can. Take off those suits and turn yourselves in. We can negotiate lighter sentences for each of you if you cooperate with us. Hammerhead sneered at those words. We're fighting for a noble cause, you fool. Do you really think we'll abandon it just because some hero told us to? He raised his arm, gesturing to his men. Go! The Paradises rushed towards Lemillion. I may not even need much of one for all for these guys. The young hero thought as he shrouded himself with lighting. He rushed his opposition. He was faster than they all expected. They were all so confident in the suits, none of them worried about blocking, just poised to attack. Lemillion took advantage of this arrogance, and quickly unleashed a heavy blow to 3 separate Paradises. Their eyes went white as they lost consciousness, shocking all who saw it. He appeared to be warping as he took out 3 more Paradises. Hammerhead was shocked to see his men be taken out. What the hell's going on here? Is he breaking through the suits? Lemillion continued to take out the Paradises. The lighting-shrouded Blur's fist slipped past the suits and hammering the guts of the low combat IQ combatants. All of them were shocked to see their attacks phase through him as if he were a ghost. The outcome of this situation began to quickly dwell on all of them. More dropped like flies, leaving 5 remaining. Lemillion disappeared again. The remaining Paradises were on edge. No one knew where the hero would strike from next. Before any of them could react, Lemillion shot out of the wall, zigzagging and calling out his super move, Phantom Menace, to defeat the remaining Paradises, leaving only Hammerhead. The villain grit his teeth at seeing all of his men be taken out so easily. Bastard! He bellowed, raising his fists before slamming the ground, shaking and cracking it, forcing the hero to jump back. He dug his hand into the ground, ripping out a large chunk of earth and tossing it at the hero like a baseball. Lemillion dodges, before he could react, and an onslaught of giant rocks came at him. The hero had to use his speed and reflexes to dodge. He'd realized Hammerhead was boxing him. He became permeable an instant before a rock could hit him. He seemingly disappeared as he phased into the ground, avoiding the rock. There he goes again. This bastard can turn intangible. He's mainly been using surprise to take us down. If I can predict where he'll come out from and time my attack right, I can nail him. He quickly turned around just as Lemillion came out of the ground. The hero was slightly surprised to see he predicted where he'd be. He predicted where I'd be. Hammerhead sneered. Your specialty is the element of surprise, but seeing you pop out the ground so much even a monkey could figure out you like to attack from behind. He threw a punch to the hero's gut, going through it. Take this, loser! Lemillion made his upper body permeable as he reached towards Hammerhead, his ghost-like hand passing through the armored arm. Special move, blinder touch eyeball thrust! He called out as his left, middle and index fingers went into Hammerhead's eyes. Hammerhead was shocked for a moment as the hero's hand went through his head. Lemillion took this moment to spin, channeling 20% of One for All, and decking Hammerhead in the stomach, making his forearm permeable into the last moment of impact. In that same moment, Hammerhead was able to hit him with a left back fist. The hits were equal as the hero hit the ground and the villain was knocked back. Both got up still poised to attack. "You're actual pretty tough," Lemillion said as he stared down his opponent. "I could say the same about you. The other heroes could barely move after a hit like that, but you're just fine. Doesn't matter, you're still not gonna stop me though." "This is nothing, I get hit harder in training." Lemillion's expression was serious. "You chose this fight, I told you we could have avoided all of this." Though he was clearly backed into a corner, his pride wouldn't let him back down. "I admit you're pretty good. But do you really think someone like me who's fighting for a noble cause could lose to a nobody hero like you?" Lemillion's smirk didn't falter. "Well, obviously I'm not well known right now, I am still a student after all." Hammerhead's eyes widened. "Wait, you're still in school?" "Third year at UA." His anger rose upon registering this information. "You knew about the suits, I thought you were some dog sent by the government. The hell do you have to do with any of this?" "He's actually tagging along with me," a strong voice spoke up, breaking into their conversation. Hammerhead turned in the direction of the voice, looking up and seeing a figure standing on the edge above them. His eyes widened as he mentally shit himself from seeing one calmly standing there with his arms crossed, his small smile one of the scariest things he's ever seen. "One!" he exclaimed, fear prevalent in his tone. "Ukanikis, aka Hammerhead. Been waiting for you to show yourself. Had you not been so bold with the suits, you may have avoided catching my attention so quickly. I knew the government would send someone, but I had no idea it would be you." "The government didn't send me necessarily, this is more of a personal favor." "Oh right, like you're not getting a huge payday off of this," he exclaimed, clenching his fists. "I'm really not, but I'm curious. What exactly is your end goal here? You risked years in prison to steal government property for what exactly?" "To create a world of equality." One raised a brow behind his cowl. "Meaning?" "A world free of financial inequality. A world where no one is a slave to their work and can live freely of such obligations. Only those who want to work will, while the rest are supported. True equality and financial freedom will be for all in the world I intend to create." A wind passed over the battlefield as Hammerhead finished his explanation. One got his full explanation and saw right through him. "So in other words, you just wanted to get out of working?" His body language became defensive. "And what's wrong with that, huh?" he yelled to the hero who was no longer standing above him. He merely tripped back at seeing one was now standing in front of him. "Work, in some way, form, or fashion, is a natural part of a functioning society. Your whole ideology is just lazy optimism with no feasible reality to achieve your goal. I actually did a bit of research on you. That security job you had was paying you a little over 400,000 yen a month. Most people could comfortably and happily live off that, so what was your deal?" "It was boring as hell," he bellowed in defiance of his logic. "That place was the epitome of going to work and going home. I was just sitting at a desk on my phone, watching security cameras and occasionally walking around the building for 12 hours a night, 5 days a week. That was no way to live. You were in a government warehouse, nothing bad was ever likely to happen, and everything you just complained about sounds like the easiest way of making money. You also had plenty of benefits. Are you so naturally lazy you don't see you actually had a good thing when compared to people with a similar background as you?" "Shut your mouth, one!" Hammerhead bellowed as he flexed his body. He raised his arms as the suit began to glow with power. The metal took the shape of muscles. He roared as the energy within the suit began to surge. "I've been waiting to test the full power of this suit on someone." He looked down at the shorter man. "Spin attack!" he called as he rapidly swung his arms back and forth in a blurring barrage. One took note of the attack, the familiarity of it taking back to his childhood. "Whoa, before I started training at the dojo I'd use that move all the time," he thought as he brought up both his hands, stopping the metal arms with ease and shocking the large-skulled man. The look on Hammerhead's face was a look of shock, fear, and pure dread. One met his horrified face, a small chuckle escaping him. "Man, that takes me back. When I was a kid I'd use that move too. Hammerhead was just able to register his words when his fist connected with his chest, destroying his suit and making it crumble off of him, revealing him in his muscular yet bare naked form. The man shrieked with a mix of fear and embarrassment, quickly backing away from the hero who still held a clenched fist. Whoa, wait, just relax one. His said in a fearful tone. You were right, okay, I just wanted to get out of working. He smiled, trying to ease the situation, bringing up his hands in a plea for mercy with a worryful laugh. Relax, just get on your knees and wait for the police to arrive. He shot a quick look at Lemillion, who removed his cape and handed it to one before calling the police to get the Paradises. Hammerhead was surprised by these events. Wait, so you're not gonna kill me? He asked, his voice though shocked, still full of worry. No. But I still have some questions for you, and if you cooperate and swear to never do anything bad like this again, I can put in a good word for you and get you lesser jail time. One answered as he handed him the cape to cover himself. All right. Hammerhead eased up a bit as he took the cape. He wrapped himself up with the cape and got down on his knees. A part of him wanted to run, but he knew this was the best deal he would get. Plus one could easily catch him, and the last thing he wanted to risk was a broken leg. Possibly two. One reached into one of his pockets and pulled out a small light blue cube with a button on top. He walked over to the unconscious henchman, pointed the cube at him, and pressed the button. The cube glowed as a light blue rope of energy shot from it, connecting with the power suit, causing it to glow. The rope retracted back into the cube, latching the suit off the unconscious man and bringing the suit with it. That's one down. One thought aloud as he looked at the cube, pleased he'd collected one of the suits. This storage cube was actually a new invention by Taku's grandfather. He had given him this yesterday when he went to the mansion and explained how it worked. While the cube may look small, inside it actually had roughly 500 square feet of space. Something so tiny is so impressive, they never cease to amaze me. He went on to collect the remaining suits, and after a few moments, he had all of them. Thankfully, they were all wearing underwear. One pulled out his hero phone and made a call. After a few rings, he answered. Hello, Prime Minister. 1. I take it this call means you've handled our little situation? Yeah, it's all taken care of. I've collected all the suits and defeated Okanikis. The police are on their way to arrest them. That's good, you've done your country a great service today, One. I thank you. It was no trouble at all. I'll ask him about the woman who helped him steal the suits in a minute, but I have one request. Which is? I want you to reach out to Saitama P.D and arrange lenient sentences for all the Paradises, including Okaniki's. You want me to do what now? I know what I said sounds a bit unreasonable, but I implore you to look the other way this time and show leniency. I'm not saying you should pardon them, but cut them some slack. These were a couple of lazy, low-level thugs who lucked into a big score. No need for them to do years prison off of this one bad decision, even one as terrible as this. Yamato leaned back in his chair. While I'm not entirely against it, my decision on the matter depends on several variables. Does Niki's have intel on the Tachibana woman, and how bad was the collateral damage if they caused any? Like I said, I'll question him about Tachibana in a moment, and I can give any info about that later. But for now, all I can confirm is that they destroyed a building and beat up several heroes. Yamato sighed at hearing his words. You're really twisting my arm here, One. I'm sorry. I've never made an ask like this, but just this once, can you humor this foolish hero? I'll take responsibility if this goes awry. Yamato paused on the other end, pondering his words. Fine, I and this country owe you a great debt. But please don't make a habit of making requests like this. We only met recently, sir. So I can promise I'll definitely do my best. I'm going to hold you to that. I thank you again. You said you have the suits? Yeah, I've got them right here in an invention Fujiwara made, though I admit I destroyed one of them. That's acceptable. I was expecting to only get half of them back anyway. Take them to the Aroma Air Base in Sayama when you're done. I'll tell them to expect your arrival. Will do, speak to you later, Yamato. He put his phone away. He could sense the authorities getting closer. Lemillion had gone to get them, so he needed to take this time to speak with Hammerhead before he was taken away. The man was still on his knees, he hadn't moved a muscle and only calmly watched as the heroes finished their work. Hammerhead, before the authorities come, I need to ask you a few questions. What do you want to know? The woman who helped you steal the suits, do you know where she is now? Not a clue. All I know is that her name is Tachibana. How did all this start anyway? I was complaining after work one morning and she just appeared in front of me. I initially didn't care about the suits, but she told me I could do whatever I wanted with them. She planned out how I could get them and convinced me it could work. It was actually way easier than I thought it would be. How did you disable the trackers on the suits? Hammerhead smiled. That's the funny thing, there weren't any trackers or signals on the suits. One registered his response, noting how Mr. Fujiwara told him how he just made the suits and any modifications were made by the scientists he gave them to. They must have been so preoccupied with the power of the suits they left out tracker functions. Well, that was stupid, he thought aloud. Tell me about it. Lemillion had arrived with the police and they quickly arrested the Paradisers. One spoke to the captain at the scene in private, giving him a short and simple rundown of the events, giving him specific orders on how to process them and to expect a call from government officials. The men were loaded up and taken away. Hopefully they all would start over as something better and become productive members of society. He sensed deplorable villains, and none of these guys fit the bill. One and Lemillion regrouped, pleased at the successful case. Well, we can chalk this up as a success, despite the hiccups in the beginning. This was a pretty interesting case. But are you sure about helping them out? For better or worse, as a hero, whatever decisions you make, you have to be able to make them, accept them, and live with them. This may have been bad judgment on my part, but I'm optimistic these men will change. That's a total flip on what Sir would say. Naita is too blinded by his love and admiration of All Might. He paused for a moment. Lemillion, if you learn nothing else from me, I want you to know something. The blonde hero looked him in the eyes. Never forget or lose your empathy. For the people you save and the villains you have to beat. I'm not saying let every villain go with a smack on the wrist, villainous people need punishing. But everyone isn't cut from the same cloth. Villains and heroes. Such binaries are never absolute. The good guys aren't 100% good, and the bad guys aren't 100% bad. Lemillion took in his words. He smiled with an accepting expression on his face as he took in the hero's words. This has been quite a day, so much has happened, and though it wasn't the hardest in the world, he was glad he worked with one. He felt he got to know the hero a little better thanks to this day. And there you have it, my extraordinary time-traveling companions, the grand finale of What If Deku Became Saitama has unfolded before our eyes. I hope this thrilling journey has left you in awe and inspired you to dream big. From heart-pounding action to tear-jerking moments, this series has been a roller coaster of emotions, and I'm grateful you joined me for every step of the way. If you enjoyed this incredible ride as much as I did, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and become a part of our amazing community of curious minds. Your support fuels our time-traveling adventures and opens up new realms of possibility. Now, it's your time to shine. Drop a comment below and share your thoughts, reflections, and favorite moments from this series. Let's celebrate the journey together and discuss what lies beyond. As we wrap up this chapter, always remember to keep dreaming, keep exploring, and keep being the heroes of your own stories. This is Chronos, signing off with a heartfelt thank you for being a part of this extraordinary adventure. Until we meet again, my friends,